Okay, Bismillah. Welcome to another session of the Lisan Lab. I think I want to try and make it a point to really focus on starting with the Quran, as Zanira usually kind of insists on. I think it's a good place to start for sure. But first, I think, just as usual, kind of brief renewing of intentions with these sessions, what they're about, um, what the main intention for me is. And as I usually say, it's just kind of about recording good conversations, um, diving deep into language while being conscious of the fact that we're using language to do so. And I think also, like in the simplest sense, and the reason why I mentioned starting with the Quran is because the goal is to kind of try to find the heart of the matter, the heart of meaning. That's what an etymon is, right? The root word of etymology is the etymon, or the heart of meaning, or the heart of a semantic field. So in anything that we look at, I think everything has. I've used this phrase a couple of times. The idea of like everything having a heart, everything having like a central thing that kind of brings it together. I don't know if you guys are on computer screens or mobile screens, but we discovered, I think a couple of sessions ago, that this logo that I have on the main website, which is down by the way right now, if anyone uses it, is actually a woman. I don't know if you can see it here, but there's I don't know, I found this on Google somewhere, but I like it because it kind of almost disambiguates the difference between the roots and the shoots, or the roots and the fruits, or the underlying substructures, and the outer appearance. But in reality, this is actually a woman. There's the little face right there, and then I guess those are her breasts and legs and arms and stuff. Okay, so let's look at الباسط, which is the name of Allah. I think at this point this is 20. Let me see if we can tell here from the also some slight UI updates here, if you can tell. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should probably just add numbers here. 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19. Okay. Right. So yeah, الباسط, number 20, very close tied to Qabid, last name. I mentioned this a bit in the group, but it's just kind of mind-boggling to me that I've just come across this kind of like binary or duality, or however you want to kind of give it. I mentioned it about a couple times on Instagram as well. It's my first thought was like, oh, this is kind of yin and yang, or like,
Hey, Omar, I don't
say
know if
that.
this is just on my side, but you're cutting out a lot.
Yeah, for
Oh
me
yeah,
too.
yeah. Let me switch here. Okay. Is that better? That should be better. What was I saying? Anything that wasn't that was interesting that cut out that I should repeat? The last thing I was
Yeah,
saying
can you
was
just repeat everything? Because like whatever you was saying about like something that you found interesting, it didn't like we couldn't register.
oh, okay. So yeah, I guess, yeah, I really have to say that it's kind of mind-boggling to me that it took 40 years of life as a human being, or as a man, or as a Muslim, or however we frame it, for me to come across this concept of qabd and bast, or the names al-qabid and al-basat. I'm sure I've heard them throughout my life as a Muslim, but I've never really kind of appreciated it much. I wrote a little bit about it in the group. Also posted about it on Instagram as well, because my first thoughts were really kind of like how like about the universality of the concept. So the first thing I kind of thought of was like, oh, this kind of reminds me of like yin and yang in Eastern culture, or how in English we say ebb and flow. Um, so yeah, that's really kind of striking to me. And I also had this image of qabd and or yin, like an Islamic yin and yang. I asked a GPT or an LLM to make an Islamic yin and yang, and came up with a pretty cool picture that I can try and show later, inshallah. I guess before I jump into anything specific, does anybody have anything that they want to start us off with? Anything, even if it's like, a sound kind of perception, it's kind of interesting to see how, if you've only heard the term for the first time, what your impressions are, phonologically or linguistically, how the sounds kind of feel to you. We talked last time about how clubbed is very like heavy sound, right? And very qaf being very unique to Arabic, and that sort of leaning into the idea of withdrawal. But we also kind of tried to show how there's a strong contrast from fa, right? So fa is usually associated with like speed and like finishing things, or like fanat in Sufi lore and mysticism. So there's a sense of like speed. Even fa by itself in Arabic as a particle or as a conjunction, right, means and then, right? So it refers to what comes next. Whereas qaf has this very like heavy sound to it. I think the orthography goes back to like ancient. Some people have linked it to like ancient Egyptian, like the skull. So to me, it has this sense of like heaviness and like a core kind of like stability. Um, there are even some instances of qaf being used kind of like a particle to mean stop, to literally just mean stop. Um, you can just say the word qaf, or some Arabs like classically would just say the word qaf, and that would mean like to stop. If you say qif, that's literally the verb for stop. It always reminds me of one of the most famous Arabic poems by Imru al-Qais, which starts with "Qifa nabki ala dhikri habibin wa manzili," in the typical form of Arab poetry, starting off with "Hey, let's stop and cry over my lost love." The Prophet ﷺ cursed this poet, but it's still studied in Islamic schools, and especially language schools, because of how rich the language is. Yeah, so qaf being having this very like heavy sound is really contrasted to
So what's the word for stop?
if qaf and
Yeah.
fa.
Right. Oh, okay.
That's one
So
word. Yeah.
I'm confused. So like what were they using it in, like what were they using instead when you said that they
Qaf.
only use the letter?
Qaf. Just saying
They
qaf.
pronounced it like that?
Yeah. I'll try to find a reference for it. I think I have like an Arabic video, but I think like
Okay.
qalat qaf. Like she said to me qaf, and what she meant was uh
Oh,
was to stop. There are actually a few cases of this. It's kind of interesting. I think like da is also used like this too, to mean like enta, right? They're kind of like, I guess you can kind of think of like abbreviations, or kind of like the way we do like LOL, or I don't know. They just use the letters kind of like idiomatically, usually when they're close to a word. Okay, so I'm gonna stop talking about phonology. Anybody have anything interesting they want to say about, or
I just thought that the first thing I thought of when you said the word was the word qabr,
Mm.
and I think it's interesting everything you explained about qaf and like the meanings that can be derived just from the letter and the sound seem to make sense with qabr as well. Like grave, like where you stop, you physically stop.
Oh wow, never thought of that. Yeah, that's cool. That's something actually that I've been wanting to do a little bit more, is to just like maybe look at the because one of the unique and more powerful um, functions of the of mind roots is be able to search by partial roots, and you can often find that like partial roots, like you see here on the screen, all these are all the roots in lane at least that start with qab, and usually what you find is that there is some kind of semantic field in qab that becomes augmented by one of the third letters, right? So it's like a very general meaning, and then it kind of gets different angles or different shades of the one thing. Qab itself, actually, yeah, right here is usually like a good place to start. But this is a rabbit hole we can probably jump into a bit later. I don't know if any of these come. Qabh means ugliness. Qabl means before, so that's kind of interesting. Qabr, yeah, to stop, or the great, or where we finally stop. That's a very cool way of thinking about it, actually. And I'm not familiar with the rest of these here. Any other thoughts on the sound before we just jump into the Quran? Cool.
No, so I was just gonna say, so I don't like this is like so not my thing, I guess, but I was just thinking about like babies and how one of the first sounds that they make is the ba sound.
Yeah.
And it's like one of the most basic sounds, like ba and ma, because they're, labial sounds, bilabial sounds. And like you don't actually need to gain control of your tongue and other organs of articulation. And so that's why in a lot of languages, the words for mother or father start with ma. It's like mama and baba usually, or like some variation of, or papa. So anyway, it's just like an easy sound, I guess. I mean, it is in terms of articulation. But when it comes to the actual words, like bast and qabd, like they both sound very like stoppish to me because there's
Mm.
no vowels in bast either. I mean, like, no long or like no flowiness, which I think is kind of in the name, like in the meaning. Like basit means like simple. And so in that sense, like word as a whole, I guess, doesn't seem onomatopoeic to me, I guess. But the ba sound is definitely like the easiest, where qaf perhaps is one of the most difficult, at least for non-natives to pronounce.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky question. So it's a little bit unfair of me, but it's just kind of, I think you have to try and maybe suspend belief. That's why it would be nice if there were like, maybe at some point we get some more audience members that know nothing about Arabic, know nothing about Islam. So it'd be interesting to hear like how they perceive the sounds, right? One of the ideas that I often bring up is this idea of how scholars say that the one who does not understand the Quran, he benefits something from it. That the one who does understand the Arabic and the Quran, cannot get, right, because and it makes sense, in a way that I've kind of framed. I tried to frame it academically, or scientifically somehow, as like radical meaning, right? As like that which the way sounds affect us unconsciously. So you have to kind of suspend belief and kind of try to think of how the sounds feel like, which is not easy to do, especially not easy to do unprompted or unprepared. But yeah, it definitely has a heaviness to it, a little bit, right? It doesn't have heaviness to it the way qabd does, because qabd starts with the heaviness. So I think the contrast is really qabd also, it starts with the heaviness and it ends with it. So the qaf is really heavy and the dad is really heavy. The bat is soft, but yeah, it has the heaviness in the beginning and the end, whereas bast just has it kind of in the end. Yeah. So actually, before I guess we could do it at the same time. So so the root appears 25 times in the Quran, and this is a nice actually kind of summary here. So, oops, inshallah, I'll try to add something like that to the app soon. So it would be, like I always try and say that everything has a heart, right? Like even the Quran, we say like Surah Yasin is the heart of the Quran, right? So I think in this list, right, there's probably something in here that is kind of the heart of of these instances of bust appearing in the Quran. I'm not really sure what it is. I didn't have the time to go through every single one, but the one that just stood out to me, and I'll be interested, Amma, or I'm glad you joined because I was hoping for at least one native Arabic speaker here. So,
That's racist.
well, actually, Zanir, you live in an Arab country, so you
No,
might be
that's
helpful.
still racist because you said that all Arabs and all linguists say that Al Arab is the person who can speak Arabic is Arab.
Yes,
It doesn't
true.
matter what anything else, but all of a
Yeah.
sudden you want to switch up.
No, I guess really what I mean is, somebody who speaks the Ammiya, right? The darga, the darija, the slang, right? Because, so the ayah that stands out to me out of all of these ayahs that use this root is the one that has the only passive participle, which is mabsutatan. So, Zanir, you talk a lot about this ayah. So I don't know if you want to give us a brief intro, but it's the one that it says.
Yeah,
Do
it's
you
not
want
a
to?
metaphor. That's all I want to say.
Okay. Do you want to give us a gloss of it? I don't want to read the whole ayah, but you
I
always speak
mean,
about.
it's just that the context is that they were it's about abundance, right? So I mean, the Yahud, they have so many issues with everything. You don't even know where to start. But one of these things was that they were saying, they had so many issues with like doing even like charity, which Allah asks us to do. And then they had so many like what's it called? Like what's that thing called? I forgot. Anyway, but they had objections to like anything that the prophets would bring. They would bring an objection. So one of them was that like one of them was like, why would we feed somebody that God, if he wanted to feed them, could feed? And so they were implying that God is stingy. And so God is saying that no, actually both his hands are open and like extended. And there's also hadith to this effect. I think it's a hadith Qudsi that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that Allah said that if all of the ins and all of the jinn were to gather and to ask me, and I were to give every single one of them everything that they wanted, then it wouldn't decrease my treasure, except what would decrease from the ocean if you dipped a needle in it. And so that's what bust is, right? Like it's like abundance, abundance, abundance. And God saying that actually, and then there's another hadith where Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that God spends, this is specifically about like God spending. So here it says mabsutatan, which is like two, right? So it's like yadahu, two hands, both his hands are openly giving, basically. But I think there's another hadith where he says yaminihi, that his right hand is like he doesn't nafaq. No, I don't know which. I'm sorry, I'm probably messing it up. But anyway, yeah. But basically, he spends with his right hand, and he has been spending since the beginning of creation, and he continues to spend, and nothing is It's basically unaffected. Like his treasures are unaffected. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like giving, but it's also just about I think that's why it's so interesting, right? It's because it's also a bit like about reaching. In Surah Kahf, it's used to refer to the dog's hands.
Yeah.
Or باسط وكلبهم باسط ذراعيه بالوصيد. So it's like it's going outwards. So I thought that just like that imagery, which is not a metaphor, is really interesting.
Yeah, we should, Sean, just because this is your first time here, the metaphor thing is kind of funny because we talk about this a couple of sessions now, and it's become kind of a theme where, like for example, when we say Ar-Rahman and Rahim, right? Ar-Rahman comes from or is related to Rahim, which means womb. Some people kind of frame that as like, oh, it's a metaphor for mercy. But the running theme here has been that no, it's not a metaphor. It's the ultimate reality, right? And this has been framed a couple of different ways. I think I mentioned it maybe in some of our halaqas about some really beautiful ways of phrasing this, about like how we are the metaphor, God is the reality. So I think that's a very special idea that's come out of these sessions. But the main thing with this ayah for me is the word mabsutatan, right? So that's the passive particle, passive. It's the object form of the noun. And what it means here is extended, or that which is extended. But the reason that it kind of stands out to me is because in colloquial Egyptian, we use this word, and Ammar, please tell me if this is, I'm sure you've heard it as well, but I wonder if you also have it in Sudanese. We use it to mean happy. Classically, it can also be used that way, right? Like you can say, I think, بَسَطَ اللَّهُ قَلْبَهُ, which, could mean like, to expand Allah expanded someone's heart and made him happy, right? It could be used in that kind of idiomatic sense. But I guess the first time I kind of heard this ayah, and I guess I'll just read the first few because it has a very strong tone because it's in condemnation of the Jews. So أعوذ بالله من الشيطان وقالت اليهود يد الله مغلولة, right? The Jews said that the hands of God are chained or restricted. غلت أيديهم, right? And that phrase is very like powerful because it's like immediately, coming after what they said. So it's rather their hands are chained, right? غلت أيديهم ولعنوا, right? Their hands are changed and and are cursed. بما قالوا, with what they're saying. بل يد الله مبسوطتان. And also it's the just to clarify, it's the passive participle maf'ul noun, but in the dual form. So that's why you have the tan there. So it's talking about both of Allah's hands. So again, it's not a metaphor. Allah has two hands. It's in the Quran. It's not up for debate. But of course, we can talk about how that some people have big issues with this, even if they even if they don't know anything about the whole, because this is controversial even historically in Islam about these kind of phrases or the anthropomorphization of Allah in at a surface level in the Quran. This has always been like a controversial topic. So people that don't even know anything about it, if you tell them God has a hand, they get a little upset. But that's what it says in the Quran. So as a younger person, I think maybe the first time I heard this, it almost sounds like happy hands, right? Because as I said, in colloquial Egyptian, mabsut means happy. Like you say, ana mabsut or oh mabsut, it means that's how we use it colloquially. We don't use it in the literal sense as like something that's spread out. Maybe classically they would have used it, but I don't see too much usage of that. I think you can say something like basta to refer to like a carpet, right? Because it's spread out. I think there are other similar uses like that. But I see Ammar.
Ahmed, I have a question
Yeah, sure.
about the colloquial use of maqsood, because it's also the same in the Jordanian and Palestinian dialect.
Okay.
And so and I was thinking, like, is it like, could it be about like either like the sense, like the feeling that happiness brings you is like, which is of like something being extended and something being open and abundant, rather than like you don't feel like when you're really truly happy, like you feel like kind of like a lightness in your chest, right? And or it could be like maybe it's about this smile like literally spreading like ear to ear. So maybe it could be like mabsut, like like
yeah, that's beautiful too.
something is extending.
I mean, I like the thing is why it's unique for me is because like the first meaning that I was introduced to with this root is the idea of happiness. So the idea of something being extended, that came later for me. So that's why it's like it grounds it in a very interesting way. But Amar, did you want to say something? I'm curious, how the word, is in Sudanese.
So yeah, mabsut to mean happy. That's across all the dialogues. It's one of the
No.
words that every Arabic speaking nation will understand it right away to mean happy. But I think that the origin or the ultimate meaning of it is that something, and that's how you can make the connection with like opening or extending. Mabsut, it means nothing can limit it. Nothing can, even being happy, it means that nothing is disturbing that happiness. Nothing is disrupting that feeling. And even in this context, here in the Quran, يداه مبسوطتان. And one fact that Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, Allah, both hands are right hand.
Yeah.
So it's not like I don't want to start the debate of metaphor or because it's a creed frame of thinking. It's like a aqidah question, if you can imagine it or not. But it cannot be limited by an image or a form. So I think at least we all agree
right?
on that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the common phrase, right? There's
but
nothing like Allah.
Yeah. And there's different
المثل الأعلى.
interpretations. Yes. And that's beyond even our understanding. It's beyond, like, we cannot imagine what Allah's like hand would look like, or what is it like, what exactly does that mean that Allah have hands? But Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he said both hands are right hand. So that's just one thing about this particular ayah, because it's the only time it's mentioned in plural. But bast and mabsut, the bast itself, the how I understand it is Allah would spend without anything that can limit that spending. Like there's no external factors that change the outcome of that ultimate spending, or take from it, or decrease it, or depreciate it, or limit it in any sort of or form. So that's where we can make the connection between all the different using of books. So that's what I wanted to add. But
yeah, I think the thing I is not clear to me is that, and I maybe need to do a bit more research, is that I'm pretty sure mabsut, meaning happy, is more a modern thing, right? Like I don't think classically, I'm not sure if I'll have to do some research to be sure. Like Lane doesn't even have it listed here. I think he does have, like, under basata, I think he does have like the sense of being happy. I'm not sure which entry I saw it in, but he doesn't even have mabsut here, at all, as an entry. My guess being that it wasn't a very common word, but I'm not sure about that. So,
but even when you use mabsut, it's usually that someone is mabsut with something, right? Like it's a very particular thing. Like
right.
It's not like just you're genuinely happy. You are happy about something, or you reach a level of happiness with something. So it gives that meaning that there's restrictions and they've been uplifted, or there's something that you've been trying to achieve and now you got there.
Yeah,
like they would tell you, like, are you mabsut with your day? Are you mabsut with your work? Are you mabsut with this thing? And someone would be like, I'm really mabsut because of this and this. It's different than like being farhan or being
how is it different for you? Can you, because I think when when I think of like being a child, I just remember like my mom saying "mabsut," like, "Are you happy? Like, is this are you satisfied with this? Are you pleased?" You know, whether it's like a toy or whether we went somewhere that I liked. But I wonder if it's a little bit different in every dialect.
Because the form itself, like مبسوط, it means that it's مفعول به.
Yeah.
Something happened that made you happy.
Mm.
Like farhan, it's you are on that state.
Right.
Because
Right.
with that alif noon at the end, farhan. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
but mabsut, it's like
Something did something.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's in the form of maf'ul bihi. That's how I think about it. But it's used in like generally in the meaning of like happiness, like
Yeah.
satisfied. Like, are you satisfied? Are you happy with it?
Yeah.
And it's
Honest,
across all different dialects. Like
yeah.
every single Arabic dialect, they use mabsut. It's one of
Yeah.
the very common words.
Yeah. Honestly, like, you know, this kind of thing right here, I mean, it's very simple and so intuitive that I think it's hard to sometimes appreciate it, right? Like the fact that the idea of extension and spreading is associated with happiness, right? I think that's just really, really, really beautiful. Like honestly, we could stop the session here, right? Because I think like if I shared that, or if we shared that with each other, and we can share that with other people, that's what cognitive grounding is to me. That's what using language to ground meaning is to me. And it actually reminds me of one interesting thing. I think I had a note here, but I haven't even looked at my notes yet. And it's about sound again. In that ba and sin are all the first words in the Quran, right? Ba, Bismillah. And there's something interesting about that first word because I don't know what the reasoning was. I don't think I've ever found an explanation for it, but the orthography or the spelling of Bism and Bismillah in the first ayah of Surah Al-Fatiha in the Quran, it doesn't have the alif in it. And usually in other places in the Quran, there's like a tiny alif, I think, unless I'm mistaken. But anyway, it kind of always gave me and you can still hear it in the sound, even if I'm mistaken about the orthography there. But bism, right, is also the same words or the same sounds in the root for smiling. Basama, right? Yabtasim. Basma is a smile. So I always thought that was beautiful that even though it's not the meaning of the first word of the Quran, the first word of the Quran is, you know, homophonous, right? Or it has the same sound as the word for smile in Arabic too. So yeah, just thought I'd throw that in there because yeah, that's really what these sessions are about. I mean, we've been going really long talking about everything, leaving no stone unturned. But you know, the main goal really is to kind of find something that you know, in this semantic field, you could say, right, in this knowledge map here that we can mark as like, you know, the etamin or the heart of meaning. I think I showed this last time, but since there's some people who weren't here last time, this is a new kind of feature I'm trying to add here. So you see the yellow line. That's to kind of indicate the etamin, right, or the heart of the meaning. If we switch to English, maybe it's easier to see. So if you expand the root, whoops, if you expand the root, you see that a yellow line ties, you know, Rahman to the womb, right? So it's to kind of direct your attention, you know, right away towards, you know, the meaning there.
And for basata, I'm sorry if I missed that first 10 minutes. What's the all the meanings that are listed in the ad
For the root, you mean?
for basata, the root?
Just the main verb to spread, or you want to see the
Carpet,
words? You mean?
I think it should be carpet, right? Like in terms of the image or the intuitive um image. I don't know. Concrete
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. That's a good idea. I haven't decided, I guess, yet, or I haven't thought about it. Well, actually, I mentioned this in the chat last week, right? About the limitation of our sources here, because actually, what I think is the most grounding, really, is the words for the movement of the heart, right? So I mentioned this in the chat, how qabd and bast are also used to refer to the action of the heart, and what we call, even in like strict medical terms, right? We call it systole and diastole, right? The expansion and contraction of the heart in its pumping of blood. So that to me is one of the more concrete things, but that's not in Lane, and it's not in any of the classical dictionaries. So maybe at some point we can index a medical dictionary. But yeah, matte carpet would be a good one, maybe. I still haven't really decided on how this like Etman highlighting thing is going to work exactly. But matte carpet would definitely be a good one, because it really puts the image, really drives the image home.
And in the Quran, it's in Surah Nuh, وَاللَّهُ جَعَلَ لَكُمُ الْأَرْضَ بِسَاطًا.
Yeah,
The earth
Yes.
spread out like a carpet.
yeah. We also find it in the Quran, when Allah talks about, is it Dawood? وَزَادَهُ بَسْطَةً فِي
No,
الْعِلْمِ وَالْجَسَدِ?
that's Talut.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So Allah says, where is it? I'm not sure.
قال إن الله
Oh, this is
اصطفاه عليكم وزاده بسطة في العلم والجسم.
yes. Yeah, exactly. So Allah is saying He increased him, زاده بسطة, right? And I guess we would translate that word there as like He increased him in extension, maybe. Yeah, let's just maybe just look at the actual translation here. An extension of both in knowledge and in بسطة, زاده بسطة في العلم والجسد, right? And jasad meaning like the body, in
جسم.
في الجسم.
Jism, yeah.
Jism.
But the
Right.
jasad, it's like when it's, yeah. The jism, it's when it's alive with the spirit. Jasad, it's not necessarily the spirit is there.
Oh, that's an interesting distinction. Yeah. So maybe that would so maybe carpet would be a good thing to highlight here.
But I wanna hear what everyone thinks about like the abstract, like as a concept. Bust is like the extension beyond any limitations. Like nothing can limit that, or it's exactly the opposite of qabd, and that's why the duality of al-qabd and bast, it's what is giving definition to things, like life itself, the physical and metaphysical, like form. The like that's my understanding of like starting from the abstract meaning of things and then driving all the meanings that can be applied, like building that cognitive understanding. So bust is yes, we can say the extension of things, but beyond limits, beyond obstacles, beyond, like there's no external factors that can limit it, or they even contribute to defining it. And that's يبسط كل البسط. And the opposite is قبض, which both give definition to things. Like to even, it can be like a little philosophical idea, but even with souls and the metaphysical side of things, like the energy of life, of the planet, or for people, or Like what give definition to your soul when you're interacting with someone else or existing in the same planet? Why they not everything is mixing up? There is a level of interaction and
Yeah, I think what we have to mention here also, and we haven't really much, because the way that we're talking about qabd and bust is generally pretty different from, like, if you look it up on Google or something like that, right? Most of the time, these names, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, are used in the context of economics and like rizq and like, you know, Allah, you know, taking away and giving to people. Even, and also, I guess in the foremost simplest senses, and Ammar, I think you mentioned this last time, is qabd al-arwah, right? Like the taking of souls. But we also say, it's also said, you know, in the Arabic, not as much, I guess, now, but bast al-arwah, right? So that means for, you know, the extension of the spirit. So Allah, you know, يقبض الأرواح, he takes the souls away, that's your death. But يبسط الأرواح, and that kind of has the sense of like giving you life, right? Allah puts the ruh in you, right? And you know, we don't have strict knowledge of what exactly is the ruh, right? But you know, from the bit of studying that I've done, it seems like scholars just had this kind of sense of ruh as meaning like whatever it is that animates us, whatever it is that drives, you know, the body forward and the heart and the self. That's the ruh. And I think that's like also kind of cool cognitively speaking, right? Because like perception is limited, our knowledge is limited, and you know, we need some kind of like placeholder at least to account for, you know, our existence, right? Our self, our awareness. That's very abstract, but yeah, if anybody has anything they want to share on another idea we didn't talk about is simple, right? And that's also probably the other way that and as a kid, as an Arabic speaking kid or Egyptian, I never made the connection between mabsut and basit, right? Like, you know, I didn't know anything about linguistics or etymology or anything like that. And it is I'm curious of what people think of that. Like, how do you relate simplicity with expansion and maybe happiness or unlimitedness or levity?
that's what I've been trying to make that connection with. Like Basita means like nothing is obstructing it. It's simple. There's no complexity that affect it.
So
Like that's
in
the
that,
whole idea.
yeah, there's also like the literal meaning of what you just said is also like la ta'qid. There's no knotting, which is a really interesting image, which is not a metaphor.
Where did
Because
you see
like,
that? Did I have that on the screen
oh
or?
no, I saw it just now. 1 second, I can have to look it up
Oh, Mani.
on Mani, yeah, Mani Arabic. It said that there's no wait, let me just look it up here.
And I want to just say one thing about risk. So classically, risk, the perception of that meaning, is not just about economics. Everything is a risk. So that's like is very clear with the understanding of the scholars and the early generations that everything is risk. Risk is the materialization of something, but the risk is from the very like source of the thing itself. Like even it's not just economics. Like being happy is a risk.
Yeah, for sure.
So that through the generations, the early generations, that's how they talk about this. For us right now, we're living in a very materialistic world, so we tend to like limit the concept of risk to money. But it's not. That's not the understanding of that like the Islamic understanding of risk.
I know Maham has something to say, but I just want to, you know, add to that point. My first thought whenever we talk about risk not just being wealth, is the hadith of the Prophet when he says that I رزقت حبها, when he's talking about Khadija radiallahu anha, when he talked about his first wife Khadija sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He talked about the love that he had for her, and I think this was also in response to Aisha, who was jealous of her, even though she had never even met her, radiallahu anhuma. But yeah, he called the love that he had for Khadija rizq, just the love that he had for her. Ma'am, did you want to jump in, or was there a hand raised that I missed?
Yeah, I was gonna say like just the whole thing of basit and mabsut, I think is also like simplicity. It actually is, again, I think it's aligned with abundance, as Anira mentioned before. When abundance is really just kind of like being able to be still and being able to understand the fact that you don't necessarily have to do anything in order to like receive or in order to be receptive, and to truly like believe and trust in that, because it's one thing to think that, but then it's like we almost feel a sense of guilt and complication when it comes to that, because we're like, what do you mean, like, I have to like surely there's a part that I have to play too. And yes, like there is like striving is something that we have to do, but it's more for our health, like our spiritual and our mental health, and for like a sense of self-worth and all this kind of stuff. But it's not a precondition for reception, like necessarily. And so I think simplification is something like, when you really are put into some kind of like tension, you're like, okay, like you have to learn here, like to surrender. That is like a form of simplification. And when you're able to actually do that, like the peace that comes with that, when you're able to really soften and trust, I think like breeds that happiness. Like you become mabsut with, like your situation or with life. And it's not like situation in terms of like not being at the destination that you want to be at, but just kind of the in between and the process, and even the fact you don't necessarily have the power as much as your sense of like wanting control, or your ego wants that power in order to, because of things that it's going to make something happen faster, like you wish you were more capable or like whatever. Like it's when you simplify and you trust, then you can actually become happier with and more satisfied and more content with like the process and Allah's like subtlety. So
that made me think of like the idea of Wallahu yabsut, right? So Allah extends. And I've never really connected this idea of simplicity to happiness or Allah giving and providing. But I think and I just realized that maybe I think with what you were saying, Maham, is that it's easy for Allah, right? Like we think like we overcomplicate things all the time, and we think like, I got to do all these things, like you're saying, to get rizq or whatever it is, and we think it's such a monumental thing, right? We think it's the most important thing in the world, having what we want or whatever it might be. But for Allah, it's simple, right? It's trivial. It's not even, I'm remembering, I'm thinking of the verse in Surah Al-Qamar, one of my favorite verses. I'm blanking because it's always hard to context switch, so I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. But using the root lamh, right? So Allah says that. Does anybody remember the ayah I'm thinking of?
إلا كلمح بالبصر.
Yes. It's one of my favorite ayahs. So, وَمَا أَمْرُنَا إِلَّا وَاحِدَةٌ كَلَمْحٍ بِالْبَصَرِ, right? So I think the context is, it's interesting that they translate it as twinkling. Generally, it means like glance. I think that's how I would usually translate it. But the rough translation being our command is but one or singular, like the glance of an eye. Oh yeah, it does say glance here. I'm not sure why it says twinkling there. I guess lamh could have. I mean, lamh is close to lam'a, which means to like shine or glimmer. So that's an interesting homophony there. But yeah. Bust for Allah is easy, right? It's basit, it's simple. I think that's a beautiful it's another level of grounding, I feel like, because I think sometimes I'm oversimplifying with these knowledge graphs. I think they're great, but I think it's just there's no way to capture everything, right? So like, you know, happiness and 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 um, and expansiveness is one level, but like simplicity is another level maybe. I have a lot of notes here, so please feel free to jump in at any point because otherwise, I'm not going to stop. Also breathing, right? Like clubbed and bust, as being like similar to like contraction and release of the heart, but like, it's beautiful to think about even just, the ebb and flow or the yin and yang or the clubbed and bust of everything in life, right? Like, you know, uh, my happy place is ocean waves crashing on the shore and receding, right? Like that image is like, and that sound is like always very calming for me. But you find it everywhere, right? Like, the gust of leaves like coming and going, or your own breath, right? Is clubbed and bust. Even just
Even
human.
the galloping of a horse.
What's that?
Even the galloping of a horse, like the way its body contracts and then expands, like as it runs.
Yeah, I mean, if you've seen like slow motion of it, there's a point where it's just like kind of flying, right? Like this is all for. I mean, I guess that's the same for any kind of gait when you're running, right? Yeah, you're in the air for a split second, just kind of. Yeah, and also, yeah, contraction, right? Thank you for reminding me, Maham. Muscular, like even just basic movement, right? So like just to walk, just to speak, even, right? Whatever movement you're doing with your body necessarily involves both clubbed and bust, both contraction and extension of your muscles. And that's a huge, such a huge topic, right? And I love talking about the body. I love talking about sunnah sports because I think it's something that we don't talk about enough in the modern world, especially, being glued to our screens and stuck in chairs. A lot of our body is not working. A lot of people that have like a lot of the tension that you might have in your body, a lot of the pain that you might have in your body, a lot of like the headaches or fatigue that you might feel, a lot of it often is because we're not using our bodies in the way that we're supposed to. Even something as simple as like walking, right? um a lot of times, and this is something that I've it's been like a passion of mine for a while, maybe because my dad was a physical therapist, but just, and also because I love sports and basketball. But like, um, uh, in order to, have an athletic and well-functioning body, you need to be able to like use your body in all its possible ranges of motions, and you need to not be sedentary, right? You need to not sit in the chair all the time, and the result of that is that like, we don't use a lot of our body sometimes, right? Like most people, actually that are stuck in desks or don't move a lot, um, a lot of their muscles are asleep, right? They're like, especially the core muscles, right? Like in your hamstrings and in your glutes. Usually, just one side is doing a lot of the work. Like if you're right-handed, usually a lot of the time the right side of your body is doing a lot of the work, and the left is not. Like your left glutes and your left hamstrings, which are like some of the most neglected muscle groups in the body, are not doing any work, and then your back has to overcompensate for it. And yeah, so qabd and bust is, it's such a mind-blowing phenomenon. It's really such a wonder to me that I haven't come across, but it also makes sense that it took me 40 years to come across it. Also, just in like bodies in motion, right? Which is like something that I've loved to explore in poetry a lot. I don't know if anybody knows what a murmuration is. You've probably seen it. You might, if you haven't heard the word before. But a murmuration is the movement of birds when they are in like schools or like groups, right? You heard like a school of fish or a murder of crows. So a murmuration is a certain kind of group of birds, and it's how they move in response to the wind. So if you've ever seen this before, like it's mesmerizing, right? Like it looks like those like drone shows that you see, you know, in China or whatever. The birds just like will all at the same time, like a huge group of birds will suddenly like shift direction, or suddenly like, you know, they kind of like give form to the wind in a way. I'll try to find some cool clips of that. I also really like the word murmuration. But yeah, ebb and flow and everything, like even in like traffic, I always find it interesting how, like, you know, traffic patterns are you know, mimicking nature in a way. There's like an ebb and flow in any kind of bodies in motion. If you've ever worked in kind of blue collar jobs, or even if you just, you know, happen to be around a busy city, you'll notice that, like, for some reason, just, you know, masses of people will flood one store at a time. Like a store could be quiet and you know, have nobody in there, and then all of a sudden everybody decides they want, you know, a slice of pizza, or they need to go to the grocery store or something like that. And yeah, like if you're ever waiting in line at the supermarket, you'd be funny. It's funny to just take a step back and maybe get out of line and wait for a minute, and you'll find that, like, for some reason, like, all of a sudden the store is not busy anymore. But yeah, it's just the ebb and flow and qabd and bust and the nature of life, and the extension and withholding of Allah, or, you know, I'm struggling for words to try and describe you know, existence using these two concepts. But you know, al-qabid al-basit, right? Like, I guess we should also just briefly mention, even though we talked about it last time, this hadith. Oops, this is not the hadith. Well, it's the hadith that it's the only hadith where we find the name al-qabid, and it's a really beautiful, interesting context economically, right? Because the people were in like difficult economic times, and they asked the Prophet ﷺ, they said, set the prices for us, right? Because it's time, the times are difficult. So the Prophet's response was like, nah, that's not how this works, right? Allah is the one who sets prices. And the hadith specifically says, إن الله هو المساعر القابض الباسط الرازق. Right, so indeed Allah is al-musa'ir, literally the one who sets the si'r, or the price, and He is the you know, the extender and the withholder and the provider. Yeah, so that's a beautiful point about economics, and not to jump, like I said, if you search about qabd and bust, a lot of the stuff that you will find is related to like iqtisad and economics, and you know, the providence of Allah and wealth and stuff like that. And I came across something interesting, and it's a hadith that says, I forget the wording, but basically the Prophet ﷺ says that, like, a hadir, right, somebody who is a resident, should not sell to a Bedouin, right, or someone who's visiting, right? And it's a really short hadith. It's just 3 words. I'm forgetting the words, but I'll find it and share it later. And the meaning is really deep, because the idea is that, like, you know, you shouldn't try and, like, you should let the foreign person or the non-resident explore the market first, right, and get an understanding of prices, so that, you know, he doesn't get conned, right? So that nobody tries to pull one over on it, right? And it's just like, this is the breadth of Islam, right? This is the depth and breadth of Islam. Even something so simple as, like, you know, honoring buyers and sellers in the market, right? You know, is something that's mentioned in the hadith. Okay, I think I should probably look at my notes now, but please feel free to jump in at any point. Okay, one thing that...
Could I read from the Ma'ani?
Yeah, sure. One
Yeah, so the first sense I think that you guys were talking about joy. And it's kind of what Maham was saying about like the smile spreading. It sounds like that. بسط وجهه فرحا وسرورا انشرح صدره تألق.
Yeah, forgot about that.
So his face like spread with happiness. But for me, this is really interesting. So this is linked to the like ألم نشرح لك صدرك, or Rasul, not Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I'm sorry, Musa alayhi salam saying رب اشرح لي صدري. So, and I think him saying that versus واحلل عقدة من لساني, right? Because one of them, and both of these are manifestations of bast. So inshirah is like the more obvious, like the positive manifestation, where like God is actively expanding the breast, the chest, or the sadr. And then بسط الشيء means خلا من التعقيد, أي صار سهلا يسيرا. So something becoming easy, but this is interesting that it's empty of ta'qid. So it's removed of, I mean, ta'qid can mean difficulty, but it literally means knotting. And so
Right.
that's what Musa alayhi salam said, untie the knot, like, or dissolve. Yeah, dissolve actually, he said, right? Wahlul. Dissolve the knot from my tongue. So the knot might be then like a manifestation of qabd, because it's like, tension and closedness. And then when that's removed, there's like flow. And yeah, for me, bust is a word. It means like flow.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
that's interesting also because it says basuta lisanuhu means intalaqa, right? So that's also like flow, like movement. Then
What
yeah,
does that
so
phrase mean?
intalaqa.
Oh, like he basata
But no,
lisanuhu, meaning to depart,
basuta lisanuhu intalaqa. That means like
like
he was speaking. Intalaqa,
like
going,
depart.
like moving.
Oh, I
No,
wonder.
I mean yeah, but like
Oh, like to start
going, like
speaking.
yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like running. Don't run your mouth too much. So it was
Yeah.
so that kind of running.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's the same thing about what everyone was talking about. Like so بسط الأمور means جعلها بسيطا بسيطة لا تعقيد فيها. It's easy and there's like no complications in it. So that's also bust. Yeah, it's really just about I think it's also interesting that it's like more of like a, the negative definitions are really interesting because like it means without difficulty, without knotting, without complication. And then there's also imbasata, which means to be long. Imbasata nahar tala. And then intashara, which I think it means like to spread, right? Like to publish, like to go
Say that one again.
wide and far, I guess. Intashara.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I mean, I mentioned this in the chat, but so in medical terminology, it's systole and diastole for the expansion and contraction of the heart. And in medical terminology in Arabic, they don't use the base forms, the base infinitive forms, but they use the word that you just I think it's form 7, imbisat. So imbisat and inqibad of al-qalb, right? So that's the medical term. So they use the form, the infa'al form, which is like the most far removed form in my understanding. It's like the reflexive passive. So it refers to the action being done to the object itself, or being done by the object itself, but with agency removed. It's actually really, I always think of Surah At-Tawbah, I think, because Allah says in regards to those who tried to stay behind and not join in on the battles that were happening. Allah says, "Kariha Allahu inbi'athahum," right? He says Allah hated the so they're going out, but he uses that form inbi'ath, infi'al, which is the most far removed. So it's like it's as if Allah is trying to distance himself as much as possible from these people that don't want to go out and fight for the sake of Allah.
So are you saying it's like I think it's called fa majhul, like right, fa'al majhul?
Yeah, it would kind of be like, you say fa'ala, which means he did. So if you say fu'ila, it means it was done to it, right? So it's kind of that form, but it's even more far removed from that. So it's like it's like it's like the thing did it to itself. So that sense is there too. So it's like it was done to it, but also the sense of it did it to itself, right? Because the heart is, and that, I think that's why they're using it that way, because they're, as a technical term, right? Because it doesn't have agency, right? You don't need to specify agency or reference agency when you're talking about like a technical term, or you're trying to talk about the heart in a technical sense.
So
But
there's also like some words here. One of them sounds a bit derogatory. بسيط العقل. It says فاقد الذكاء, and or someone الذي لا يكون ناميا نموا طبيعيا. مصاب بنقص أو قصور عقلي. So like it sounds like they're saying mentally disabled or like mentally challenged. And then that's really interesting because a lot of words, like sometimes, this is like one of these things that we see in social linguistics, right? That words that are used to refer to people that are not just mentally, but physically also disabled, they end up having negative connotations, even if they start off like a physical description. Like, for example, dumb, I think just used to mean someone who can't speak, like mute, right? Now we have to say mute because dumb ended up like having actually nice, like the word nice. It used to mean something about like I think someone who's like mentally disabled, or challenged, and then people just were like, "Oh, are you nice?" Even slow, right? Like so, then it's like every euphemism, like people, it keeps gathering like negative connotation to the point that we have to. I mean, that's just what human beings have been doing apparently. So it sounds here like saying, "Oh, you're so simple," but it actually just means like you're dumb.
yeah,
But yeah,
I think I have heard basit used in a negative sense like that, like somebody is simple. I'm not sure if it's, I could be imagining it, but I feel like I have seen it. Be interesting
but
to
it
see.
doesn't just say basit; it says basit al because then there's a few
Oh, yeah,
others. So, for
Exactly. Yeah, I
example,
think
yeah,
that's the key to understand it. Like
yeah,
with basit, we're talking about like how bust, the general meaning, it means removing the obstacles or removing all the additional layers that can be perceived as distraction from the core purpose of something. And that go with having flow, going with abundance, providence of Allah, all these meanings. But then when you tie it to aql, the faculty itself, it's about the complexity, the maturity of building an understanding of connecting things together. تعقل. So بسيط العقل, it means like they don't have that vertical growth of maturity of aql itself. So it makes perfect sense.
Bustan is also garden, right? Isn't that one of the meanings?
But
Or is
that's
that
bustan.
that's the
about that? Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought I saw it. Yeah, but we do have bustan here. Do you see it in Mani? Here in Lane, it's mixed somewhere in Lane's entry. Oh, there you go. Bustan is an infinitive applied to as an epithet. So I guess it's just applied as an epithet to somebody who's like big in the body.
That's
Or
bustan. What about
yeah,
bustan with a fatha?
Bustan. Yeah,
And bistan, they will be like really different.
do you know
I'm
those words? Because
assuming.
they're hidden somewhere in this entry. I think, right? Where is it? So
Can see that in
so yeah,
human
so
being.
yeah, so Bustan here. Yeah, I mean, so many levels of meaning here. Well, the one thing that I wanted to mention here, and I think it's loosely related, but I think we can connect anything here, right? Because the idea is expansion, and this is something that. sorry, sidetrack before I get to what I was just about to talk about. I mentioned a lot that in Arabic we find the idea of cutting and joining, cutting especially, and especially in the words that have only two letters. You find that this idea of cutting is very common, and then also the idea of union in a lot of two-letter roots as well. So I came to the conclusion a few years ago maybe, and I've only validated it throughout most of my research that like that's maybe one of the most fundamental concepts in language and in the mind and in philosophy and in whatever kind of in existence, right? The idea of cutting and separating. This is a topic that's come up a lot too in some of the other mashraba sessions, right? Because we talk about the difference between Quran and Furqan, where Quran has the root meaning of like gathering or bringing together, whereas Furqan has the root meaning of separating. So I wonder actually if maybe Qabd and Bast are even more fundamental, right? So like withdrawal is a kind of, and this is kind of just an open question to everybody. I'm curious what they think of it. Do you think of expansion and contraction as more general than cutting and joining, or do you think of cutting and joining as more basic, and expansion and contraction as being this is a very abstract question, I know, but these are kind of the things you end up thinking about when you're a morphology nerd. So yeah, I haven't come to a conclusion yet, but yeah, the past 2 weeks have definitely kind of made me try and rethink some things over a bit.
I think Qabd and Bast more fundamental for sure, because they are both names and attribution of Allah Himself.
Yeah.
And with Quran and Furqan, it's about the wisdom that Allah provide to the humankind through this experience of dunya. So Qabd and Bast, I think, definitely are more fundamental, and it's about the understanding of the dynamics of life itself.
Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah, I think that makes sense, because if you just think of like what was I gonna say? And any kind of cutting, right? You can say it's like a withdrawal, but can you say every kind of withdrawal is a cutting? It doesn't seem as it doesn't seem as easy to do that way. I was just gonna say something
And I
else.
think like how I think about it, and I think the example from last time I would love to expand a little bit further with the idea of shadow, how shadow is created.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Because I think with the Qabd and Bast, like will be a very direct way to understand it is our senses, our perception of reality itself. We are limited, like our vision, our sight is limited to a certain wavelength of light and colors. Even with our hearing, even with all the senses, right? We are limited, and that's like a form of qabd. So we can see within a very defined range, and we can hear within a defined range, and that could apply to all the senses. But with that understanding, that's a form of qabd, and the bast, that there is more, like beyond what we see with this limits, right? Even shadow itself, what is shadow? Like our perception to it is that the light go through an object with a certain kathafa is
Density.
yeah, a certain density, right? So we don't see, and now we perceive that the shadow as a result of the light that we perceive been blocked by this object. And now we perceive the shadow. But the shadow itself is created. Because if we see beyond this limit, we will see different rays of light and colors. So the shadow itself would be something else. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very abstract idea, so we might lose some people, but I'm curious how everyone thinks about it. The only reason that I still kind of like wonder like what is more fundamental is because in Arabic you have so many words for cutting, right? One of my favorite ones is qissa, right? So qissa we use to mean story. I mean, obviously Quran is a beautiful one too, and Furqan, but qissa is really cool because we don't think of stories this way in English. We think of story as maybe kind of like history. I don't know, they kind of sound similar that way, or we kind of think of it as like bringing things together. Whereas in Arabic, qissa comes from the idea of qassa, which means to cut, right? And it I think if you are a writer or an artist in any kind of form, or if you've built anything or participated in the creation or anything, you understand that like that's what it takes to build something or create something or be creative is you take things, cut them up, and you put them together. But the essential part is how you cut it up, right? Like when you're editing, if anyone's done any kind of video editing or audio editing, like that's what makes the final product, right? Is the cutting up, not the the hours and hours of recording or filming or writing or drafting or whatever it is. It's the revisions, it's the cutting up. So that's why I get hung up on this idea of like cutting and one of the goals of Mind Roots is to kind of map out the 700 possible combinations of two letters and see which ones have the meanings of cut and which ones have the meanings of union. But
The cutting is a form of qabd,
yeah,
not the opposite, right? Like qabd is not limited to cutting.
yeah, no, I totally agree. I just find it fascinating how there's so many words in Arabic for cutting, right? Even more so than words for union, I think. In my like, in the somewhat surface level, research I've done so far, you just see a lot of this idea of cutting.
That's why I like think about qabd and bast is the dynamics of defining things. And there's the dynamic in that definition itself. It's not like something fixed. It's
Qabd
something very, very
definition?
dynamic and very interchangeable.
You said qabd
Like
definition?
qabd and bast
Oh, okay.
is like the understanding, like the dynamics between the qabd and bast is the result of that, is the defining things, like giving things definition.
You mean bust or qabd or both?
Both.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean the interesting thing is alim is before
And
the
I mean definition by like defining something, like putting the limits to something.
I mean definition literally is kind of like a cutting, right? Or like you're setting boundaries, right? It's you're defining.
So I how I think about it, if you get maybe like if you get a container, fill it with water, and then you start mixing colors. So the bust of the like the medium itself when the colors are mixed together. But if you use a different like oil colors, for example, like oil based colors, they would not fully dissolve, but they are mixing together. So the ability to reverse that process is if you can come like get back the colors out of the water and each color separately. That's like a form of qabd that with life itself, Allah is the only one who can do that. He can do the bust to things. They expand, they mix together, they interact together, they create different things from being mixed together. In the same time, Allah can reverse that or have the flow in the other direction. And life itself is that everything is happening at the same time. Everything is interacting with everything, and it's a continuous motion of everything moving and interacting and evolving, and Allah, like fundamentally, the qabd and bast is the ability to control and define things at every single specific moment. And it's something that only Allah is capable of doing, because He's the creator of everything.
Yeah.
So, like qabd and bast, it's very dynamic. So that at every single, like in a very particular point of time and place, and you can have like something, you can see the definition of this at this moment. It can be something else at the next moment. It could have been something else before that moment. But the control and the definition of and all that dynamics is the qabd and bast. It's very philosophical, maybe, but we can see it in life in a very like in this physical perception that we have.
Yeah.
Like
I'm gonna switch gears and get a little bit more concrete in a minute, but I think we can still keep going. Did you have some more thoughts, Amar? Conversing is one of the ideas, or speaking is actually one of the ideas in this route as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I want to hear like what you guys think about that, like that concept.
I think it's so abstract that we need to ground ourselves a little bit. So anybody have any thoughts, or I'm gonna switch to something related, but a bit
But I try to make it like more like with the senses, right?
yeah.
So that's like a way to see like how is it like can be applicable to something like very practical we can talk about.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna shift to something interesting, I think, in a minute. But I just saw this word huckster here, and it caught my eye. Apparently, it's just a term for like somebody who sells stuff, and what it's referring to here, or what the AI translated the entry as, is the seller of bust. So bustli is someone who sells bust, which is a carpet. Bustliyun being the plural. Yeah, and huckster is just, I guess, somebody that sells something aggressively. That's what Google says anyway. All right, any more abstract thoughts before I jump into kind of some story time and something a little bit more concrete? Okay, so I mentioned before a couple of times this idea of false cognates, and this is the idea of like words in different languages, or even words in the same language that sound very similar but are completely unrelated. I brought this up because a lot of this research, a lot of these ideas of like roots and deeper meanings and metaphors or non-metaphors, whatever it is, a lot of people find it controversial, especially when we get into the anagrams, right? A lot of people are like, what is this? You're flipping words around, and but anyway, there's a lot of controversy in linguistics also with just like the idea of sound and meaning being related, right? A lot of primarily Western linguistics, the arbitrariness of sound and meaning is a very standard idea, right? There's no meaning to sounds. It's kind of the general idea there, and my opinion is just that they don't know. It's a mystery, right? So mystery is different from a problem, because a mystery, you don't know how to solve a problem. You have a scientific method, or you have an idea of how to approach it, but a mystery, you don't. And that's why I think Western academics don't really like it. Yeah, we can actually, I'll pull this up just so we can maybe look at it later. But so one of the one of my favorite false cognates is angels and angles, right? And I don't want to get much into like how I think about it, I guess, but also Adam, right? I don't know if you can tell which word I mean, but the Prophet ﷺ, Adam, right, is very close sounding to the word atom, right, which is like the word that we decided to use for the most fundamental particle or something like that. I mean, at least at some point in science, right? So I came across this story about one of my favorite Sahabi, who was Zubair ibn Awam. And Zubair was a very unique Sahabi. He was the cousin of the Prophet, ﷺ, if I'm not mistaken. I forget who his uncle was. But
His mother is Sophia bint Abdul Muttalib.
okay, so he was related to the aunt, right? They had the same aunt, ﷺ. So his mom was known to be. There are a lot of interesting stories about him, but there's three that I'll bring up. And the first one, I guess, is when he was young. So his mom was a very tough woman, and she would beat him a lot, right? She would be really tough on him, and people, to the point where like his uncle was like, or one of his relatives, like, what are you doing, man? You're gonna, this is not how you raise a child. And her response was always like, very tough and harsh, and be like, no, I'm preparing him for war. I'm preparing him for something big. And there's this one funny story where like Zubair, as a teenager, I think, got into a fight with an older man, and he broke his arm. And so Zubair, the man he passed by his mom, Zubair's mom, and kind of complaining, like, look what your son did to me. So instead of like reprimanding her son, she says these 3 lines of beautiful poetry. Hopefully I don't butcher it, but from memory I have it written down somewhere, but it's gonna take me a minute to find it. But she's like, "Kayfa wajadta zebra," right? So she's using like a diminutive or like a cute form of Zubair. She calls him Zebra. "Kayfa wajadta zebra?" How did you find zebra? "Aqitan am tamra?" Like cottage cheese or a date. Did you find him, like soft, basically saying. I forget the last line. Mushalian Sakra, I think, is the last line. Or did you find him like a warrior and I think an eagle is Sakra or something like that, like a vicious bird, or like a ruthless carnivorous bird, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, she was very unique, and obviously that resulted in Zubair growing up to be very unique. I think it's also mentioned that he was the first to shed blood as a Muslim in the path of Allah. I think there's this is not one of the stories. This is maybe 4 stories, but there was an incident, I think, where he heard that the Prophet ﷺ was killed, and so like he came out like brandishing his sword, and the Prophet ﷺ saw him and he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I heard you were killed, so I was ready to I was immediately ready to fight." So this is his personality. Another story which is really beautiful is that he was fairly poor, and at some point when he was married, his wife had to work, and she had to work like difficult manual labor. And at one point, I think she had to carry some goods or something like that, and she had to carry it back home, and it was quite a ways. And the Prophet ﷺ was in the area and passing by, and he saw her, right? So he saw a woman working and having to carry a load, and he happened to be on his donkey, right? The Prophet ﷺ was on his donkey, and so he, I guess he felt bad for her. I forget her name. May Allah be pleased with her. But
his wife is Asma bint Abu Bakr. That's who he married.
Jazakallah khair. Yeah, of course. How can I forget? So he told Asma, the Prophet ﷺ, he told her, "Come sit behind me, come sit with me, and share the seat with me on his ride, whatever it was, a donkey." I think the Prophet ﷺ, he would ride a mule, I think. So she was shocked, Um, but she refused because she knew that her husband Zubair was a very jealous man. All right, he was a very jealous man, and this is something that I talked about a little bit. But like, jealousy is something that was kind of coveted and valued and praised back in the day of the Arab. Like if you were jealous over your wife, that was something like ghira over your wife, or something that was like, not looked down upon as it is nowadays. Different context maybe. But anyway, so she refused to see, and kept walking, and the Prophet departed. So when she went back home and she told the Zubair, he was like, I wish you said, if it was anybody else, I forget exactly what he said, but basically he said, I mean, it's the Prophet ﷺ, in that case, I'll be fine, So I thought that was, a beautiful story. And all of these kind of hopefully build up an image or a picture of the man, and I'm sure there's more stories that I don't know that I'd love to learn about. I also really like the name Zubair. And I was always curious about his last name, Awam, because like as far as I know, that root means to swim. We say Awama in colloquial Arabic to mean like a flotation device that you use when you're in the pool. But anyway, so the last story is a really interesting story, and it's going back to this idea of angels and angles, and basically on, I think it was Badr, I think the Battle of Badr. Zubair was ready to fight, right? So you have an idea of his character, right, so far. So the hadith mentions that he came to battle wearing a bright yellow imama, right, or like a turban. And the Prophet ﷺ remarked that the angels came ala hayat Zubair, right? Ala hayat Zubair ibn Awam. I think hayat is the word that's used. So in the likeness, so the angels came in the likeness of Zubair ibn Awam, right? So I just thought that was mind blowing the first time I heard it, because I had never heard it before. I never heard angels described in this way, right? We have different descriptions of like Jibreel alayhi salam, as having like 70 wings or something like that. I think there's other descriptions of the angels that I heard before, but the idea that the angels came in the likeness of Zubayr, right? Because to me, the way I understood it was like, Zubair is like this warrior guy. He's like he's not afraid to impose himself out there, right? And it reminded me of this false cognate of angels and angles, right? As almost like the angels being like different angles of reality, or different angles of creation, maybe, or different angles of our own selves, right? We all have angels, on our shoulders, of angels that follow us around, angels that join us wherever there's mention of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So I just I imagine kind of like, I don't know, some kind of I don't know if you've seen like anime or like fighting movies where they have the special effect of like the person's movement, right? And then there being like 6 or 7 shadow figures of him behind him, like kind of following this, like, so that's literally what I imagined it in my head, but that's exactly how it seems to be worded in the hadith about Zubair. And there's some more poetry. I think I'll try and find that and share that in the group later, because all of the descendants of Zubair were very proud of this like statement of the Prophet ﷺ, that the angels came in the form of Zubair with his yellow turban, and his what would you call it, eminence or energy. Yeah, that's it for story time for me. But I think that's also all. I think I went through all my notes, but if anybody has any thoughts or anything they want to share, please do.
About Zubair,
About anything.
radiallahu anh, like one fact that he was one of the very few who mastered fighting with 2 swords. And that was like also one of the results of his bringing by his mother, and all the training he was doing when he was young. So he mastered fighting with 2 swords. So his left arm just like his right arm, and was like one of the few among all the Arabs. Him and Khalid ibn al-Walid, and there is Ali ibn Abi Talib.
Mm.
So, and one thing about Safiya bint Abdul Muttalib, she was really tough. And there's a story that one time 3 thieves jumped inside her house and she killed all of them. And she cut their heads and threw it out this above the same wall they jumped in. So yeah.
Subhanallah, that's crazy. I think I did hear that before, but a long time ago, maybe. MashaAllah. Yeah. I mean, I think it directly ties to الباسط, right? Like we said in زاده بسطة في العلم والجسم. Right, so bust can be like, literally your body. And get a little abstract again. A lot of this research and this app is about grounding the heart and the mind, but also grounding the body and the earth, right? Because especially in the modern world, we're just so uh, disconnected from our hearts, but also so disconnected from nature and from the earth. And I think it's a beautiful practice is just extend yourself on the earth, right? It's the verb is used in the Quran for, in Surah Al-Kahf when Allah talks about the dog stretching, right? So it's a word that's used for stretching, and stretching is one of my favorite concepts. It's something that I'm trying to write a book on, really, because it has such wide usage, right? Like you stretch your body, right? But we also say in language like, oh, that's a stretch, right? And I'm sure you're not surprised to hear me say that, or to you wouldn't be surprised to learn that I've heard people say that a lot to me, right? Because I'm always trying to make these broad connections. But I think that's part of what language is. That's part of what expressing yourself is stretching yourself out there, right? Is putting yourself out there in a way. And I'm showing this model here because it's kind of like how I feel. Everything is extended in the world, right? Everything has a heart and a form, and then when you connect the heart and the form and context, right, then you get the big picture, then you get the soul. So that's very special to me, that idea of connecting the body and the earth, and connecting the heart and the mind. One way I like to think of the soul, or ruh, is like meaning in its widest context, right? So think of like every single heartbeat that you've ever had from the moment that you're conceived in your mother's womb until the last breath that you take, inshallah. That's your soul, right? That whatever that vibration is, or whatever that spectrum. I'm sure you could draw it in some kind of mathematical, represent it in some kind of mathematical way. That waveform, right? That's your soul in a sense, right? In some kind of like or it's a nice metaphor or non-metaphor, however you want to. Euphemism, I think, is the safe word, Zinyar, because euphemism just means like we don't know what we're talking about, but we'll use these words to I think really the literal meaning is like you're using less harsh words, right? Or because usually it's used in the context of like sexuality, like a sexual euphemism. So you use like in Arabic there's a lot of them, like touching or pressing, which is much more nicer than like the the literal terms that you would use for union, for intimacy or something like that. And in the same sense that you can say, like, instead of saying like it, I think it's fair to say that like the womb, right, or any of the concepts that we talked about, happiness, a carpet, right? These are euphemisms for the larger semantic field, the larger map of knowledge, or the larger ideas at play. But again, this is
But
all
also,
just
euphemism, you comes from like good or like well.
yeah,
So it's like
euphoria.
implying there's something. It's like implying that something's not good. Like, like I think toilet, like actually the word toilet was a euphemism for whatever else that they were saying before that. And then that's the thing with, I think, what's it called? There's a word for it, semantic. Yeah, but basically it just keeps getting like the new words, the euphemism keeps getting keeps also carrying negative connotation. And that's what's been happening with a lot of words related to people with disabilities. That happens a lot. And then, yeah, I guess with toilet as well. Things to do like bodily functions, I guess that kind of stuff. They keep losing the original you value
I
and
know.
keep getting more not derogatory, but like, just negative connotation. But yeah, but that's not what we want to imply here. Like we're talking about literal versus metaphorical in terms of where we assume that because we think something, because I think my hand is a hand, is a literal hand, then I'm implying that I'm actually real and I'm the almost like the center, like it's very me centric or that's actually anthropocentric. And so God is the original hand, like God's hand is the actual hand. And
Right.
that's what we lose when we say, oh, does God have a literal hand? Well, what do you mean by literal? If you mean your literal hand, then no. But then who said you are the literal, like you are the, what's it called, point of reference, right? So that's the issue. It's like, where's the point of reference? It's not about like if it's good or bad.
I love that.
Yeah. I mean, the classical, the traditional position is like iman bila kayfiyya, right? Like we believe that Allah has a hand and we don't ask how. But I feel like,
That's one sector. That's more Ibn
yeah,
Taymiyyah, right?
yeah, I
So
mean,
it's just a aqadi thing.
right,
It's
right,
like
right. Yeah,
a aqidah.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
if it's Ash'ari, they have a different
Yeah, Ash'ara would
way of.
probably say something a little bit different. But I think the way, maybe, I'm not sure exactly what Ash'ara would say, but, uh,
They say exactly what Zinera said.
oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's beautiful. I didn't know that. I wonder what the language.
Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't know that either.
I mean, I know that Ash'ara are a little bit of a minority in Ahl Sunnah Jama'ah, but
Oh, they're not.
Yeah, no, they're not. It's mostly like Ash'ari and Maturidi. It's like a mix, but definitely not Mu'tazili. Like that's like the actual minority, or like the parts that kind of, I
hmm.
don't want to say died out, but like kind of faded away more.
Yeah, I don't know the history that well. I thought like Ash'ara were kind of like they tried to like reconcile some of the wrong things that the Mu'tazila were saying. That's what I kind of understood. But I always thought that they were not like I know Al Azhar is mostly Ash'ari, right? Ash'ari, but
Yes.
but but I thought that the four schools generally don't they don't like endorse it, or they don't really agree with the language. I mean, this is a technical thing that we would probably need somebody more. But if anybody knows for sure, please share.
I think the majority is Ash'ari and Maturidiyya. And then the Salafi,
Yeah, I feel like Salafi is the majority. No.
no, they're not.
Oh, okay.
It depends on where you live.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense. So I was just gonna, unless anybody has any more thoughts, I was just gonna look at the anagrams. I don't recognize any of these. Sabalta.
I have a small suggestion, and I would love to see what you guys think. Like,
Yeah.
I really liked with Venera, like earlier, with the different forms of imbisat from Quran, with the different words that came in the same ayat. I think it will give us like more dimensions, like to bust as a concept. If you guys would like that.
Oh, you wanna look at the other cases? You're saying the other words in the Quran of or the ayahs in the Quran with this root?
Yeah, like from the same ayat, like with the bust, and then also like the ayat from Musa alayhi salam, and how like there you were like making the connection between the different forms of انبساط, like انشراح, انتصار, and
Oh, I wasn't
like
actually
that
making
angle.
this. I was just reading it from Al-Ma'ani.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Ma'ani.
so here I think we should go to because I don't think a lot of people were here when we were talking about qabd. Like it was a different group of people, but these are really interesting Jalali manifestations of bast. Ma ana bi basiti yaday ilayka. So it's like extending his hand to like kill his brother.
Yeah.
And then there's also the one that we spoke about, like extending your hand too much to the point where you give everything in charity and you have nothing left for yourself. So those are like two manifestations of bust that we kind of we don't want. Also, I think last time you said Omar, like just synonyms, right? So I think synonyms for bust is wasa,
Yeah.
and then in terms of name, because that then like that's really, and so this is really interesting because in terms of actions, right? So if you think of qabid versus basit, these are file verbs, and so they're like verbs. What? Sorry. But yeah, it's like God is the doer of bast and of qabd, right? But it's really interesting because they are, in one way, they're not names of a sense. In one way, because there's something that God is doing, and so a lot of names have like there's two names, right? Like al-awwal wal-akhir. And so there's al-qabid wal-basit. And so the corresponding name, I think, for basit is with the corresponding essence name is wasi', right? Yeah, wasi'. But then there's no like corresponding name for qabid, which is so interesting because that just shows us that in one way, this
Wait, what
realm
about next
is,
week?
it's probably something else because there's no
Al-Khafid.
khafid is the opposite of rafi', I think.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't.
so yeah, the thing is, there's no, like, so for instance, like God is the one that gives expansion or causes expansion, and God is the one that causes contraction, qabd. And God is expansive, or he himself is vast, wasi', but God is not constricted. So there's no name that like that's the opposite, or like the dual pairing name of wasi', you know? So that tells us something actually even about our like reality as spirits, as created in the image of the mirror image of the names of Allah. And that's why in a way, like, we're always, even like capitalism, all of these, they're like distorted symptoms of the fitra, because it's just like more and more and more, like, development. But then Allah says that if Allah was to, like, give complete bust, then labaghaw fil ard, human beings would have, transgressed on the earth. And even though, so like there is enough, like God does have more than enough for everybody, but just given the fact that we are actually really abundant beings as spirit created in God's image, we cannot, like, this realm is not enough. Like the constraints, the constraints of this realm don't allow for the full manifestation of all of our desires. And so that's like almost like a logical reason why we need to have Jannah in one sense, because there will be a fulfillment, and that fulfillment will not be here. It cannot be here, because this realm is like its dimensions, or its very like characteristics don't allow for that fulfillment here. And then the other thing is that then that also implies that qabd is only, like, what's it called, incidental, like it's only in this realm. It's not, there's no restrictions in Jannah. There's no constraints in Jannah. There's no like stuckness. There's only like flow, and there's, oh, maybe,
But
yeah, I think maybe
what
even
about Jahannam?
yeah,
That's
but I think that's not a restriction of like risk. That's more of like a manifestation of, I guess, al-adl. Like, it's not like there's no right, but like those people could have accessed Jannah potentially. But then
I just thought of the
But
ayah mahjubun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
But
how
I just want to say one thing about like so الواسع you connected الباسط to الواسع. So why we can't make the connection between القابض and المحيط? Because الواسع والمحيط just like the القابض والباسط. Just with the different.
oh right, because muhit comes from ihata, which is like just around, right? Or to something.
Yes.
Kind of the idea of see again, this is why I get stuck and I'm like, okay, well wait, is separate and cutting more fundamental here? Because then how do you think of ihata as like it's easier for me to think of ihata as enclosure, as separating than it is for me to think of it as like withdrawal, right? That's why I still get stuck on like what is more fundamental. But yeah, this is my brain.
So with the when you take a piece, it's about the holiness of the whole existence. Or so القابض والباسط for me, it's still like it's fundamental. Like the like
Yeah, I mean,
cutting
yeah,
is a tool
right, yeah.
for
No,
the
I
dynamics.
see, I definitely see your side for sure. I mean, there's also no names really that, at least not any names I can think of, that really imply cutting or separating very clearly. I think there was like one or two
So,
that we.
but the point that I was getting at was that like bust is like, or what it implies, right? Like you said, Amar, in the beginning about it's just like so like unlimitedness, right? That is an actual trait of God. Like God is wasi', God is unlimited. And whereas limits, which is like qabd, is kind of like limitations, for instance, in rizq or in the spirit being limited in this body. These are things that are not characteristics of God, that are not in it. These are things that God does to us, right? But that's not something that God is affected by. Not, I mean, God isn't affected by anything, but I meant like it's not an essence of God. Whereas vastness and being unlimited, being free, being unconstrained is an inherent, like he's, yeah, like so wisa is like God's actual trait. Like there's infinity, like God is infinity itself in one sense. Whereas qabd only manifests in his creation, not in him, in his own self. That's what I was getting at.
Can you
Yeah,
say
I
that?
100% agree.
Can you say that last part again? So
I said qabd only manifests in God's creation. So like God is only the fa'al of it, but it's
right,
not like in his own self.
right. Yeah, and I think that lends to actually I don't know if we you don't find al-basat in the Quran, right? You don't find it.
It's also, I guess, in terms of money, right? It's also the same as ghani and mughni versus, I mean, there's no actual like, I guess it would just be qabid. But in like God is rich and he can enrich and he is the enricher, or God is free of need and he can make people free of need. But God also makes us needy towards himself, but God is never in need. So like God is ghani, but creation can be ghani or faqir. Never ghani in the actual absolute sense because we're always in need of Allah. But yeah, but Allah can never be faqir. But like God's creation is faqir and he's the doer of making us be in need of him. But he's never gonna, yeah, like that's not God's own character. And it's the same with like al-hayy and so for example, muhyi and mumit, right? Yeah, that's actually probably the best example of what I'm trying to get at. Muhyi and mumit are the causation forms. So God enacts both or causes both death, life and death. So he gives life and he gives death, causes life and causes death. But he's al-hayy, but he's not, he never dies. Al-hayy alladhi la yamut. So there's so muhyi is to hayy. What I'm saying is like muhyi is to hayy what
Yeah,
batil is to wasi'a.
it seems
And
almost like you're saying like
qabid is, and when there's qabid is like kind of like mumit. It's not, it's only like something that God causes or does to the creation, but in of himself it doesn't affect him, just like death doesn't affect God.
it's almost like we're saying that union or extension is found both in creation and, in a material sense and in an immaterial sense, whereas cutting maybe and withdrawal is only found in a material sense. I don't know.
That will get really tricky. It's not only the material sense, but
Or at least with
in all of
respect to God.
existence. Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any names? Let's look
But
at the
I
list.
think, can you repeat what you said, Omar? Because something came to me while I was speaking.
Yeah, it just seems like what you're saying and what we're kind of hinting around is that like qabd is just physical, whereas bast is physical and metaphysical. That's all. It
Okay,
almost seems
great.
kind of that's what we're
So,
saying.
right. I don't know about that for sure, but that's a really interesting thing. I'd have to reflect. But that reminded me of what I think it kind of like the conclusion I was getting at is that we in this realm experience duality, whereas God does not experience duality in many,
Yeah,
many things.
yeah.
And so God is the oneness of which is like complete. So we come here, we don't know. In one sense, we come from the spirit world, we actually don't know duality because there's no duality in God because there's only one God. So then in one sense, we come here to know duality or to know oneness through knowing duality, to know light through knowing the shadow. And so then we come here, for example, when we're there, we're just like, a manifestation of al-wasi', right? We're unlimited. We're not affected by time or space. And so then, like in one sense, it's like white on white. It's almost invisible. You can't see it. So then we come here, we see, oh, there's like I have a, I'm gonna say a hand. Yeah, but I have a hand, literally metaphorical hand, right? So then I suddenly know, oh, there's such a thing as like space or like constriction. That's a qabd actually. Having a body is qabd. That's actually the ultimate qabd for which I guess we come here to know God through, because that is the ultimate separation from God, right? And like that's why when Sufi shuyukh pass away, they call it urs. Their death celebration is called urs, which is the opposite of separation. It's the night of union, and so the ultimate separation or the cutting is actually having a body, and because that separates you from God in one sense. And then and then it separates you from like infinity in one way, right? And eternity. So then we don't have this body, then we're given, I guess, eternal bodies or whatever. But then we come here, so then this is the only place where we're gonna know God's oneness through duality. And maybe we're not able to know. I don't know if this is the truth, because some people say that you can't know. Yeah, like you can't know the good times, or you can't appreciate the, like, I'm talking about knowing, actually knowing. Like some things, they're obvious, like we can't, like our muscles can't contract without expanding, and they can't expand without contracting. And our lungs, physically, we cannot breathe without both of them. Yeah, but then it's like, do you really need difficulty to know ease? I don't know, like it's just a philosophical question, but I'm just speculating.
Say
But
it again. Do
that's
you
what
need
it is.
what?
Do we need difficulty in order to recognize ease or appreciate, let's say, to
Oh, yeah,
appreciate ease? I don't know
absolutely.
though. Like, but if you're happy
In the
and you're
physical
just
sense.
happy,
But not
no, like, do you
necessarily. As
need?
a
Yeah,
concept,
do you
it's not
need?
necessary.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of don't. Like, if you're joyful, won't you know? Oh, yeah, this is actually a good thing. But then, I mean, it's just an argument that like maybe if you had more sorrows, then you'd appreciate the joys more. Or it's the same thing with qabd and bas, right? Like if you had more, someone who's been really poor might appreciate bas and their risk more than someone who's always had an easy financial situation. So yeah, but in any case, the point is that we are the ones that experience the duality, the names of God that are to do with duality. We're the only ones that like we're basically the the mazahir in one sense, the points of manifestation, because like in a sense does not have, I mean, in any case, God does not have any sort of duality. So but we have to like sort of see it from both sides. Like we have to see the qabd and the bast to see actually God can do both, but God is not both. So then it's just a question of like which one is God, right? Like so actually ease is to, and vastness and unlimitedness and freedom is actually God's trait. Poverty is not God's trait. Like we experience both. We experience wealth and freedom. Wealth and poverty at times, or neediness. but then it's like, oh, actually God is wealth, like God is a wealthy and God is free. But yeah, it's just this thing about like duality versus oneness.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting idea. I think it ties to some classical philosophical questions about faith. Petra, did you want to say something? Or I just noticed you said sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, no, salam alaikum, guys. Sorry I'm late. I've been kind of in and out here. I was trying to like cook something, but I've been listening and thinking. And this whole discussion we were talking about, it reminded me of Fas Nua, and I don't have it in front of me, but that's kind of what this whole discussion about, God is transcendent, but he is also limited. And that's kind of the very first part of Fas Nua, isn't it? Where he's talking about how those who say that God is all completely transcendent are right, but they're not right. Right. That's kind of, I don't know if anybody can kind of put that into clearer terms.
Isn't
But
it like the tashbih and tanzih thing, right?
yeah, and what you guys were talking about in terms of the relation between the metaphysical and the physical, the infinite and the finite. That's kind of what I was thinking about. So just making a connection to Fas Nua, if anybody has any thoughts or clarifications on that point. And earlier, I heard you guys talking about angels and angles and false cognates, and I think the whole idea of false cognates is very interesting because in what way are things false and in what way are things true, right? But just thinking about that, the relation between angels and angles, we were talking about how angels are made of light, and light is rays, and those concepts are related there, even if they may not be etymologically, linguistically related. They are related in a sense, So those are just a couple of points that were on my mind.
Yeah. On the Nuh thing, one thing I've been thinking about a while is I think we mentioned it not in the Fusus sessions, but in the other sessions. It's the idea of like the names of the names, which I think kind of relates here. But just a quick point on false cognates. I don't really believe in false cognates, and I don't think as Muslims you really can. If we believe that we all came from Adam, and we all believe that, so Adam didn't speak more than one language, So like if all languages came from one language, I don't think there's any justification to say that sound and meaning are arbitrary. And I'm especially grateful for this community in Zanira, because you remind me of the Bulleh Shah story, because that had a huge impact on how I on a lot of my research, right? Because like it makes total sense that all sounds came from alif, right, or right, and it's the first sound that a baby makes, right? And it's the median frequency, right? If you look at the three vowels in Arabic, e and u, is that middle frequency. Just some other false cognates. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Petra.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just was thinking again about the relation between the ah and the oo. Even in the syllable om or aum, right? You have the ah and then the oo. So across languages there, but like the significance of the ah in aum and the significance of the oo in aum tie into what you're talking about. Like the ah is associated with the creator or the creation deity Brahma. The oo is associated with sustaining deity Vishnu, and the M is associated with Shiva. And that's just kind of what comes to mind also. Sorry, Omar.
No, you're fine. I'm curious actually if you can elaborate on that, because the way I've kind of thought of it is like the really relates to the heart, the e relates to the mind, and the u relates to the body, right? So it's like, and this kind of like, I think I showed this this page before. I called it the days, showing the frequencies of like colors and sounds and stuff. And from a frequency perspective, from like a formant analysis perspective, that matches up, right? Is from a frequency analysis perspective the mid frequency. U is the low frequency, and E is the high frequency, right? And there's also colors that are associated with these two, which is part of the graph. The names of the names thing is, I mean, we could talk about that, and duality and limits of perception, I think, forever. I just want to throw out some quick false cognates. I hate calling them false cognates, but bust, right? We say bust in Arabic, but literally we say bust in English too, to mean like to burst forth, or like, to refer
Right.
to a woman's or a chest, right? The chest of a human being is the bust, right? So I mean, that's and Zanira, you were talking about Bane before, I think, right? And I think this came to me then, but I think it's in Surah Al-Qiyamah where Allah says, "Bala qadirina ala an nusawwiya banana," and I think banana, which means finger, another false cognate if you kind of think about banana and banana, but I think banana. I think is an interesting root, or sorry, bane. I think is an interesting root. I'm pretty sure it's the root of banana, even if it's not. Like the homophony is there. So I think a banana is referred to as is the word that's used for finger because I think the way I understood it was that like
Banan. I just want to make that like it's banan, right? Banana. Who? That's like a
banan,
fall.
right? Yeah, there's no ta at the end there. It is banan. But yeah, it's still very close to banana, which is like a finger. But I think the idea is that I think it comes from Bane, and I think the idea is that like the fingers, because you have fingers, you have these in between spots in your hand. I think that was the idea that that could be completely wrong, but I think that's I either read that or heard that or or interpreted it that way. I'll have to check if that is the actual root. But I always thought it was an interesting word for finger. And the other thing I was gonna say about like the whole everything that you were saying, Zira and Ammar, like there's a common philosophical question of like, well, why didn't God just give us heaven? Why is He making us go through all these things, right? And I think this is also common in like Indian or Sanskrit or like Vedic ideas, right? The idea of like effort and reward, right? The reward is sweeter when you have made some kind of effort. I don't know exactly how that relates to everything that you were saying, Zinira, because we've it's been a few minutes, but that's just what kind of came to mind there.
No, absolutely. That's very close to what I was saying. But and also like in storytelling, right? Like in storytelling, any sort of story, there's like supposed to be drama or like ups and downs or like plot twists. We call them plot twists. Yeah, plot twists, and like there's a climax or an anticlimax, and then there's a resolution. So it's all of these in one sense. Like if you even visualize that, I don't know, whatever intuitively comes to you, but climax and anticlimax and all of these, like they're like ups and downs, or like in one sense qabd and bust in the story, and that's actually what makes the story interesting. And so maybe I hope it's just in this realm that we kind of need the because some people, I remember once in debate we were speaking, I think, about AI. This was like a long time before AI actually got good. But this one girl, she goes like, if robots take all of our jobs and then we don't have any jobs, like what are we going to do? It's going to be so boring. And so it's this thing about like, does too much bust or too much ease get boring? And actually there was a sometimes Loki would be really toxic, like as human. Like I feel like there's parts of us that want difficulty. But especially if like people have been through, if it's really familiar, then a lot of people will want difficulty. And I think I don't think I remember, there was an article in the newspaper where this woman, she divorced her husband because he was too nice and he never fought with her. And that was an actual like thing that, and if from someone who, like, now that I understand trauma better, like it makes sense, because the brain is literally like saying there's something wrong, because there's a lot of beliefs about like love. Oh, like love should be, a roller coaster. What's it called? Whirlwind. Yeah, even the word whirlwind romance, like that also sounds like, qabd and bast, right? It's like being swept off of one's feet, like all of these like images, they're like images of
Falling in
something
love.
really. Right. And like something like, up and down, in and out, sort of same thing that you was kind of similar to like diastolic, systolic, I guess. But it's just like something about it. Or like, why do people go on roller coasters if you think about it? Like, if we just like to chill and have a basit life with like no issues. Like sometimes I think about that. Like people actually that go like bungee jumping or do things like that. That's like an adrenaline thing. It's where people sometimes like we want to put ourselves into. Oh, and there's also a study, I think, that where it said that people who like maybe watch a horror movie together or something, that people who do that on dates, they tend to like or even fall in love with their partner, because it apparently like fear, or basically, yeah, the part of the brain is really similar way, and or that they sense the feeling of fear and like nervousness and fear as excitement, and they associate it with the person that they're with. So it seems like a lot of our maybe biology and our maybe the way that our brain is like we kind of crave the qabd.
Yeah.
And like, why do people make horror movies and why do people watch horror movies in the theater? Like, it is something to think about. But I mean, yeah, like, it's like such a, why do we put ourselves like why do people eat spice food that's like really insanely spicy? Like,
That's
these are
perfect.
questions. So then
Wow.
like sometimes it's like maybe there's parts of us that like want the cubs so bad, and then maybe I don't know if people like drinking hot water. Oh, but yeah, like, cold water, hot water, all of these things, it's
Mhm.
like
Yeah.
like,
Extreme.
why do we like that? Yeah,
Yeah.
extremes. And so
Because
it's
they
like,
bring forth the opposite reactions,
Yeah.
really. Like, like when you have the spicy food, you actually sweat and that cools you down, right? So when we eat hot food, quote unquote, we end up feeling cooler because of the
yeah, I mean,
sweating.
but Homajan, I'm not talking
Yes.
about like, the actual like healing property of it. It's definitely
Exactly.
healing.
How the
But
opposite reaction is incurred, enabled, or elicited by something that we would expect you to feel. If you eat hot food, you expect to feel hotter, but you actually end up feeling cooler, and that seems to be implicit in most of these opposite things. And the example I was thinking of is also like muscles, or in yoga, or stretches. When you when you um cupped when you constrict a muscle and then you stretch it, that's when you get the blood flowing to that area, and you can actually feel the bust there way more than if you had simply started from a bust. You have to
oh
constrict
wow,
and
subhanallah.
then and then expand and then stretch to get the blood gushing there, to actually feel the bust. So,
Wow, so this is
yoga as
something
well, right?
really deep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it reminded me of something that I was speaking about. I don't know if you caught it, but I was speaking about duality and like knowing things through their opposites, and how we need that sometimes in this realm. But
Yeah,
this
I just
reminded
got
me
the
of a
very
couple of
end, the
things.
V end of that, and I was totally fascinated. But since I just jumped in, I didn't want to interrupt you in the flow. So, was it okay if you can tell me, like, in a brief, quick synopsis of what had incurred those ideas? What had incurred that thought?
Yeah, so I was just thinking about like duality, about how like actually God is not, for example, like we experience wealth where as well as constriction of wealth. So we
Yeah.
experience wealth as well as poverty, and we experience
Mhm.
um expansiveness and as well as constraint, but God is not constrained and God is not
Yeah.
poverty.
Yeah.
So so we experience dualities, but God is actually one.
Yeah.
So then I was just thinking, I was just really speculating, just thinking out loud about maybe we need that in order to know the oneness of God through those
Exactly.
opposites.
Exactly. It's because we can't feel the wealth, his ghaniya, his what is the Arabic for wealth? Dollar, or is it
Rina, amwal,
ghaniya?
mal, Rina, we
Rina.
can say Rina. Yeah.
Yeah, without fikr, or like, what was it? We were reading the Surah Duha with my Quranic halaka, and he Allah actually reminds our beloved Prophet, peace be upon him, about how he was an orphan and did I not save you? He's reminded of how he was an orphan to tell him where he is now, that there are so many people who are listening to you. At a point when there was no one, like what, by definition, what is an orphan? Not just the, and in the Arabic, in Hijazi definition, the one who does not have a father.
Yeah.
It's not a comment on the mother, but it's a comment on the father, right? So all of that sensitivity of our beloved prophet, and Omar, you had brought in that amazing hadith about how our beloved prophet was kind of scolded through silence one of the Sahabi who had lost his son and found
Yeah.
him because he had called him out by saying, I have found my son, I have found my son,
Yeah.
right?
SubhanAllah.
And so that sensitivity, he had to have felt that pain to be able to have this generosity, which is bigness, openness of the heart, to feel how this any other yatim, any other orphan son might feel at that moment, how their hearts would be constricted at that point. If you have not felt sadness, can you experience happiness? Do you know what happiness is?
SubhanAllah.
If you've
Yeah.
not experienced fakiri, do you know what wealth is?
Yeah.
I don't
It's
think those people experience wealth unless you've been poor.
absolutely. So
So
many
this is
thoughts.
what I was actually speculating about. So I think there's a way to know it. And in ourselves, like in our ruh, we do actually know it because by
Yeah.
nature, we are free, we are vast, we are unlimited. But
Yeah.
then in this realm, I think we need to know it through like sometimes we may need to know it through opposites. But something that you said really opened something up for me, subhanAllah, because you said about like, just I was thinking about holding the breath. And I mean, what you spoke about, the muscles. So
Yeah.
there's something I'm really, really interested in is traditional Chinese medicine.
Uh-huh.
And in acupuncture, there's the basic, one of the basic principles of acupuncture is where there's free flow, there's no
Yeah.
pain. Where there's pain, there's no free flow. And so the
The
way that they
blockage of channels. Yep.
clear, yeah,
Yeah.
the way
Yeah.
that they clear the channel is by putting
Yeah.
a needle,
Yeah.
which is a kind of cub, and it is also like Omar, it's literally a splitting, right? It's actually it cuts the skin, it goes in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that, when you remove that needle, what that actually tells the body is, look here, there's an injury here, and you need to fix this. And so
Yeah.
that actually
Gush in. Yeah. To help it heal.
accelerates, yeah, that actually accelerates the flow of energy through that particular channel. So that for me, like that really made a very clear image of qabd and bast. So like by triggering a kind of qabd, you are clearing, because especially bast, as in as much as it is defined as a lack of or a emptiness from knotting, because knotting is actually, or energetic knots are actually, at the root cause of many, many health issues. And so if bust is being clear from knots, then like putting a needle in. And I haven't found the reference for this hadith, but I've read that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that healing is in the prick of the hijama needle. So
Yeah.
it's not as much about like actually the letting out of the blood, although that is also significant energetically, especially in terms of like ruqya and stuff. But it is the actual act of inflicting an external wound that triggers the body to heal. And so
Yeah.
that's one thing. But then there's also the other thing is about, in terms of, so that's like, that's about how qabd and bast kind of go together to maintain life in
Yeah.
this realm, in our body. And then, but there's also, what's it called? So there's, in the chakras, there's something called balancing chakra. So there's something called a balanced chakra, but the two like opposite extremes of it are underbalanced or like underactive versus hyperactive. So there's actually like a golden mean, if you will, in between them. So actually you don't want your chakras to be too open. If your third eye chakra is too open, you're going to be hallucinating and seeing things that probably not hallucinating, probably seeing things that are actually there, but it's not going to be comfortable. So it's like, almost like it's too much bust. Like your eyes are too, your basar. There's a bust of basar in that sense. So actually you need a certain kind of qabd, which is kind of a veiling, which is why God has placed veils, because a lot of us would go actually get a schizophrenia diagnosis, which is what happens to people who get diagnosed with schizophrenia. They actually can just see a lot more than people who are not diagnosed with it can see, but it's actually a bust. It's a manifestation of bust. So it's just a jalali manifestation that we maybe don't want. And then so there's actually a qabd that Allah holds us back from seeing a lot of things that are, because I think even Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said that if you could see what I can see, then you would cry more and laugh less.
Mm.
And so he had that bus and he had the inner vision, and he had, you know, and even animals have like inner more vision and more hearing than a lot of us do. And so sometimes they get triggered by things that we cannot see. So in our case, that's a qabd for us, but it's a jamali qabd because we're calmer maybe, and we're not actually going insane because of all of the things that are actually going on in the spirit world that God has almost kept us blissfully ignorant of. So there's that. And then the other thing that I was thinking about was because when we speak about opposites, I'm brought back to actually not learning from opposites, but actually the homeopathic principle of actually that like defeats like. So sometimes maybe it maybe takes a person to be I don't know if this is a bit insensitive, but it's always the rich people who tell you, right? Money can't buy happiness. But yeah, in one way, it takes richness to actually identify that it's maybe like it's not that valuable, and maybe it takes faqiri, which is what a lot of the Sufis they chose, including Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He chose to be a poor prophet. He had the option to be rich, but he chose to be poor. And so, out of like to yeah, I don't know, out of whatever, but a lot of Sufis choose the path of being poor, even though that is not a manifestation of God, right? In one sense, because God is not poor, but it is a manifestation in terms of qabd, obviously, and it is a manifestation of God. It's like almost like a mirror manifestation of ghani, because I'm actually poor because God is rich, and nobody actually can be rich except for God, in one sense. But then it's like this thing where they are choosing to know, they're choosing to know maybe the value of faqiri by actually being faqir and not by being rich. So like, because we think, oh, like you need to know the value in order to know the value of joy, you need to have sorrow, for instance. But no, actually, what if you had too much joy, and then one day you were like, actually this is not that great. And then the same thing is like with poverty. What if, not what if, this was, I think, maybe part of their practice is like to keep what's it called? I think it's a quote from Ali radiallahu anhu that zuhud or asceticism is not that you should own nothing, but that nothing should own you. So like giving up one's ownership to know like God as al-Malik, but also to know that maybe it's actually not that bad to be faqir. Maybe it's not, because the ultimate actually like one of the ultimate maqam that you want to get at is abd, which is
Yeah.
the opposite of Malik. And so maybe you can only get to that not by manifesting Malik, but by manifesting Abd. So not by going into the opposite, but by actually going to its extreme, like in that thing itself, so like defeating the like by like. Not but defeating, maybe knowing the like by its like. So like going deep into even the darkness or even the loneliness, like even the khalwa. It's all like things that are kind of, they're kind of things that are hard on the spirit. They're not actually our natural state, really, because God made us to be with people, be with like social. Like Adam
Yeah.
alayhi salam was miserable in Jannah, even though he was not miserable, but I mean he needed something, right? He needed companionship. And so then people saying, oh, actually I'm gonna go khalwa for like 40 days. That's actually really unnatural. But then going there to maybe know that actually, I don't know what they do to actually to learn, but anyway. But I think at this point I don't
Yeah.
have anything else to say. I'm gonna stop here.
Yeah, I was thinking that, like you do need the opposite and the nothingness or the lack to feel um the not lack. Like the darkness of the night makes the same stars visible, which in the daytime are still there, but we just don't see them. Right? So we need that contrast, and to choose the night to be able to see the light of the moon or the stars, which are always there. Moon is also up in the sky. It's just we don't notice it as much, or the stars. We just don't notice it when they're not there. And so this choosing deliberately, and especially of abd, because abd is literally to be a slave, and it is also the highest that position for any human being to achieve is to be an abdullah, is to be the slave of Allah, to be the perfect slave of Allah, that we have no will of our own except what Allah manifests through us, right? Which in human realm is the lowest of the low. Is so low to the extent that in the US we at this point we no longer say such and such person was a slave. We would say such and such a person was enslaved. Because when we say just a slave, we are saying that his or her identity was taken up by the experience of slavery. And yet, for spiritually, religiously, we confess each and every time we say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu. And that is what we aspire to. He is, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the highest any created being ever gets. And he is the Abdullah. So there is an opposition, and that is the only way to experience that elevation is through being so low as a slave. It's like the prostration, sajda, is when it's the highest maqam of the namaz, of the salat, is the sajda when we are at the lowest.
Yeah.
So this actually reminded me that so in terms of names, in terms of embodying the names of Allah. So for example, Abdul Basit might be
Yeah.
someone who manifests ease, and probably by bringing ease to other people, probably by extending their hand and helping others, or doing a lot of charity. But then, and so that would be Abdul Basit. Like that person may be called Abdul Basit in as much as they're manifesting that name of Allah. And so the aim is to manifest all the names in the right, proportion, or the right haqq. And so then that is why there's nobody who is Abdullah, with Allah being Allah's Ism al-Jami', the all-encompassing name. There's no one who can rightfully be called that except Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that's why Allah calls him that in the Quran, like him being called Abdullahi. إذا قام Abdullah, I think Allah says. So him being called that is actually God saying, "This is my best manifestation." And again, like you said, when no one actually can be a slave of other human being in a more essential sense, because people that are slaves, Allah calls them in the Quran, "Ma malakat aymanukum," what your right hand possesses or owns or holds. And so, but the thing is, we actually can't. Like, if I were to have a slave in whatever century, whatever, like let's say socio-political norm that was that it was allowed in according to Islamic rules. And technically, that would be ma malakat yamini. But then I don't even hold myself and I die. What happens? Was I actually holding that person in my right hand? No, I wasn't, right? So in the sense of, and this is why, like, Malik is one of the names of Allah that nobody, like, it's actually impossible for us to embody. We cannot embody it because we don't even hold ourselves in our own, like, Allah has qabd over our own ruh. And so it's only like in a worldly or like materials, not material, but like in a social sense. And even that was like, Islam made a lot of ways out of that malak, milk, it's called, out of that possession. And so it's like nothing, because there are some names that we should not embody, like mutakabbir, like we shouldn't try to be that. But then there's some names that we actually physically we cannot embody, like our limits our not being God limits us from embodying them. And Malik is one of them, and I guess Wasi' is also one of them. But yeah, it's just one of these things where it's really humbling in that way to see, oh, these are my limits in as much as I can, even though I'm created in the image of God. These are the names of God, and I am encouraged to embody them to a certain extent. And it is laudable, it's praiseworthy to do that. But at the same time, actually, no one can. Actually, it's just only God is in any name that you take in its actual sense, like in its actual essence, like we spoke about Khaliq, creating from scratch. It's physically impossible for me to do that. And yet Allah says, أحسن الخالق فتبارك الله أحسن الخالقين. So there are other khaliqeen, but yet in its actual, real, literal, linguistic sense, only Allah is khaliq. So I feel like that goes for every single name. Like only Allah is the doer of any action. Only Allah is, yeah, the owner of any essence that we speak of.
The sababul asbab, right? That even in the healing does not exist in medicine, but it's in Allah Himself.
Yeah.
Everything else is an excuse. It's a poor via media as far as we're concerned, but the actual healing or
Shafi.
actual bust, yeah, it is only Allah.
Yeah, it's a veil actually.
It's a
There's
veil.
there are
Yeah.
veils.
Yeah, it's a veil that we think that milkiyat or bast or shifa can even exist in any other created human being or botanical thing or mineral thing or whatever. It's that is a veil.
MashaAllah.
This reminds me of a reel that I watched recently. I don't know if it came up on
Movie?
anybody's. No, real
Oh, yeah.
movie. I only watch reels. Sorry. Anyway, I prefer 5,000 reels over one movie. It's just more information.
Cutting.
It makes you smarter.
For the cutting, right? The cuts.
All the cuts,
Yeah.
exactly.
The cuts and the
Yeah.
stitches. The cuts and the stitches, right? Stitch incoming.
True. So
Yes.
basically, Musa alayhi salam got sick once, and he went to Allah, and Allah told him, eat this leaf. And so he ate the leaf, and then he was healed. And then he got sick another time, and so he went and he ate the leaf, but nothing happened. And so then he went to Allah, and Allah said, you came to me, so I granted you healing through that. But then the speaker who was saying the story, he said something really interesting. He said, the asbab are dead without Allah. And I thought that was it was such a reminder that I feel like everybody needs, because especially in this time where we are, it's just, there's just a metaphysical, ontological, onslaught of beliefs, and us believing that we're so above, we can manipulate anything, we can do anything, and actually we have the right to manipulate everything and to abuse everything, to abuse the earth, to abuse to abuse people's perceptions with AI. Anyway, so but it's like, a lot of things, like, it just reminds you actually nothing does anything except that God can let it, or that God decides that, oh, I'm gonna let this be a veil, and then it's still a veil, but you recognize that it's a veil, but at the same time, like, you don't forget to see Allah, like, you don't forget that, oh, like, this is only happened because God let it happen. And this is one of the ways that it in my life, like, where I actually felt this was in Ramadan. I'm actually a really wow. If this clip gets cut the wrong way, I'm gonna sound wrong. I'm a really heavy drinker of water. So yeah, so basically I, like, if I didn't drink water for a bit, like, I'd just get a headache or something. But when I'm fasting in Ramadan, it's just so chill. Like, I don't, like, I don't get a headache, or even though it's really hot and in this country. And so I was just thinking, and I was like, wait a second, that means the water is actually not quenching my thirst. Or, like, the water is actually not preventing my headache. And so the food is actually not making you feel satiated. God is, like, the food happens to be there, but God is actually giving you the feeling of satiety. And the same thing goes with water. And so then when we do it's like, for me, that's what it is. Like, in one way, Ramadan is like, it's a dissolution of the illusion of causation, showing that, hey, because even Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam like recognized that when he said, my God, my Lord feeds me and gives me drink. What is he talking about? He's not about physical, right? But then he has that sense of being fed and being given drink, being quenched. So where is that coming from? So that means that was never coming from the food. But we were just stupid to think that that's where it's coming from. And so then when we can recognize that, then we can recognize, actually, it's a very, yeah, it's a feeling of bust. It's a feeling of ghina, because it's a feeling of knowing that actually we're not in need of certain, of as many things as we think we are. And I think that is what faqr is about. That's what zuhd is about. It's about recognizing, actually, no, I'm actually not in need of all of these things, because you go deep into the faqr to really recognize your ghina. That's what I was trying to get at, I think, the last time I started speaking about this.
I'm just gonna
So
jump in.
when
Oh, sorry. No,
when you
good.
get in and you're just like, oh, like, maybe I don't need a 401k, maybe I don't need a bank account, maybe I don't need this and this and this. And then it's like, oh wow, I'm actually rich. Oh wow, I'm actually free. I'm actually expansive, because then I'm not dependent on 5 million like asbab that I thought were doing something for me. Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna jump out. If you have any thoughts, I apologize. I'm running out of space in my notebook for notes. I should really get a camera and like just center it on the notebook, and me writing random words as you guys speaking. I'm gonna try to see if I can go in
You can
chronological
literally
order here.
you can open your camera
I mean, it won't. I'd
and
have to
point it to
hold
your
it.
notebook.
Yeah, I'd have to hold it up. It's a laptop camera. But I mean, yeah, it's just. I think if you watch me writing as you guys are talking, it might be interesting. So I don't know. Maybe that's something I can do in the future. But I'm gonna try to
I'll
go in
just
chronological.
forget what I'm saying. I'll start reading what you're writing instead.
No, I mean,
ADHD.
I've gotten a little bit. I've gotten pretty good at like listening to you guys and then just giving myself like keywords that'll help me get back to like how I want to respond to something that you're saying. So going back maybe like 30 minutes ago, the first thing I think when you were speaking was when I chimed in with falling in love. In Arabic, the way we say is I always thought it was really beautiful. We say "dhub." I mean, usually in like songs and like at least in the Egyptian colloquialism, right? We say "yadhub fil hub," right? You dissolve in love. That was one idea, and then you got into this whole thing about like opposites. Like, why do we watch horror movies? Why do we like spices and stuff like that? The horror movie thing is interesting because I always found it curious that like Arabs generally don't have a horror genre. Maybe like old folklore, there's some stuff, but it's kind of rare. Like there's the idea of like a ghul, I think. But growing up, I never really came across like a lot of horror things. So it's interesting how every culture has its own like balance of like extremes, right? Or its own balance of like naughty and nice or sweet and spice. And speaking for myself, I love pairing foods. I love like having something spicy and then having like a cool a cold, an ice cold drink, or like especially like that's why I love desi food so much, because it's like it's so many flavors, and then like you can pair it with stuff I think sometimes like I like drinks more than food, because like I only drink so I can quench my thirst afterwards, right? It's just like the drink that you have after like a really good meal is just like it's like the best thing. um let's see, what other notes do I have here. I mean, I have a whole thing on like uh when you guys are talking about like poetry, poverty, and like um it's, I think everything that we're talking about in a way is like about balance, right? Like the main thing, like qabd and bast, is like uh, is really just like different shades of balance. It reminds me of like Ibn Arabi's idea of like everything is one, or everything is God, and the names, right, are really names of names, right? Or it's just like the names are just like doors or portals or um, angles or shades of meaning that help us see the bigger picture, right? Or help us, because we can't see the big picture, right? We can only see parts of it. We can only see like an angle at one time, right? The bigger picture is not for us, right? That's only for Allah. We don't have the capacity for that. So yeah, maybe even, and one thing I was kind of thinking when you guys were talking was like, maybe, the fact that you have like Sufis, or like, extreme people, extremists of all kind, right? People who are like, super aesthetic, and they're devoid of like, pleasures and stuff like that. Maybe that is to balance all the people in the world that are just, hedonists and immersed in I mean, the idea that I was just thinking about was just like, again, all these ideas of like cutting and joining, or withdrawing and expanding, or even loss and gain, right? Because that's the more common one that you find in like poetry and stories, right? All stories start with some kind of loss, right? And then you go through a journey of like gaining. So all these frames, it's just the human, the limits of human perception. Everything actually is in balance. Allah is in complete control. Nothing is going awry, right? Allah's plan is the plan. It's the highest plan. So one idea was just like, maybe, poor people are the balance of the rich and the excessive. The aesthetics maybe are the balance of the hedonistic. But I think in general, Islam guides us to find balance in our own life. So, have that spicy meal and have the sweet drink afterwards. Actually, it's sunnah actually to have sweet first. And I think there's some science behind that too, that like it raises your blood sugar before you have your actual meal, so you don't overeat, or I forget exactly the science. But there's also a lot of stuff about like pairing foods in the sunnah as well to balance, right? So like the Prophet would like dates and cucumbers. You eat them together because dates are hot and dry, while cucumbers are cold and wet. So, and there's like a whole science of that, of the temperaments and how to pair foods. So I really love that sort of thing. Another thing that I was thinking of with the false cognates, I'm not sure what it was that somebody said that brought that to mind, but like when I try to think of like what's the connection between Adam and Adam, it's like, I think there's something that you were saying, Zanir, about how like the human body is clubbed, right? Like our body is a distinction, right? So like Adam and Adam to me are like the first distinctions that humans have tried to make, right? Like, or the first distinctions, or well, at least some of the first distinctions that we try and classify in existence. That's what seems to be the link to me, phonologically, at least. Abdul Basit is also my favorite reciter. Growing up, that's what I listened to the most. He's probably the most famous, I think, Egyptian reciter, and to me, his voice. I remember when I was first hearing it when I was young, and this was when I didn't really understand, much of the Quranic Arabic, but to me, it sounded like he was cutting through the air, with his voice, right, and like in a way that just maybe it's a lot of people don't have tastes for it. Even Egyptians and Arabs, they don't have much taste for that sort of like mujawwad style of recitation, very slow and often very high pitched and then low and a lot of people don't have taste for it. I think it's just not common outside of like some Arab cultures, especially Egypt, because a lot of that style originated, I think, in Egypt. But I think also because as time went on, it became associated a lot with like death and like funerals. So like you usually find those kind of recitations being played when somebody has passed, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think it's good to remember death. I was just found. I wonder if like him being named Al-Basط has something to do with him being probably the most famous reciter of all time. I think I could be mistaken, but
And also like the control of breath, like this control of breath is very powerful.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody saw that link that I posted a couple weeks ago. Somebody discovered like a live performance of him where he recites the same ayah with the exact same precision like like they overlaid the audio, and he's of two different instances. He recites, and then the ayah, and he recites it again, and he recites. You overlay them, and it's 1-to-1 match. Like there's no distinction. It's as if it's a copy paste, right? And he's doing this live. SubhanAllah, like that's just, I don't know. I have to believe that something of al-Basط was because he's probably reached. He might be one of the most heard reciters of all time. Who knows? Oh, what else do I have? Ibadah. I often, when I used to give khutbahs, I would always translate ibadah and ubudu rabbakum, right? The phrasing of the Quran of like worship your Lord as enslave yourself, right? Not just worship, but enslave yourself. Don't enslave yourself to anything else, not pleasures or worldly life or whatever it is. Enslave yourself, to the one truth, to the source of all creation. And I think, I don't know if you were saying this in your, or alluding to it, but there's also a hadith about the Prophet ﷺ saying, or recommending that you don't use the word abd. Don't say abdi. Don't say my slave, right? Say mawlaya or something like that. I forget what the wording is. But, this is the Prophet ﷺ reframing, the idea of slavery as worship, right? Or Islam, reframing that idea. I think we were also talking about like ghina and richness, and that reminded me of two of my favorite quotes. One from the Prophet ﷺ, where he says, "Innama al-ghina ghina al-qalb," right? Indeed, wealth is the wealth of the heart. Wal-faqru faqru al-qalb, right? And poverty is the poverty of the heart, which I think is embodied in a famous saying by Oscar Wilde, who's another one of my favorite writers, when he says, "Who being loved is poor." So that's another one of my favorite quotes. There's also the hadith of like, and some people don't like this hadith, especially if they're stuff related to, or it irks them a little bit, if they're related to like medical stuff, because inna fil jasadi mudgha, right? Indeed, in the body is a clot, or a formation of flesh, mudgha. إذا صلحت, if it's whole, if it's sound, the rest of the body is sound. صلح الجسد كله وإنما هي القلب, right? And indeed, it is the heart. I might have got the last phrase off, but that's another idea there. Yeah, I think that's all my. Oh yeah. Yeah, I
Has
think
anyone? Sorry.
No, I'm done. I think I'm
Okay.
gonna turn the page
Has-
now for a clean page.
Has anyone ever read any work or seen any lecture by this emeritus professor at UC Irvine called Donald Hoffman? And I can share a link on our WhatsApp group. So this is a guy who did cognitive science and computer science and mathematics. And mathematically, he comes to a kind of very Ibn Arabian, kind of a frame of world. And so he says that what we see is, it's not that nothing is real, like we say that there's just one haq, was Allah, and every thing else has a haq upon us because of that big haq. And he says, so everything is unreal in the sense of like our computer, like our laptops. We see the icons for, say, the Zoom app or Word app or, whatever, Google app. And, but it's not the way that the hard wiring is configured. It's not, there's no separate app. It's all in ones and zeros. And but to save us from that complexity, the desktop shows us various icons so that we can manipulate them, use them, and it removes a lot of complexity out of the field so that we can um, do work. We can actually avail of what is out there. But that a lot of the complexity, the majority, overwhelming majority of the complexity is removed, and it's deliberately simplified so that we don't get overwhelmed. And this is like Zanira, you were mentioning the with mental states, or when one is near death, or animal or babies, that they can see way more than we, as we learn to unsee. Our learning to see is also a form of learning to unsee spirits and angels and jinns and who knows what else. But and he derives these conclusions mathematically. So he's using computer science and the laptop as a metaphor for what actually is out there. And that even when you die, and he says that it's, mentally, intellectually, he is contrary to his own urges. He is 100% convinced because there's proof in front of him. And yet, as a human being, the human being lags behind, and he doesn't, as a human being, he doesn't really know what it means that if he stands in front of a train, and this is a question somebody asked him, that if you stand in front of the train, that you won't actually die, or there will be something, there will be death, but you won't actually die. And we as Muslims, we believe that, right? That the spirit is actually, it's we wake up, or there's another world, etc., etc. But it's super interesting. I'm going to share it, and he is not connecting it to Sufism or Islam or any other particularly religious paradigm. And no one has pointed out that it is so similar to Islam, or in particular to the Sufi conception of the world. So that was why I was wondering if anyone else had seen any of his work. It's totally mind tripping.
What's his name? Daniel Hoffman? Sounds familiar, but
Donald, like Donald Trump, Donald Hoffman, Hoffman.
yeah, it reminds me of in philosophy what people call the computational theory of mind.
Yes,
So
exactly.
it's how you find often in philosophy people using terms that we use in computers to explain the mind. Yeah, and honestly, the way I've kind of always thought about it is that, I mean, if you look at like a circuit board, it looks like a city, right? It's like
Yes,
like
exactly.
we can't help but like
Yeah.
even unconsciously try and explain ourselves, right? Try and explain reality. That's what all human effort seems to be. It's like this like unfold and unfolding of itself, right?
Omar, your voice is cutting off. I don't know if it's only me, but
Yes, it is cutting off for
Yeah.
me too.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my internet's being strange. I can hear you guys fine though. So you guys keep talking.
no, now it's back. Now we hear you
Okay.
clear.
Yeah, you were talking about computational theory of the mind.
Yeah, I was just saying that it's an idea in philosophy that we often use these ideas to explain the operation of the mind in philosophy, and it seems like and the way I have always understood it was just that like technology and like everything that we do is just us trying to extend ourselves out into the world, maybe just to understand ourselves, right? The way that like a circuit board resembles a city, or the way like railroads resemble like the circulation system of the human body, or the image I have on the screen here, the way trees and root systems resemble language. It's just like I'll try to share some more stuff about computational theory of mind. I don't remember a lot of it, but
There's some
I-
super cool things about that, Omar. Like, remember, there is that other thing that, like, there's a hard limit to not just computational ability because of the speed or the material of the computers or the hardwiring, but in computability, there are hard limits mathematically that cannot be. So it's like a universal. It's like a, for us, we would say it's a part of Quranic knowledge, that it's on the Lohe Azal. It's written there. It's something basic or inherent about the cosmos itself. There are certain limits of computability, or how there's no difference, and this is kind of like within the last 2 years, that there is no difference, period, between an electron and a particular kind of matrix. And I don't mean the movie matrix, but like the
yeah, the
math,
mathematical.
like an array of numbers in a kind of a tabular form, with vectors going across. Like, there is, you could literally think of the electrons as a matrix, and there would be no difference in the way that the atom was formed and the way the atoms connect with each other. Any reaction, any speed, velocity, you would not be missing anything if you just consider these matrices. So it could be that, and this is, I think, something that the Sheikh talks about as well, that the number is not just a quantity, but it's a quality. And when we talk about harfs and the alphabet, I think it's very similar. It's exactly getting to the same reality. There is something to Aleph, which is beyond Aleph, which is beyond the line. It's beyond the sound. There is some nature to it. There's a qualitativeness, and the numbers do this. It's not just quantity, but there is a quality. And we know that, and especially I think Ahad and Wahad, getting back to the big black hole, which makes all maths possible, the singularity of zeros and a point. We couldn't have Euclidean geometry without a belief that even though a point has no width or breadth or length, yet a collection of these zero length, zero breadth, zero width things put together, it will actually give us a line, and then a plane, and a three-dimensional, etc. We build it up from belief, which we cannot prove.
Yeah, you might like it, Zanira, the idea of the computational theory of mind, because they
I was literally gonna interject while someone was speaking, be like, some of us, do you realize some of us are dumb, too dumb to understand what you're saying? Because it's going over the
well,
top of my head, but I'm just like intrigued, but I'm not getting it.
one of the main tenets for them is that they're not saying that the mind is like a computer, right? It's not a metaphor, is what they're if you go to like the Stanford, if you Google computational theory of mind, it's the first thing that comes up, and they say in plain language that the CCTM, as they call it, is not intended metaphorically, right? The mind is literally a computer to them, right? And if you look at, like, if you have some basic computer science, maybe Homa can better explain it. I never studied computer science formally, but, like, a computer is built with a central processing unit, the CPU, right? And that's kind of how they're saying the mind works, right? And a
Yeah,
computer
but the
also
thing
has
is, see, my issue with that is that they're kind of like this. There's a metaphysical, like,
I don't
ontological
agree
issue
with
there.
it, by the way. Yeah,
Yeah, but I mean, no, it's not. I mean, maybe it is, but maybe if they said mind, then that would be okay. But then that's assuming that the brain is the mind, or that the mind is in the brain. Then we're going to theory of mind, which, like, I don't believe that, because Allah says, لهم قلوب لا يفقهون بها, I think.
yeah.
And so it's like he didn't say. I don't think the word brain is the word brain in the Quran. If it's
Never.
so
Mm,
central,
no.
Yeah.
then why is it not there in the Quran?
It's
Where
always
heart
qalb.
is literally so
It's
much.
always qalb.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's always the
So then
qalb.
it's just this. Yeah, and even in terms of the electromagnetic field that each of them radiates, the heart is bigger. The physical
Yeah.
heart is
It's bigger.
like bigger than the,
Yeah.
yeah, it's wider than the physical brains. But then it's like, what is it, what is the actually the heart? Because when you said Omar, the hadith about the mudgha, one of my professors and I, like, I have like this running debate with him where he's like, that's not actually, it doesn't, qalb doesn't actually mean the physical heart. And then once, like, I feel like it was an intuitive thing. That was fully intuitive because one time he said he accidentally pointed to his chest while he was speaking about, intuitively, maybe, pointed to his chest while he was speaking about the heart. And I was like, sorry, why did you, I interrupted him while he was speaking. I was like, why did you point over there?
Mhm.
Because you said that's not the heart. And then I was like, it says in the Quran, al-qulub الذي في الصدور.
Mm.
And so he got it saying that the heart that is inside of the chest. So I was like, what is the chest then? So yeah, but it's this issue with it's basically asserting. I mean, not asserting. It's actually presuming, right? There's a presumption that the brain is what is giving us consciousness, and like primarily, I would question that. And then that the brain is what is giving us any sort of ability to think or do, math,
Exactly.
maybe even do computation,
Yeah.
whatever. But who said that was that? And I
Mhm.
just realized this, that I think the word brain is not used in the Quran, which is actually insane, considering how much study of psychology focuses on the brain versus the heart, right? Like that's a worldview issue then.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a very foundational error of framing psychology or computer science or knowledge itself by putting it outside the heart, right? And that's why it confuses so many people. But I was thinking of even you know uh, uh, carrying the computer metaphor a little bit further. It's actually all zeros and ones. It's a switch. So it's not even zeros and ones. It's just a switchboard, like a switch that's on or off. When it's on, it's one. When it's off, it's zero. And that's the actual physical manifestation of a CPU, the little switchboards. And with different combinations, we can play films with all different colors. And Omar, I think it was you who sent that video or a news article about a woman who died for 8 minutes and then came back,
For Paris, I think.
right? And how she saw that she was still alive and she had a bigger consciousness, and she saw what did she saw numbers? She saw numbers around her. Was it numbers or that she saw that everything was actually made of numbers? And I was very intrigued by
I
that
knew
numbers,
it.
right? Because I'd never heard of that. We all have heard so many of these near death experiences, stories, the tunnel, the light, etc. But I'd never heard this number thing before. This was the first time I saw that. So I wanted to trace, is it somebody who knows this
It's in the
newer?
Quran. But it's in the Quran. وَأَحْصَى كُلَّ شَيْءٍ عَدَدًا. He has encompassed everything in numbers. But subhanAllah, that was also not a
Subhanallah.
metaphor.
So that is it. And what is zeros and one? It is
Qabd and
bus
bust.
and cub.
Yeah.
It's zero and not. It's not being and being. It's negation and affirmation.
Mm-hmm.
It's la ilaha illallah. There's no one
SubhanAllah.
but Allah. It's zero one, zero one negation. The crenellation in architecture, the black and white. I mean, it's actually all zeros and ones. And and Allah has infinitely many zeros and ones access to. He can even we can create. Our insignificant human creatures can create these computers that have access to so many colors and lights and can do mathematics, and at this point can understand quote unquote languages, and can read, can crawl through the web and be able to give us interesting suggestions, let's say, not even answers, let's say, let's even to even come up with something interesting is mind boggling. But it's all zeros and ones that is enabling it. It's all qabd and bas. It's all zeros and ones. Without, it's the ahad and the wahid. Right? The ahad is when there was no one else. There's drastically nothing else. So we can't even conceptualize it. That's why zero is so hard mathematically. We can't divide by zero.
Zero is actually really interesting in Arabic. I think my linguist friend was telling me that like it's
Cipher,
actually
cipher,
yeah
right? And the English word cipher, mystery.
but there's a bunch of different meanings.
False cognate alert. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. He thinks it's he's very
I don't
convinced
think
that.
that's a false cognate alert, Zanira, though.
Well, actually, his argument is that a lot of the meanings that are associated with the root in Arabic are actually mistakes, right? It was just like different Semitic languages or something like that. But there's a lot of different meanings that come from that. So you have sifr, right, which is zero.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
sufr, right, which is yellow. You have safara, which is to travel. You also have the idea of writing is also
Yeah.
present in there as well. I think I said yellow. I think there's one
How,
more.
how do you how is the idea of writing present in it?
Uh, a safar, I believe it's in the Quran.
Okay.
Relating to scribes.
Wow.
Yeah. There's one more I'm forgetting. But yeah, lots of different meanings. So like, so some of the like cipher kind of throws me off a little bit, but like yellow kind of reminds me of whistling. That was the other one. Right? With yes, yeah. Safar can also mean or safar, right? The intensive form can mean to whistle. So very broad range of ideas there, but they seem kind of related to me. Cipher throws me off a bit, but I think if you go back to like cipher, it goes back to like the idea of like a code or something, veiled or hidden behind something else. Maybe that's oh wow, I never thought of that before until just now, but like maybe that's what zero is, right? Like there is nothing, there is no nothing, right? Nothing doesn't
Exactly.
exist, right? It's just the limits of our perception.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why it was paradigm shifting to invent quote unquote the zero, right? That's why in Arabic the word hinsa is actually Hind. It's from India. Muhandis, engineer, has India in it,
Oh wow.
right? So
And that's
hinsa.
yeah. I never
Hinsa is a number, right?
what is it?
Hinsa. Do you guys use Arabic the word hinsa? Hinsa.
Sounds like
No.
5, which would be khamsa.
Khamsa, yeah.
No, it might be Farsi then. So I get confused in these languages that I don't know that well.
But
So
yeah, we do
hinsa
say
is used
handasa.
in Urdu as well as in Farsi. I thought it was also used in it must so it's implicit in Arabic by Muhandis. Muhandis is a guy who calculates, who deals with hinsas, right? He's the location of the coming together. The one who deals with numbers is the muhandis, and it's the same word in in Turkish. Through I thought it was Arabic, but I guess it must be straight from Farsi then. And so Hind Sa, because to we human beings know when we don't have milk, when we don't have water, to not have something, the idea of not having something is okay, but to actually formalize it, to give a nothingness a symbol, and to be able to manipulate it in arithmetic and mathematics, that was the breakthrough.
Yeah, I never knew what Hind came from, or handasa, as we say in
It comes from the river Sindh, right? The river Sindh, which at this point goes, comes from Tibet, goes through Kashmir, Indian occupied Kashmir, and then through Pakistan. It actually isn't in India anymore, but the whole subcontinent got its name from that river, because the Greeks and the Persians, they named all the people living to the east of that river the Hindus or the Sindhus, because the word that the locals used for that river, and the word Sindh just means actually river. So instead of Sindh, they heard Hind,
Oh,
and the Greeks called it Sindh. So now in French it's Ind, and in English it's India. But it comes from the name of that river, or literally the river, which is the Indus River, or Sindh in indigenous languages. And so anything that came from that, but not from China, from that peninsula, from that subcontinent, was Hindu. So Rumi talks about the Hindu Muslims do their namaz in a different way, and it's all fine. When he says Hindus, he does not mean Brahminical people worshipping Shiva. He actually means the Indian Muslims.
no, from Hindustan, right?
Yeah. And when Iqbal used Hindi as well, not just for the language, but for the people, he meant all people living in India. And that was it was the name of a geographical location. So, because the zero came was such a huge thing that they just called it Himsa, this knowledge that we got from India. So the numbers, the Arabic numbers, are actually quote unquote Hindi numbers. They are twisted and turned a little bit, but their genesis is in India of that writing system.
Hmm.
I think we say we learn them as Indo-Arabic numerals.
What's that?
Is it what they're called now, Indo-Arabic? Because in the US they're called just Arabic numerals.
Yeah, but I've seen the push to rename it.
Yeah. Yeah, but they should be called Indo-Arabic numerals because that's what they are, and it's in the language. We find the roots of it even within the language.
I think there's also
The Arab uses the Hindi numbers, and
They say
then they
exactly.
pass the Arabic numbers to the West. So the numbers in English, they are the Arabic numbers.
Yes, because for the West they got it from the Arabs, so that's why they call it Arabic numbers. But mostly,
I just want to say you're
sorry.
welcome,
good old colonial.
everyone. Sorry. Me asserting my Indian identity for the first time in my whole life.
Lane
Uh,
actually says Mohandas is Persian from Hindaz.
look further into it because the
Yeah,
Hind
yeah.
is from India.
No, Hind definitely is, but he's saying Handessa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
is
the
Persian.
Farsi etymologies would take you closer to the Indian root,
Right. Yeah, yeah.
right? Not the Arabic etymology necessarily. It would
Can
only
you
take you to the.
can you
Uh,
tell as Urdu speakers, whether something is like Sanskrit or Persian?
yes,
Is it like very
usually,
intuitive? Yeah,
but they're cognates, right? The Sanskrit and
Persian.
older Persian are sister languages. So and in some ways they're actually Sanskrit is I did take Sanskrit for a year at Berkeley, so I unfortunately, and I was the only Muslim person in that class, and people would be like appalled and also curious why a Muslim woman is taking Sanskrit class. I found it fascinating, and it's the cognates are they're more cognates with Farsi than with Hindi, than with the language that's spoken as supposedly a derivative from Sanskrit.
Oh wow.
So things like Zanira, you would understand hast. Yeah, nisto nabud. Nisto nabud, nist is to be nothing, or to be finished, to be annihilated. Nabud, that never was. And it's a Farsi, and in Sanskrit it would be nasht. So nist to nasht. um and the word for to be is hast in Farsi, and
Oh,
for
like
one.
Hasti. I think we also say
Hasti,
like for
exactly. So
God's being,
existence,
Hasti as
exactly.
well.
So your hasti, your existence is hasti, and and us for different forms. For a inanimate thing, it's us, and for the other person, and in Sanskrit, it's the same. It's us, but in Urdu and Hindi, it's hai, which is very different. So Farsi and even current Farsi and Sanskrit are much closer. So when the Indian state has been trying to de-Farsiize, de-Urduize its Hindi and really socially engineer a language, that would not be legible to parents, to my parents' generation who had gone to school before the partition in 1947. It's they try to remove the Farsi and the Arabic, but they cannot. Like they can't say too much without using the Arabic word yani. They don't obviously have the whole glottal stop for n, but they say yani. Even Modi, the this head honcho fascist right wing person and Hindi is not his first language; it's Gujarati, but they can't but speak a ton of Arabic and Farsi, and some
Yeah,
of it
and like
is in the
Bollywood
sounds.
movies, all of
You can't
Bollywood
have a
songs
Bollywood
have
film
like
because
Urdu and
exactly,
Arabic. Like Ishq is like everywhere. There's movies with like Ishq in the
yeah,
name. Like there's so
because
many movies with Ishq in the name.
because how and that was my dissertation. It was on Bollywood films, kinda. So it's because the literacy is still not, it's still, it's like around 56%, 60%. That's being very generous. That's saying if they can read their name, write their name, and recognize the numbers 1 through 100, then they're counted as literate. Not in being
Oh my
really
God.
being able to read or write. Yeah, it's a super low bar. And for them the social engineering takes much longer because they're not going through schools, they're not reading these essays that like French, like Turkish, that have been socially statewide, through a statewide program, been engineered to get rid of certain other linguistic influences. But the common people would still speak the lingua francas from even a century ago, and it's slowly changing, but it's still there. So in a film which they want to be which they want it to be popular, they want to make money, it's an industry. They can't they have to target the lowest common denominator, and that language is not what they ideally want to teach. Plus also the for song lyrics, Urdu has this cachet in India for being a very romantic, poetic, uh, s- even sophisticated language. And I think in Urdu, I think of Urdu as pretty only because it's very promiscuous. It's very
Oh,
porous.
wow. Yeah.
No, it is. It's like super promiscuous. It's taken
Especially the
all
old
pretty
songs.
sounds from all languages around it.
Oh, especially the old Bollywood songs, like when the lyrics, they're very
Yeah, they're super,
scandalous.
super, super. But they're based, Omar and Zinera, to my mind,
Metaphor.
100% in. And no, they're based in
No?
Sufism. They're based in Islam.
Uh,
So when
hmm.
other people try, someone who's not a Muslim, so even many of their lyricists are Muslims. The most popular lyricists always used to be Muslims. And so when
They were
somebody else
poets as
tries to
well.
write,
Poets.
exactly, they were poets, right? So exactly, when I say lyrics, it's actually poetry. But when they try to now use Arabic words or Farsi words to sound poetic, to sound like the songs of yore, they can't do it because they're not participating in the mental space that
Is
a
that
Sufi
more
love comes from.
like the Qawwali style and stuff like that? Because that I know.
Exactly,
Okay. That
right? So
yeah.
Qawwali is usually it's these are ghazals. Again, the Arabic
I
word
think,
ghazal.
but even like actually like romantic, I've like since I got more into Sufism, I realized how many romantic Bollywood songs they're actually talking about fana. Like a
They're
lot
like
of them,
100%
they're
Sufi based
centered in fana, where like that kind of love that you
completely.
literally you cannot experience it with another human being. You can only experience it in God. And so it sounds really insane actually if you actually attribute it to human relationship. It sounds like you're actually psychotic
Yeah,
because it would be psychotic to behave that way.
yeah.
But then with God, and the only way that it makes sense is with God.
And even in the Indian context, their start of love stories comes after the Muslims and Islam has been firmly established, and there are tons and tons of Sufis already living there. That the Bhakti movement, which is the idea that you can fall in love or love your own personal God, like Mira bhajans and all, they come after the arrival of Islam. So just the same as in Europe, how Europe did not have an idea of chivalrous love, hub as we call it, Laila Majnu type of love. They did not have any tradition of it. Zero, zilch, exactly the same in India. Zilch, zero. There is no tradition of this kind of majnoon love, of this, in where one is fana in love, all consumed by love in Indian traditions, and neither in China. China too, their initial love stories got the spur after the arrival of Muslims of Central Asia. So there is something about even the idea of love. There, we because we grow up thinking it's everyone loves, and it's been a constant. It must have been a constant, and the whole world through time must have experienced it in this way. But again, it's that language structure. When we don't have the language to express it, to feel it, to articulate it, did it really exist like that before? Or are we projecting
This
our,
reminds me.
you know, we're
No,
projecting
so this
our
reminds
own
me of this
current
one
moments.
song
Yeah.
of like which sounds so insane. Actually, I was thinking like if you when you hear it, sometimes you need to translate it to actually
Uh-huh.
understand how psychotic it is. Because
Yeah.
if because the thing is like so there's this goes अगर तुम मिल जाओ जमाना छोड़ देंगे हम
Mm-hmm.
तुम्हें पाकर जमाने भर से रिश्ता तोड़ लेंगे हम
Mm-hmm.
which translates to if I get you or like if I basically am united with you, I leave the entirety, like I leave everything. Zaman actually means time, which means like, society in a sense, in that
Yeah.
context.
It means both
And
time and
after,
space in Urdu.
yeah, so like I'm gonna leave everything after like after I have you, I will break off my relationships with everything. And like when you translate it to that, it's like if someone actually did that, you would think that there's a problem. And then it goes on to say, this was the part where like whenever I visualize it, I find it so hilarious. Um, बिना तेरे कोई दिलकश नजारा हम न देखेंगे तुम्हें ना हो पसंद उसको दोबारा हम न देखेंगे तेरी सूरत ना हो जिसमें वो शीशा तोड़ देंगे हम.
This is
So
100%
it says
directed to Allah.
it only makes sense. So basically,
Yeah.
he's saying the poet is saying,
Please
without
share
you, I will not
these
look.
lyrics or lines or whatever in
In
text if you
Instagram.
can.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
With after
Okay.
saying without you, I will not look at any beautiful scenery. Um, if you don't want me to, like, I won't look, I won't glance at anybody that you don't like. But this is the part that is like actually psychotic. तेरी सूरत ना हो जिसमें वो शीशा तोड़ दें हम. Surat comes from surah, which is it doesn't come from, it is surah. It's just an Urdu
It is
pronunciation
Surah.
of surah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surah.
So surah. So your shisha means mirror. So every mirror that does not have your surah in it, I'll break it. I'll break every mirror that doesn't have your image in it. And so, like, if you imagine someone actually doing that, that would actually be insane. Like, you would actually send them to an asylum and be like, "What is wrong with you? Like, this isn't love. This is actually madness." But then the only way it makes sense if you're saying, "Oh, like in every mirror that exists, you see God's image." And that's the only way that it can make any sort of sense. So yeah, there's so many songs like that, especially about like leaving everything. Because if you think about it, like someone, if actually they were to leave society, like all of society, and go live in a mountain just because they wanted to like be married or to be in a relationship with one person, we would think there's something wrong with them. But athletes do that; they do that for the love of God, and that's the only way that it makes sense. So I feel like I think that's where, at least I hope that's where it came from, and
Yeah.
that people
No, no.
not actually following that. Yeah, so this reminded me your earlier conversation, Omar, about this was like again 1 hour ago. I'm just referring to
Mm.
it now. So
No.
it just reminded me of what I was saying about like Basط and Qad versus Wasi' and there not being a duality in God's essence. It reminded me of something that I think you primarily might be more interested in, but it's also like a parallel to what I was saying. Khafid and Rafi' are like the actor or like file attributes, which are like the one who raises and the one who bring lowers.
Yeah, high
So
and low.
Allah, and I was just thinking about this imagery of high up and down, and high and low, and how God causes us to go high as well as low, but God himself is not low. God is A'la, but there's no opposite name for that. Al-A'la, Muta'ali, Kabir, all of these, they imply a bigness and also like a, yeah, basically upness, right? And so I was thinking about that as well, like why. I remember in my, when I was studying linguistics in university, one of my professors was like, why do you think we're like so obsessed with, like, why do we think up is good and like high is good? Why do we want to be high?
Yeah.
And he said, I think it's because of like, I mean, I don't think, he didn't say I think. He said it's because of like, intuitively for him, it was because of gravity. Because being down is like, I guess, being in the force or like being controlled by gravity. Whereas something rises high, something's high, or like, we think of that as a good thing because it's not affected as much by gravity. But maybe the more intuitive thing is because God is high
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that's why we want to be high. But then again, I don't know, like, because God is actually everywhere. So then, in one sense, God is very imminent. And so then it's the question of like, why? What's wrong with down?
Right, exactly. This is
Inherently, in terms of, yeah, in
this,
terms of
this,
just direction wise. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, except like that God doesn't attribute it to himself. So then there's something about, that. But yeah, also I was thinking about like learning about being rich is actually being poor. And I was reminded of, I think, was it 2008 where like all the markets crashed really bad. And yeah, so there's just like, and I remember like when financial markets crash, not that I know anything about finance, but when markets crash really, really intensely, intensely. Yeah, so you can tell from the words I'm using that I have no idea what's going on with them. But anyway, it will come in the news that like people in Wall Street that have like a lot of like a large number of investments. Some of them, I remember one news piece where like one person who had a lot of investment, and so he would have been really rich, right? So he committed suicide when the market crashed. And so I realized now while listening to everything and thinking about the opposites that actually it's not about learning through the opposites only, it's also about learning through the extreme of that thing in and of itself, like of the likeness of it. So being extremely rich is actually being really poor in one sense. So that man, he was actually extremely rich. But then market crashes, he was actually, even before the market crashed, he was actually poor because he was completely dependent on the market. And then like his wealth was completely dependent on that, right? Whereas a faqir who's like maybe living in a mountain or maybe even like tribes, Amazonian tribes that have nothing to do with the market, and they have like, yeah, like we would look at them and we'd say, oh, they don't have a backup, right? They don't have a 401k. Like we wouldn't, and again, it's a context difference, but I'm just speaking about like they don't have money. Like they literally don't have any money. So in one case, they're faqir in one by one definition. But are they? They're actually rich. They're free of money. They're free of the need for, and the market crash, they would not have battled an eyelid because they're free of that and they're actually rich. So yeah, I was thinking about how like the extreme of that thing is actually the opposite of that thing. Like extreme wealthless poverty, whereas extreme faqr or extreme poverty of money might actually be richness. Um, and then Yeah, and then I thought about also when you spoke about richness, I thought about the hadith where Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, do you know who the muflis is? And I think the people said like, oh, someone who doesn't have money. But he said, no, it's actually someone who comes Yawm al-Qiyamah and he has a lot of good deeds, but then he wronged somebody and he took away someone else's rights. And so God gives away his good deeds to balance those things out to the point where he has nothing. And
right.
so that
Yeah.
means that richness is actually richness of good deeds, but not just good deeds, because he actually had the good deeds. And then it's also like not violation, it's like it's an absence of zulm as well, and not violating the rights of others. Then when we were speaking about the heart, brain versus mind, I thought about something because in current not that I'm like I don't exactly I don't read the academic side of it as much as I should probably before making these comments. But largely the trend that I've seen is that depression or like any like mental illness, mental health disorders, they're usually connected to some sort of to the functioning of the brain and how certain hormones especially affect the brain. But then I was thinking about how God is obviously speaking about, depression and fear anxiety and things like that in the Quran, where because human beings experience these things. These are human experiences that we go through in this realm of qabd and bast. And so we might even think of mental illness as qabd, right? And not we might, I guess, because if bast is happiness, then it would be qabd. That would be mental illness. So then, or not necessarily illness, but just like, even imbalance. So then even Musa alayhi salam, like saying, Rabbi shrah li sadri, it's like an expansion. And again, what? He didn't say of my brain or of my head. He said of my chest, right? So again, there's like, if we're going to physically locate um, a causative organ for joy, then that's going to be in the chest. It's not going to be in the head. So I thought that was really interesting. And then his mother, that was the interesting part. His mother is described when she put him in the she put him in the box, and she was really, really. I mean, that's how God describes فراغ فؤاد أم موسى فارغة فأصبح sorry أصبح فؤاد أم موسى فارغة, right? So it's the fu'ad that God is talking about, and some might call it depression. Whatever she was going through, like I guess we could describe it as depression because she had no passion for anything. She had like probably no will to live. And so that, again, how is that understood in psychology right now? It is understood as how its effects on the brain as, I don't know, maybe a dopamine fall, maybe an oxytocin fall, and maybe the cure might be giving, something that triggers those hormones. And in any case, it's seen not necessarily as anything to do with the heart, but with the brain. And you would see, we do see images of a person a brain. Oh, here's the brain of a person with depression, contrasted with a brain of a person with no depression. But who said that that's where you're supposed to look, right? That you're supposed to look at the brain to understand depression. But that's what we're doing. So again, there's a metaphysical issue here, like, and there's an epistemological issue because we're thinking that the knowledge about depression or states is coming from the brain or is located somewhere in the brain, whereas God is not, like, it's usually the chest or the heart, just the general area of the chest. Again, if we think about thoughts, this is something I just literally just came to me. If we think about thoughts, and we spoke about this in Mafat, if we think about intrusive thoughts, right? I think, yeah, like we all assume, even, which shows us like how prevalent and how almost intrusive the worldview and the metaphysics of the current scientific paradigm are. We assume that thoughts are in the brain. But God is saying, قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر وسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس. The one who puts thoughts or whispers in the chests of people.
Yeah.
He didn't say in the heads of people, which is interesting. And so it's like, but nobody thinks that. I mean, no, I'm not saying nobody. That's a huge statement. But we, like, if you ask any human being that has any sort of understanding, they don't even need to have gone to university. We just assume, right? Like, we literally just assume thoughts. Oh, I was thinking. You might even like tap your head while you're to point that you're thinking. But you never point your heart to say, I was thinking.
But Zanira Jan,
And
when we say in Urdu that some thought occurred to us, we actually say, Mere dil mein khayal aaya.
subhanallah.
In
Oh, there's
Urdu,
a
we
song
actually
also.
say that a
Kabhi
thought,
kabhi mere
a
dil mein khayal
khayal,
aata hai.
comes into the heart. Dil is Farsi for qalb.
Wow,
We don't
subhanallah.
say
Yeah.
damag mein khayal. I think now people have started
Mm,
saying damag mein khayal aaya, but traditionally it was always dil mein khayal aaya, that in the heart came a thought.
subhanallah. That's so true. Yeah. So see, this is why, like, we have to see the words and the names of all of these, like, any concept. And this is the issue with what's it called? Asserting that science is neutral and science
Yeah,
is
exactly.
objective. It is not, it
Exactly.
never was,
Yeah.
it cannot be. You always have a set of presumptions.
Absolutely. And
And
this
that is
linguistic sediment, I think, gives us clue to earlier existing metaphysics,
mm.
right?
Or if you want
Yeah.
to be more sinister about it, it gives you what they're trying to impose. I don't know who they is, but it's taking you away from your fitra. Like I think even if you look at kids, a lot of us like I don't know, there's something about the heart or the chest area that we tend to like touch it more, I guess, when we
Yeah.
speak about our emotions, or
Mm.
like we tend to point to it more maybe when we're speaking about heartbreak or joy or whatever. We no one actually I don't know, like I feel like intuitively that's not a thing that we do like point to our heads. Maybe not we do it now because of like, programming. But yeah, it's like it's a worldview that is imposed through the science. And so the psychology is not neutral. It is coming with like it's
100%.
loaded. It
100%.
is
Yep.
loaded with so much presumptions that
Mhm.
is basically saying that the brain is the center of consciousness. And but that's completely contrary to our worldview, to our metaphysics of what the human being is created as. And then even when we speak about Allah speaks about qalb salim, right, in the
Mhm.
Quran. And
Mhm.
he says, إِلَّا مَنْ أَتَى اللَّهَ بِقَلْبٍ سَلِيمٍ. The only valuable thing near God on the day of judgment is someone coming with a salim heart, a whole and sound heart. He
Mhm.
didn't say brain. And
Mhm.
so it's again like if it was, and again, that I'm sort of making an assumption that us being good human beings, being good Muslims, it is going to have like the emotional impact of it will have like a sense of wholeness and not of mental illness. But then that mental illness will, that mental wholeness will be a manifestation of a qalbun salim, so of the heart being at peace. And again, God is using the word heart, which is not, and even for me, like that's the biggest sign is that hadith, right? Even the hadith of what Rasulullah said, "At-taqwa hahuna," and like he actually pointed to his, you know,
Yeah,
chest.
the chest.
And so it's like taqwa is like something that it's again, it's a thing that is, it is actually some people, a lot of people translate it as consciousness.
Mm.
Not that kind of consciousness, but consciousness of God nonetheless. But it's something that also shows you that consciousness is linked to the heart, not to the brain. When you guys were speaking about zeros and ones, most of it went over the top of my head, like I said. But then I remembered this one translation of the word Allah, probably going to be very controversial, but but there's a book by Neil Douglas Platts, I think his name is, 99 Pathways. I think it's called 99 Pathways to the Heart. But he translates Allah as the yes and no of existence. And so he translates to the kind of the, I want to say the, I don't know if it's a presumption, but he's actually asserting it like actively that al is like the, so it's everything. I think that would be the one. That's the only way I could understand what you guys were talking about. And the la is like the nothingness. I think that would be the zero. Yeah, I don't actually think that aligns with the actual linguistic or understanding or the etymology. When it comes to Urdu script, right? You mentioned Humajan about like the drive to basically demonize Urdu, but this
Yeah.
isn't even new. Actually, it started a really long time ago.
Yeah, under the
Like a
British.
very, very, yeah, exactly. But then it was like so one of my professors at university, my social linguistics professor, he did his paper on, like, he wrote a paper on this and he called it Scripting a New Identity. There's a pun there because they
Mm-hmm.
used Urdu script
Mm-hmm.
to assert that Urdu, people who speak Urdu are evil. And so the way that they did that, oh my, that's going to be really interesting. I'm sure you've heard, because in
Yeah.
psycholinguistics we hear this
Yeah.
often, that there's a lot of psycholinguistics research that shows you that Arabic script, reading and writing in Arabic,
Right to that.
can delay
Yeah.
the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia
Oh,
in people
subhanallah.
that already have, yeah, people that already have genetic predispositions to certain diseases related to aging of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's the brain at this point, but according to them, it's the brain, but maybe it's the heart, who knows?
Yeah.
So
And
yeah,
sorry,
so
sorry.
because in Arabic there's a lack of there's in practice, actually not just now, but even the original mushaf was written without even dots, let alone harakat of like Arab and stuff. So because of that, you need to do a little bit of mental like exercise in
Mm-hmm.
order to like understand what it says. Like it involves a bit of assumption, it involves a bit of understanding from your brain what that word might mean. And so, like when I was reading, like it was like bus. It could be read basapa. It could be read basapa. It could be read basupa. And all of those three things, they have slightly different meanings. And so then a person who reads and writes Arabic, they would have done, their brain would have done, their consciousness organ would have done slightly more work than a person whose consciousness organ is only processing English. And so this is like an actually like documented thing within psycholinguistics now that uh, yeah, the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia can be that the brain reading, Arabic script makes the brain stronger. Or, I mean, they said brain, I'm not saying it, but anyway. So then what they did back in, I think the maybe 19th century, was that they had this whole campaign to make Urdu look really bad. And they wanted Hindi to be like, it's a language that everybody spoke in India, not just India, the Indian subcontinent.
Not
So
quite,
what
not
they
quite. Okay, finish it and
I
then I'll
mean,
tell you.
that's just what my
Yeah,
professor's argument
wrote
was.
about it. Okay. Uh-huh.
So yeah, so then they found, for example, and they were really like, and they were linking it to basically Muslim identity. They were linking Urdu to Muslim identity to the point where they found a man that was Hindu. He was reading an Urdu newspaper,
Mhm,
and it was a time of like high communal tension, and they killed him thinking he's Muslim, but he wasn't. He was literally just reading an Urdu paper.
mhm,
So Urdu came to be linked with Muslim identity at that point. But what
mhm,
they did, one of the arguments that they made was, this is what my professor wrote about, is that Urdu script, which is actually Urdu, Arabic script, right?
mhm,
So
mhm,
wait, before this, I have to describe. So Hindi script is actually with has all the short vowels, and it is not like in English script, like if you write night as in knight in shining armor, you actually writing a K, right?
mhm,
Like there's silent letters in English.
mhm,
You're writing a K, yeah, a K, and then the G and the H. You're not pronouncing those letters.
mhm,
So you're not. It's not a phonetic spelling, basically. And I mean, maybe at one point it was pronounced knecht, so it was a phonetic spelling. But right now it's not. So
mhm,
then, um, so then, um, Hindi spelling is actually almost like it's almost accurately like it aligns with the phonetics. So there's no like silent letters. Whatever you write is what you pronounce. So as long as like oh, this is what this letter means, and then they write down the short vowels as well as the long vowels. So basically, if you know how to read, you can read any word, right? And you're not going to make a mistake, as opposed to English, where if you read, I don't know, esophagus or like something like that, you might not know. It's like, why is there an O that I'm not pronouncing there? You might not know how that there's silent letters. So basically the script is pretty faithful, let's say, to the pronounced or the spoken sound. And it's faithful, I'm using it very intentionally because that's actually the kind of moral value that they gave to that script. And that was contrasted with Urdu script being Arabic script, and therefore written without like Urdu. In Arabic books, there are Arabic books. I think the vast majority of which I've seen, they do still have like some short vowels, right? Like they have tashkil on them. It's not like it's just like a free, like just leaving everything to the imagination or to your
Yeah,
consciousness
it's usually
organ.
key letters. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's still, but in Urdu, it's like, and some of them actually have like proper everything, like all the, like that's not an impossibility. Like there are books that have, all the harakat on them, like especially I think Islamic books and stuff. There's a lot that have all of them, all of the short vowels written or printed. In Urdu, you will never find that. There's no, like every single Urdu book that I've read, maybe it'll have like a few ambiguous terms. There'll be like maybe a fatha or kasra, or I mean, we don't call it that because there's a pesh. But anyway, it'll be like maybe on like, maybe one or two letters on the entire page, and only because of ambiguity, right? They will have the short vowels written. So it's not like literally, it's not custom to, yeah, to write the short vowels in Urdu, even though the script is the exact same. It's not the exact same. There's like additional letters as well. Anyway, they said the case that these Hindutva, I believe they were Hindutva led people made was that because Urdu script allows for so many different readings, right? It is people who use it are shady. They didn't say shady, I'm sure. Shady probably didn't exist, but they said fraudulent. That's like one of the words that I remember. But it said that that reflects, using the script reflects a personality that is fraudulent, that is trying to like basically trick you by using words that could be read ambiguously. And so I thought, wow, that's actually insane that they really went there. So it's I mean, language has been used and abused with to achieve, I guess, certain identity politics gains in many ways. But I thought this was really interesting because of how it is essentially the Arabic script with a few modifications, whereas we find so much, even like flow. Like sometimes I think, not sometimes, I'm sure the letters actually exist in and of themselves. Like as you know, the woman saw the numbers. Maybe she also saw letters. Maybe she just doesn't know Arabic script. And I think if there's a language that is coded into the universe, it's the language of numbers because of what Allah says, but also it is the language of Arabic because that's why God chose it to be the forever last book. And so it's like we think of it and we know of it, of course, given our own context as Muslims, as people who were raised to love Arabic, as this pure, beautiful language. And then they used like that was just the spin that they gave it. And not just that we think about it, but they are documented, like, research benefits documented by research, such as the Alzheimer's and dementia cases. But yeah, so I just thought that was crazy that they made that sort of leap, that people who use language that does not have short vowels are fraudulent.
Yeah. But they
Let's
could
stretch the
never,
bust
but
of that.
by the same count in era until partition, the British used Urdu as as the court language from late 1700s. So this guy William Jones, who was kind of I guess Omar, you might have heard of him as the father of the current of the modern linguistics, the one who proposed that Greek and Latin and Sanskrit and Farsi and Slavic, they all have a common ancestor language. The
Indo-European.
Indo-European,
exactly
yeah.
the Proto-Indo-European pi.
Mm, Pi, yeah.
He didn't propose the word pi or the Proto-Indo-European, but Indo-European, Indo-Aryan languages. He was the one who he was a judge in India with the East India Company. So it was the British Crown had not yet taken over, and it was run by the capitalistic company called East India Company. And he was a judge in Calcutta. And learning Sanskrit and Bangla and Urdu was and Farsi actually. Originally, it was Farsi. Farsi was the court language until 1837 or something. Then it was switched to Urdu, and so all court documents to this date, anything preceding 1940, late 1940s and into the, were Urdu and in Farsi. So any historian of India who wants to do work on those 2-3 centuries would have to learn Urdu and Urdu script and Farsi script. And this guy, he was the one who pushed for a Hindi version with more Sanskrit vocabulary. So and then they erased the indigenous college and schooling systems in India, right? And they formed these colleges, which to this date are the highest, the most elite colleges in India, are those initial presidency colleges formed by the British, the Calcutta Presidency College, the Madras Presidency, and the Bombay. And he would teach his Hindu students to use more Hindu vocabulary, which is basically Sanskrit vocabulary, not to use Urdu, meaning Farsi and Arabic or Turkish vocab, and rely on coining terms for even things that they didn't have from Sanskrit. But it still could not take root because literacy was at that point even less than 5%. Right? So this is why the language that remains and the language that the films have to resort to is still kind of what they call Hindustani, which is kind of a mixture. It's not as poetic, as literary a register as Urdu, which has much, much more Farsi and Arabic in it. Like there are certain poems by Ghalib and Iqbal that, except for a few prepositions or verbs, are 90% Arabic and Farsi. And you wouldn't be able to understand them if you didn't. And if you write them in Hindi, they lose, so the kaf and the kaf lose their specificity when you write them in Hindi. You can put a dot with the kaf, but they don't encourage the writers. So the keypads sometimes don't even have the ability to put the sound, the glottal sound, for the kaf. And so this, and this was engineering even before, we started by the British too. And they also, what they did with Urdu was that they um, compared it to courtesans language, to sex workers language, that while Hindi is the language of a cow worshipping good Brahmin woman, Hindi is the language of an erudite, literate, poetry writing courtesan. She sings and she dances and she provides sex work. And so Urdu, the language, was tainted as less than kosher, less than, not, not
Less than halal.
less than halal, exactly, exactly. And they're doing that in Kashmir. They are erasing Urdu from our streets and our textbooks, which will be absolutely horrific because our access in Kashmir to Islamic works, to Muslim writings, is through Urdu. Not that many books got written in kosher in Kashmiri language, but our access to the tafsirs, the tafasirs, and all the Sufi texts and comes through Farsi and Urdu. And so it's a really, and they've banned just 3 days ago, they banned 25 books, and including Maududi's book, Maududi with a very famous tafsir of the Quran. He's one of the authors who's banned,
Hmm.
or at least some of his texts. So religion,
Sorry, banned
language
where?
in Kashmir, in Indian occupied Kashmir.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay, Indian occupied
Yeah,
Kashmir.
on
Yeah.
the anniversary of it's the legal annexation or the illegal annexation that happened in 2019, August 5th. So on this anniversary, they banned 25 books with many books of my friends and colleagues. So yeah, this
That's an
whole thing,
achievement for your friends and colleagues.
it is,
Good
it
for
is,
them.
and they've also included books that are not that great, just to kind of disambiguate. Like, remember the original Axis of Evil? It wasn't just Iran and Iraq. They put in other countries just for the heck of it, so that people could say, "Oh well, these are not all Muslim countries." So
Oh, like
it's
the terror ban, I think, was
yeah,
it travel ban
yeah,
something?
yeah. I mean, that was a
Sprinkle
real
some for
dumb An
ISIS.
Axis of Evil by George Bush way back to 2000. You must have been a little kid then, Zanira. 2001, after 9/11. In his speech, he made reference to the Axis of Evil. And I guess they were what, Iraq and Afghanistan and Iran and North Korea and one other country, I think. Yeah. But yeah, this language thing is super crazy. And then there's every year in Ramadan, there's a whole debate in India about, well, why are Muslims starting to call it Ramadan and not stick to Ramzan as they used to call it? And it's never Muslims; it's actually all Hindus trying to make people feel guilty, and I get so pissed off by that. And because it's a language. What is the language but it's a communication? It's a means to communicate. And if I speak in English or to Arab speaking people, or I would say Ramadan. If I'm speaking in Urdu, I would probably say just Ramadan. But it depends on the register where you're talking. And all languages change and evolve, and it's beautiful to actually want to come closer to the Quranic language, right? It's a part of our faith to try to understand Allah through the language in which He revealed His book. That's the only way to really, not the only way, but one of the most beautiful ways to engage with Allah is through His actual words, and they happen to be in Arabic.
Yeah, I love how you brought it back to union and union and separation, because we have to be fair that language is very effective at separating, right? It's used, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, it's used to divide and conquer, right? It's used like hegemonically or
To
used.
differentiate, the Canadian English and the U.S. English.
يفرق.
Tufarik, exactly. It's a
But even
criteria.
maliciously is what I mean. Like
And
language is
maliciously.
used maliciously. Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
used to control people and brainwash people, and frame Palestinians as passively being killed instead of not being or unalived or whatever the language is,
Yeah.
instead of being
فاعل مجهول.
murdered.
And
Yeah.
and
So
the
then no
whole
one questions.
the terms of the cult of death that has been used by Islamophobic writers and speakers since at least the last 24 years, but even preceding that. And to me, it's what they're picking on is, to my perspective, it's actually the passion for living, which they completely turn around. And it's because we are not afraid of death in our passion for truth, in our passion for the Ya Hayyu, Ya Qayyum, of the only living one, that we are ready to die. And to a secular, atheist, agnostic conception, it makes no sense, because their only sense of self obtains from earthly existence in this realm.
Yeah, I think we have to be frank that language is a very powerful tool for separation and dividing, but I don't think that's the main purpose, right? The main purpose is to bring together, is to because otherwise we would just be machines, right? We'd just be like, I saw a comment, someone was saying like, why are people commenting about the way the person said something, when the content is what's important. And while that's true to an extent, but it's not how you say, it's not what you say that has the most impact. It's how you say it, right? It's delivery that becomes so important, because that's what brings people together. Otherwise, we're just machines taking orders and going about our way and not coming together at all. Yeah, that's that full circle from the history lesson. But,
I'm sorry.
no, it's wonderful how diverse our conversations are. SubhanAllah. The other thing I was thinking about was like low and high. This is going back maybe 20-30 minutes. Like high and low. Like, and I guess we'll talk about this in the next couple of weeks with al-khafid and al-rafi'. That's another kind of like binary that, like, I'm not sure how to what's more fundamental. Like, do you see low as being like separation and low as being like withdrawal, or are they just illusions? I think there was something Zanir said about light, and in cognitive science, I forget how they prove this, like experimentally, but like we are evolutionarily, biologically evolutionary, like wired to expect light to come from above, and they test this in certain ways. I forgot how they do it, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's another a limitation.
الله نور السماوات والأرض. The samawat comes, I guess, before the earth.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, it also reminded me of the question of like, where's God, which is a classical question, and I think the traditional Sunni Salafi, I don't know about other, is like God is if it's sama, he's in the sky, but then there's a technicality. It's like, well, what exactly is the sky? And I think there's some other opinions that Allah is above the seven heavens. That's another opinion too. But the technical definition of sama is literally anything that's above the ground. So like even like the space around you, right? Like it's above the ground. It's considered sama technically, linguistically. There's a whole other thing about like where does there's a whole other interesting thing about the morphology of the root there with like sama and sumu. So the word for ism, the word for name in Arabic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Me and Zanir talked about this a little bit, but there's
But it's also royal. Yeah, when you just said it now, like I just thought about our news, صاحب السمو الأمير. So it's like
what's that?
royalty. It's like, oh, you don't know?
No, I never
That's
heard
how
that
you
phrase.
refer to the Amir. Oh my God. Some people have no culture.
Sahib sumu. What have you heard this before, Hamad? I
Sahib.
haven't.
Yeah, that's the official way. You say Sahib as-Sumu,
Oh wow.
and it means His Majesty.
Oh my God. Crazy.
Oh, and what do you use this for? Like, who gets this
To
title?
refer
For
to the Amir, صاحب السمو الأمير,
royal, yeah.
Oh, like
Sheikh
Khalifa,
Fulan.
or just like a modern? It's a modern phrase.
It's a monarchy thing. It's like the
Contemporary.
like even in Saudi Arabia, there is the king will be Sahib al-Sumu al-Maliki, and then his brothers and uncles, like first degree relatives, will be Sahib al-Sumu, the al-Amir, and his name. But then their second cousins, they don't say Sahib al-Sumu al-Maliki. They say Sahib al-Sumu and then the title. And then the third degree relatives, there will be al-Amir and then their name. So it's just like it's a monarchy thing.
Oh, interesting.
But by the way, there's also like other, yeah. So in Qatar, it's صاحب اسمه الأمير Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalid
Wow.
Al Thani. So it's like Amir is the title, but there's also a linguistic differentiation that we've done since the Hisar, since there was a blockade in 2017. Another history lesson. It's
Please.
actually not history, but basically, in 2017, like Egypt and Saudi mainly, but also like some of the other GCC countries, and I think Mauritania for some reason, random drop in, blockaded Qatar. There was an air and land blockade, and so we were basically, yeah, it was just horrible. And they did it literally in the middle of Ramadan. And so a lot of like, basically there was just like people thought we were gonna die because we were not gonna have food and stuff. Because a lot of our food before then, most of our food was imported. And so actually this reminds me of the name that I was gonna say. So then Alhamdulillah it turned out to be رب ضارة نافعة. That's what there's an art installation. Maybe something that appears to be harmful is actually a blessing. So
Al-Dar.
blessing in disguise, yeah. So anyway, so then in English, right? So in the English newspaper, I don't know if other people notice this, but I notice this because social linguistics training here. So basically, before then, if there was, I don't know how many other, I need to actually look into this. I don't know if, because I think the ruler of Dubai is called the ruler of Dubai in English, like in English newspaper. I don't know if they call the Emir. But anyway, before I think as far as I remember, they used to say it was spelled EMIR, okay, in English. If this is an English linguistics thing. I mean, this affected English, but I don't know. I wonder because I don't actually read Arabic newspapers. But basically, it would say Amir of Qatar with an E, okay? And then since the blockade, they turn, but and okay, the important part. I think when they said some of those other countries, I don't know if it was the UAE and KSA, but it would have to be because otherwise it's going to be irrelevant. Would also spell it with EMIR, okay? But then since then, actually starting June 2017, that's what I remember, it started to be spelled AMIR. And now it's also spelled AMIR. I think that was like yeah, there was like a way to distinguish. Like, very clearly, like we're not using this, we're not using this term anymore. And other ways to like sort of distinguish and to show that actually we're not dependent was very obvious. It was that Qatar declared in that Ramadan its own moon sighting. Whereas before we would always wait for the Saudi moon to be sighted. But then, even though I think their what's it called? Their Maghrib is later than ours. So then that happened, and then the whole of that year came to be known as Am Samud, because then we like there was a realization that we're very very highly dependent on exports for like food basically. And so then there was a push for like internal food security to ensure nothing like that happens again. We have our own food supply, which is really difficult in terms of resources because Qatar is the world's most water scarce country. And yeah, but anyway, so that's what happened. And I thought that was really interesting. I don't know if anybody noticed that we started spelling Amir with an A as opposed to Amir with an E since the blockade. And I think as far as I've seen, it's still Amir with an A, Amir of the state of Qatar with an A. And yeah, so I thought that was really interesting because it was like, it's so interesting because like I don't even know where to put that because word Amir is is Arabic, right? But then like I don't know like what like I understand why we would do that, why people would do that. But I'm just wondering like how it even came about and how it's because that's something that can only be differentiated in English, right? So like who's the audience and like who's the, it's just it was really strange. That's all I can say. It's a really strange way to
Well, talking
Reminds
what's it
about
me.
called? There's a word, right? There's assimilation. Yeah, dissimilation. And like
yeah,
this is seen
dissimulation.
in like people when you have an accent and you meet somebody. I mean, everybody when you have an accent, everybody has an accent. But
Yeah.
I mean, like when you have an accent that is slightly distinct from people that you meet, but you like those people, you tend to assimilate into their accent. Whereas if you have an accent that is slightly distinct from other people and you don't like those people, you tend to human beings tend to stress the distinctions or the peculiarities of their accent that distinguish them from those people. So, in order to say, actually, I'm not one of you. In group, out group thing, I guess. So that's what it seemed like dissimulation. So yeah, that's what happened in
But it's
2017.
interesting that even the
Sahib
word
al-Qalam.
the word admiral comes from Amir, Amiral Mominin, so became admiral, amiral. The English word, the rank,
Oh,
one
wow,
of the
I didn't know that.
higher. Yeah, it comes from amiral, etc., etc. XYZ, amiral Mominin, amiral, whatever. Um, so I like it going back to an A as Aleph because A kind of stands in for Aleph, right, in our imagination, and even Alpha, A, Alpha, alphabet, Aleph, um, not E.
Yeah. I have some other random notes here. Oh yeah, you guys are talking about like pointing to the chest and like where's the actual. There's actually some science about how like the heart has like brain cells. I remember seeing a reel, but there's actually some like research on it about how like the heart has like memory maybe or something like that. I forget exactly. I'll try to find it. But
Yeah, neurons. It has neurons.
yeah, but also like the brain is like not really localized to what's in the head, right? Like that's a big part of my research too, is that like to move away from like the Cartesian duality of like your brain is in your head and then everything else is just noise and creativity. I mean, the mind and the body and the heart are distinct modes of expression and reception. But anyway, so like heart, mind, body is like really one thing in one way. And,
Mm-hmm.
you can't really separate it that much. Like your nerves extend from your head to your feet as well.
Fingertips.
Yeah, to
Yeah.
your extremities. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it reminded me
Spinal
of,
cord. And gut. So when we say, oh, I have a
of
gut
course,
feeling,
yeah,
yeah, the gut
vagus
has a
nerve.
tons of neuronal structure there.
Yeah, like the I think the concentration of nerves in the gut, like the vagus nerve, it
Yeah.
looks kind of like a little brain.
Yep.
It looks, yeah.
Yep.
But it reminded me of a phrase in Arabic. I don't know if if you find this in other dialects or in Sudanese, but أخذ البال, right? Like so, we'll say like in Egyptians say at least colloquially like ما خدتش بالي, right? Like I didn't. My state, bal usually means state or a state of being, really. So like if you weren't aware of something or you didn't notice something, you would say my state didn't take it. kind of
We use
Bal
that
or
in Urdu
bal?
too, by the way.
bal,
Yeah,
yeah.
bal. We say in Urdu, like if you want to ask someone like how are you doing,
Yeah.
especially if they
Kaisa
have
hal hai?
kids, they'll say no,
Or
they'll
hal,
say oh,
yeah, hal
yeah,
is
but
bal.
no, but I'm talking about bal. We'll say
Yeah.
bal bache kaise hain? How's your
Bal
bal and your
bache.
kids?
No,
Yeah.
that one comes from Sanskrit.
Really?
It all comes from
That's
Alif, right?
That comes from the word for kids and descendants from Sanskrit, and bache is from Farsi.
I actually don't know
Oh,
what
wow.
Yeah.
bad is. But I know hal is like state, and bad is also
Hal is
used
it,
as state.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what's
So
really interesting? Omar,
yeah.
this might be really interesting to you as well because of the frequency and colors research. Do you know what we say here when we want to ask someone how you are? Khaliji?
Shlonek?
Shlonkom.
Shlonkum, yeah,
Yeah.
shlonek. Yeah, I
Yeah.
love
What
shlonek.
color are you? Which means what color are
Wow.
you? What
Yeah,
is your color?
Wow, that's
yeah.
lovely.
I've always loved that. Yeah, shlonek.
That is a universal, like there's a verse in the Quran, which again, don't ask me, but I know that there is, where Allah says that um, he has the best color, or he gives the best
Sibghat
color,
Allah.
Sibghatullah.
Yeah,
right?
sibghat Allah. ومن
Is
أحسن من الله سبغة.
right. And in so when in the Sufi culture in South Asia, whenever we say, or in songs, love songs, especially to the divine, that we want to be dyed in your color. We want to be colored in your color.
Apne rang mein
मैं
mujhko rang de.
तेरे ही रंग
Yeah.
में रंग जाऊं, right? So, and these are Sufi songs which the current interpreters draw to Holi, which is the Hindu festival of throwing colors on each other, that goes back to Krishna squirting colors on younger cowgirls so that he could, um, um, play around, grope them, etc., etc. And they draw it to that festival rather than to the Quranic explicit verse of Allah as being the best color giver. And so I found that super interesting, that it changes the meaning of so many kavalis that are so popular, and so popular at weddings, so popular at especially the spring season, because that's the season when that festival of Holi takes place. That they only think of this Brahminical etymology, Hindu etymology, without making connection to the Quranic etymology. And I think the Sufis were always seeing Allah everywhere, and seeing the prophets and nabis everywhere, and realizing that certain things come from that, these prophetic lineages, even if they are now changed in unrecognizable ways.
I mean, yeah, it reminds me of in English we say I'm blue, or we
Yeah,
say someone's
yeah,
green if they're young, or green with envy.
yeah,
Feeling
yeah,
blue.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Interesting point about sibgha. In Surah Al-Baqarah, referring to like dye or like mix of colors. There's a point that I heard once about how like the Quran not having dots is also like another miracle, because there are like dual meanings or possible meanings, that like, so sibgha could actually be like, instead of the ba, it could be a noon. So if you say sunnah Allah, that's also valid. Woman ahsanu min Allahi. So that's one something that I heard once. Yeah, so I wonder. I've never come across any books on that, or any lectures or anything like that. But if you take away dots, I wonder, what kind of, because some things like you can't change, right? Like there's no other like ordering of the letters. You only get a closed set of possibilities, right? So yeah, that's it's an interesting kind of aspect of the orthography and of the Quran.
Except for the hifz, right? Except for the 7 traditions of memorizing the Quran.
I think within the 7 and 10, even I think
Oh,
some of
oh,
those different reading.
exist.
Yeah, some of them, I don't know exactly which ones, or much detail on it, but I think some of them do involve like, it's like sometimes there's like a tafalun instead of yafalun, right? Like the dots are on top instead of on bottom, like that's very common. And I think a lot of different recitations, that like they prefer the dots on top versus the dots being on the bottom, because of the meaning. So that's a whole like huge like science and study of the Quran that's like, the for the most part completely like like the average Muslim has no idea, right? Like, and if you sometimes like I've prayed behind reciters that use some of these different recitations, and this is like, whoa, I never heard the Quran read like that. I never heard that.
You're like, that's wrong.
Yeah, it's
Haram.
very
It's like that, right? Like, it's actually, we don't know. Like, it's crazy how much we don't know, like how ignorant we are of the
exactly.
7 recitations. Like, I don't know anything about, like, I just know Malik versus Malik. Maybe that's one, like, a possible alternate pronunciation that I know. I know nothing else about any of them, which is crazy because the fact that they're almost like authorized shows that we should be taught more about them. Like, it can't be justified ignorance.
I forget exactly the whole
Um,
name.
but
Qalun,
it's very it's very minor. It's not changing the
yeah, they're not
meaning. It's more like adding different
shades of meaning or
shades of meanings. Exactly.
yeah.
But it's
Shades of color.
yeah. And it's mainly the like ba and tha. That's like one of the differences, like kabir and kathir between the different qira'at, and then with the alif in some words like malik and malik. But there is very minor differences. But every qira'ah as a whole qira'ah gives a whole like universe of meanings and how it's you can go through the Quran cover to cover with the same qira'ah, and it had like a theme. So a different qira'ah will have a different theme, and it's about like the breathing with that recitation and the meanings, and it's very minor when it comes to the meanings, but it's like a whole style.
Yeah, but then the sounds would be, I guess, right, really different, right? Not really, but yeah, but in a way, like for example, صحف إبراهيم وموسى would be صحف إبراهيم وموسى, right? That's one like variation that I've heard,
Yeah,
and which I think in that case is closer actually to the original Hebrew, which was his name is Moshe in Hebrew, which I mean that was his language. So yeah, that's interesting. I've literally never done this in my life ever before, but I really have to leave. Sorry. I have
It is.
prayers to pray.
Yeah, it's
And but this has been amazing. So jazakallah khair.
well, yeah, Kitan, thank you for joining always.
and there's one thing maybe for the next time, but the concept of aql in Quran, and I see like we've been talking about it, and we like brain and mind, we using them interchangeably, but it's not the case in Quran. In Quran, as a noun, aql is never mentioned, but the faculty of thinking, it's all in like in the verb form. So ألا يعقلون ألا تعقلون. And with the tafakkur, that's another thing. Like Allah, through the Quran, tell us to think. So it's about the faculty of thinking. So the brain as the organ, that's very separate and different than the mind. But we don't like reaching, understanding things through the heart. That's the higher dimension of understanding. But the means is using the brain.
Yeah, this is why I was
But it's
saying,
the
Amor,
mind.
we need to do a series on this because there's so many ideas like aql, fikr, qalb, and then I think
Tadabbur too, right?
yeah, and fuad. Fuad's
Yeah,
kind of like the in between of aql and qalb. Yeah.
that's one way you can see it. Yeah. I know there's a lot to talk about when it comes to that. And I would love to revisit the human computation theory, and there is a lot to discuss there.
Yeah, inshallah. Inshallah, we find time. I really want to try the async thing. I think if we had like a platform or a group where we just drop voice notes whenever we're inspired with a thought, and if we organize them with different rooms, I think it would be beautiful. It's a pipe dream maybe, but at one point when
I would love to try it out. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, inshallah. I think I don't know if I have one more phrase or one more note that I wrote down. I don't remember what I wrote it in reference to, but actually maybe two more, because I think maybe you guys didn't hear. I think I spoke about this before, but the root for the word ism, right, name. There's a classical debate of like, does it come from sumu, samawa, which means like tanzih, or sky, right? The sky, something being far away, right? Abstracted is one way, and then the other interpretation is that it comes from the waw being not at the end in sumu, but being in the front. So wasama, which means tattoo, right? And my opinion is that, like, both make sense, right? I think the root actually is probably like sim, which also has a whole lot a lot of different meanings that kind of relate. But yeah, it's a classical debate when it comes to. I forgot why I wrote this note down actually, but I just thought I would mention it because I don't know if I mentioned it with you guys before. I think it's one of the coolest aspects of Arabic, because it's one of the first debates in Arabic grammar about, like, what these weak roots, right? Like how do they distinguish them and separate them? And the other note that I had was just like this phrase that from a song that has always stuck with me, about how one can become past what you understand. Like, we take things for granted is kind of the basic idea, but the phrasing always kind of was interesting to me, that we move past what we understand, and then we kind of forget or lose that innocence in a way. I forgot why. What somebody said that brought that to mind, but I just thought I would mention it. And I'm gonna do you guys say like akhdul bal, or like ma khadtش بالي, or something like that? Do you do a similar? Is that similar in Sudanese or other dialect?
Yeah.
Same thing.
ما أخدت بالي.
Yeah. Cool. All right. If there's no more thoughts, well, Jazakumullah khair. I put this image up here actually because whoever shared the book, I don't know if it's a male or female, or I don't know the person's name at all, but that's fine. Alhamdulillah, he's part of the community, and it's an amazing find. Maybe we can set another time for it. I think it needs its own, like, inshallah, I'll try. I'm not sure if I'm gonna buy the digital book or buy the physical book. Maybe just do both, but it's such a like, just the cover alone is beautiful, and I'm really curious about some of the other images. But I guess just really quick, some of these are really beautiful. I think, like ruh, right? The root for ruh is related to scent. It's related to breeze. It's related to the soul. It's related to ease. Mirfaqa was one that I wanted to try and talk about a little bit, but maybe some other time, because that's rafiq means like a friend, but mirfaq is an elbow or a joint. Also, there's the arm, which I never knew this before I saw this book. You see it here on the arm. You have sa'ada. So I think the word for arm or forearm classically is sa'id. Yeah. And sa'ada also means to help somebody, right? So like the idea of like joy is sa'ada. The idea of helping somebody is sa'ada, right? And then forearm. And the rujula is really interesting. I mentioned this in the group chat because it's the first etymology that I ever came across from Hamza Yusuf, and he was saying that rajul doesn't necessarily imply a male. It just implies anybody who has a rijl and uses his rijl, uses his leg. And I think that really kind of speaks to how, like, we all have masculine and feminine energies. And iqab is really cool too, I think, because aqab is the heel, but iqab can also mean punishment, or like the outcome, the end of something, because the heel is kind of like the end of your body in a way. It's like the farthest point. But yeah, inshallah, I'll get this book, and then maybe we can do a whole series on some of these terms, because I think they're
And Anne is like so important too, right?
oh yeah, ayn, yeah, it could be a
And
fountain.
crucial And yeah, as Fountain mentioned, like goodness, how many times in the Quran Pak, and
Mhm.
Anol Insan, the pupil
Yeah.
itself, right?
Yeah,
And its connection to Lacanian theory as well,
yeah,
which is kind of a little teeny little bit of our or a Sufi paradigm of Allah creating the creation to look at Himself. But where does He see Himself? And if it was a Lacanian answer, it would be in the pupils of the mother's eyes or the lover's eyes.
no,
It's
we
in
should
the,
yeah,
right?
we should come up with a series too, or a chat or a group chat or something that on like some of these critical theories, because
Yeah.
you're very Lacan is such a. I think Mara would also be really interested in some of like the philosophy, and I think she's also a bit well versed. Maybe Zanira will hear this later when I eventually upload
Inshallah.
the recording. But Mastar was something I think she was asking about, and it's an interesting idea of like sadr does mean the chest, but I think
Yeah.
it can also mean just like the surface, like the face. It can also mean like, the most outward thing
Wow.
of a body, right?
Huh.
And masdar also, it means like the origin. Uh,
The
that's what.
origin. Okay. And
Yeah,
it also means like in grammar, what does masdar mean?
it's translated as the infinitive, right? So it's like
Okay.
the infinitival form of the root.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so but in Arabic, it's interesting because like Western, the you see the contrast between like the way of thinking and the Arabic way of thinking, because uh, in Arabic, they use the masdar to mean like this is where the meaning comes from, right? It's the source of the sadr, right? The source of the most outward parts.
Oh,
Whereas in Western linguistics, there's the idea of the infinitive, right? So
yeah.
it's like, like if you say like running, the
Yeah.
infinitive is, oh, well, that's a bad example, but like, uh to,
Seeing, no.
yeah,
Doing, no.
maybe to inform somebody,
Yeah.
right, is a
Yeah.
verb, but
Yeah.
information, that's the infinitive, right? So
Yeah.
that's kind of interesting. Linear, maybe linear Latin or
So,
Western kind
so
of
the
way.
noun derived, the abstract noun derived from the verb.
Yeah, I mean, the whole question of what comes first is controversial,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
even I think in Arabic,
Linguistics. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
but
Sadr is also used in Urdu for like all the older cities would have a Sadr
uh,
and the chest of the city. And I
makes
never
sense,
thought of
yeah.
that before I started learning a little bit of Arabic. And that was the heart of the
Like the
city.
city center. Yeah, like
Exactly,
the
the
heart of
city
the city.
center, the heart of the
Right, yeah.
city,
Mm,
and the commercial, the busy, as well as the administrative, and sometimes with the British colonialism, there was an overlap of the cantonment, where the military was based, including the bazaars around the military cantonments. That part of the town would be called Sadr. So Pindi Sadr, Rawalpindi Sadr, or Lahore Sadr. And I know that in India they've removed that terminology, but it still exists all over Pakistan.
mm,
The
fun.
Sadr of the cities.
Yeah, yeah. Very interesting work.
Yeah, and so I'm loath to do away with this porosity of Urdu because it goes straight to our heart as well, even though it's not my first language, right? Or even my second language, but it goes to the heart because the sedimentation is so deep. And because remember at one point you'd ask, how do I know if a certain word, if I'm an Urdu speaker, how do I know if a word is Arabic or not? And it's through the morphology, it's through the surf.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I see that there are other words, tariqa, taraik, I don't know, kitab, maktub, kutuba, etc., then I know for sure, even as a little kid, without knowing anything else, without knowing that other languages don't do that, even though, and therefore, I think by default, realizing that Urdu, Farsi don't do that. Or Farsi does that. And by the way, Farsi does that. It makes certain words pretend Arabic. It takes Farsi words and coins words out of it as if it was an Arabic word. So nazuk means delicate, dainty, and they make the words nazakat. And the real Farsi would have been nazaki
Like
instead of nazakat.
like muhandis, like handasa
Like
is
Muhandas,
yeah,
exactly,
yeah,
exactly like that.
yeah.
So it's really interesting that there is something very attractive about this morphology, that the brain wants to think of other words in the same way, and we kind of try to fit it in to the same pattern,
Yeah.
and to coin words using the Arabic morphology.
You know, the reason I asked that is because I find that there seems to be, at least, you know, I have a hunch at least, that there is some sort of link between the 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 mixing of languages and culture, right? So
Yeah.
like a lot of people call English like a mutt language because it's Germanic based with Latin and Greek, and then you know, Arabic and other stuff too. But Urdu is also, you know, very
Mutt
mixed as
language.
well. Yeah.
It's an army language.
Army language?
Its full name was Zabane Urdu-e Mualla. Mualla is Arabic. Mualla, exalted,
Mhm.
or the place of the exalted. So that was for the palace.
Yeah.
Zaban is lisan. It's the tongue in Farsi.
Yeah.
And Urdu is the same word that we have in English as horde, or yurt for the tent-like structure that the Mongols used to have, or that exists still in Central Asia. The yurt housing structures, those are called yurts.
Yeah.
They're all related to the word Urdu, because the yurt was how the Mongols traveled when their tents when they were in their military campaigns, and the campaigns and the hordes, the horde of Turks, or the horde of such and such people are coming into US, according to Trump. So the herd comes from the word Urdu. So Urdu was like an army, but its real meaning is the language of the army of the exalted camp, or the language of the exalted camp, army camp, is horde, Urdu, exactly, they're cognates.
Yeah, so the question I was trying to kind of maybe get to is like, so in Arabic, it's very clear when a word, you know, is not Arabic, right, to an Arabic speaker, even if you're not
Okay.
very well learned, right? Like
Uh-huh.
if a word is barred, it's usually very clear. In English, it's almost like, unless you studied
Yeah,
the
it's
languages,
never clear.
it's really hard to tell, like, it's something, you know, Latin or Greek or German, whatever it is.
Mhm.
So I wonder, for the average Urdu speaker, like, is it easy to tell that, like, oh, this is an Arabic word, this is this, or is it just, you know, also just like, for the average person, it's like, it's just one language. They don't really have a sense of different kind of.
Not usually. I think, it's so simple, especially those who read and write Urdu. They need to be told like a couple of two sentences and they would know.
Mm,
Not 100% surety, but with like 19 plus 90, more than 90% possibility, that if the words have, because we use the same orthography even when we don't pronounce it, we are faithful to the orthography. So yani, even though when we say it in Urdu, we just say yani.
you
see
guys
how
say
the
yani?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yani. Oh, ask your wife. What part of Saudi Arabia is she from, by the way?
Karachi and Hyderabad, I think, before the
Oh,
partition.
definitely. So the Hyderabadi has more remnants of Arabic.
Oh, wow.
Oh, but might have things get flattened out a little bit in Karachi, but they would still have yani. The people who would speak Urdu, actually really good Urdu, would make it a point to pronounce the an, but it's getting flatter and flatter. But when you write it, the an is there. So my sisters won't know, for example, they all have degrees and all, but they just wouldn't know that the an is actually coming from Arabic.
Because they're
If I
younger?
tell them, pardon?
Because they're younger than you?
No, they're
Or
older
'cause
than me, but
oh, they're
they
all,
did not study
I see.
linguistics
Yeah.
as or languages or any other language. I studied Chinese and this and that, so they've never studied other
Yeah.
languages beyond Urdu and English, maybe Farsi a little bit. That's it. But if they are told that an, ghain, and even the fe doesn't occur in the Indic languages. So
Yeah.
if they overcompensate. So Indians sometimes overcompensate, and there are words that are actually p, which they pronounce as f, because they think that because so Faiz Ahmad Faiz, you've heard the name of this poet?
Yes. I
So
don't know anything about him, but I've heard the name.
yeah, he's written. He was a friend of Edward Said.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and had was in Beirut in the 1980s at the same time as Nizam Hikmat and Edward Said and all. So
Right.
very up there, revolutionary poet writing in
Old school.
Urdu,
Mm.
deeply Arabic and Persian Urdu, and he's called Faiz Ahmad Faiz. But I have seen books in the UC Berkeley Library that write his name as Paj Ahmad Paj, because the fur doesn't exist in the
Sanskrit.
Indic languages in Sanskrit. It's an
Mm.
imported sound. The z doesn't exist in Indic languages. So my son is called Zaven. When we were in India, I was told multiple times to actually not pronounce his z, so people won't know that we are Muslims.
Wow.
Because the z was a giveaway. Huma, they don't, it sounded, whenever I would say my name to them, they would hear Uma. It was really interesting what the ears were geared to receive, that they didn't hear the hu sound in the beginning of my name. They would just hear the Uma sound, which is a goddess, name of Shiva's wife. And Natasha is very much like which is my daughter's name, is very much like a Sanskrit name called Nitasha. So instead of Natasha, a diminutive from a Slavic word, it's Nitasha, which means always hopeful. And so they didn't hear the Muslimness in my daughter's name either. But Zavin's name, even though it's not an Arabic, not a Farsi word, they would hear the Muslimness because of the Z sound. So
Mm.
if I tell someone these are the these are the words, and or this is the orthography, even the I don't even know how to say that the name of that alphabet, the dua, like minat dualin, the dua. In subcontinent, we still pronounce it. Many people as zua. Don't
Zali.
it's yeah zualin instead of
There's
dualin.
some qira'at where the dad is pronounced like or no, it's the sad, I think. So sad is pronounced as zirat in some
In
some
some.
yeah, that's
And
different.
apparently, there is some debate that the dua sound, the sound, might have been closer to the back in 1400 years ago. I don't know if you've run into those debates or not.
The dad sound?
Yeah, the
Mm.
dad sound might have been closer to the z sound. But if I tell people that these letters are only and only coming from Arabic, and then certain things by default, if they're not Arabic and but they still have this sound, then they're coming from like Gaf, the Gaf Farsi, the Kaf Farsi that you call it, the one with the two sounds.
Yeah.
When you Egyptians say Nagib instead of Najib, the G doesn't
Right.
exist in Arabic as such, right?
Yeah. It drives
But
my mom crazy.
yeah, but it exists in but it exists in Farsi as well as in Indic sounds.
Yeah, yeah.
But in the
If I
same time, it exists in like different tongues in
yes,
Arabic. Like Arabic
okay,
with because with the Quran,
yeah,
it's the tongue of Quraysh.
oh,
Yeah.
But
okay,
with the different like the Yemeni tribes, the
would have the G sound.
Bahraini tribes, the different tribes, they call
They
it
had the
like
G sound.
different tongues. They
Names.
have different sounds, but they think of it as just a way to pronounce, but the letters they are the same. So it's a qaf,
Uh-huh.
but they pronounce it as a qaf.
You make
Or
sense. It's true because even the gamma is abjad, is the jim, which is pronounced g in gamma,
Mm.
right?
yeah, yeah,
Abjad,
I heard
alpha,
once.
beta, gamma, delta.
I
yeah.
heard
I
once.
see that.
I heard once, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard once that the Prophet
Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
he spoke a Yemeni dialect, and he would sometimes he would sometimes do the and I
Yeah,
heard
Oh,
And I heard actually that it was the first time Jibril went to him and he squeezed him and told him to iqra, right? He said, "Ma ana bigari, ma ana bigari."
Yeah, that's
Really?
a
Oh, that's so sweet.
documented.
Yeah, but that's actually
But
it's
Rasul
not the
Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam,
gene,
he spoke
right?
all the different
Hmm.
tongues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he, like as a sign of endowment to different people, he would talk to them in their tongue.
Yeah.
Subhanallah.
And even with
Subhanallah.
the different recitations, you
Yeah.
can see the influence of that.
I
It's not
love
the tongue, but there is an influence.
I love the
Alhamdulillah.
I love the ga. Not so much the way Egyptians do it, like we say Gamil instead of Jamil. It's okay,
Mhm.
that's not. But I love how like the country folk, and I think this is in Sudanese too. Like you say, instead of the qaf, you say the ga, right? Agullak, right? Like this is how country Egyptians speak. I don't know if that's in.
So in Sudan, instead of qaf, we say
Yeah.
ga, like a agulek.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ga.
So in
So
Farsi,
it's
they make a
a
r
ga.
sound out of it, brothers. So in so aka, I think is what it's master. Is it in Arabic or is it a Turkish word?
Aka, I don't know what that is.
It might be so it's
What's
written
the word?
aka, like the Aga Khan, the current Aga Khan.
Aga, yeah.
The original was actually aka, aka
Aga.
with a ka,
Uh-huh.
with a guttural, the deep down kaf.
Yeah.
And the Tehranian accents started pronouncing it as gh. So their last name is called Toki, which I think is Arabic, right? Toki, with the te with the two dots and the kaf and the e sound. Toki, tawakko, expectation, the one that you can have,
Tawaqqa, yeah.
the one you can have an expectation from, and they pronounce it as tohi.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of
That's amazing.
in Proto-Indo-European, there's a lot of like sounds that they don't know what they sounded like, but they know they were really deep in the throat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they've lost certain sounds, and they also so in Sanskrit and in Hindi they absorbed a lot of Dravidian sounds as well, which is another language group altogether. It's not the Pi. It's not from Proto-Indo-European.
Yeah. I don't know if I really believe in pi. It sounds too convenient, and there's a lot of theories that like
Yeah,
Afroasiatic and I think that even Afroasiatic they break them into two separate groups. I forget what the Nafastar. I forget what they are, but there's some speculation that those are the oldest, and that was generally around like the border between like Egypt and what is now Palestine and like I guess northern Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some of these older languages, the Afro-Asiatic goes through Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, into the Java, the islands, and into Australia as well. Like some of the languages, and they're called Adivasi, indigenous languages spoken, are connected not to Dravidian, not to Indo-European, but to the indigenous languages in Australia. So it literally shows, it does show you the movement of people, thousands of years ago.
Well, subhanallah.
Subhanallah to that. Yeah. It's, we have such a gift. We have such a gift. And Omar, you're so right. The fact that we have this attachment and duty and to the Quran that keeps these roots alive, and so we see the morphology, we see how the language is changing, because it's not a given that one would be able to do that in most other languages. They start sounding foreign very, very quickly.
Yeah, subhanallah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, and the blessing of Quran itself at the center to understand the language and to preserve.
Subhanallah. And that speaks to us even when I'm not a native speaker, but I really feel it speaks. It I mean, it's not it, but that Allah speaks. I feel Allah speaking through the thing. And I'm
Yeah,
like blown away.
subhanallah.
And it took me this, I'm so old. It took me this long to feel Allah's speech, real speech. To
Yeah,
feel him speaking to me is recent. It's
I
not, you guys are much younger, mashallah. Mashallah, may you have long lives and develop this gift that you have. But this is recent for me.
no, I mention it all the time, but many scholars have said it that the person who doesn't understand Arabic, they benefit something from the Quran that the Arabic speaker cannot ascertain. They cannot, and I try to call this, in my research, radical meaning, or the sense that we get from language before we understand it or before we process it. Even when you hear like a foreign language that you don't know at
Yeah.
all, the sense that you get from it, that's yeah.
Even just the sounds of it. But if you start learning a teeny little bit, even then, like I don't know if I've already shared it. Please tell me, and I will stop. But the first we started memorizing with the halqa of other sisters, and the first surah we started was Surah Rahman, and the first just 4 or 5 of the ayats, and I was blown away because I was receiving meanings that I couldn't find in any other tafsir, and they made logical sense. They're consistent with the Quran, but I don't find them, and they're super beautiful to me. For example, the Ar-Rahman, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Ar-Rahman, Allama al-Quran, Khalaqal Insan, Allamahul Bayan. So to see the insan rooted in nisi, in forgetfulness,
Yeah.
surrounded by ilm, surrounded by teaching from Allah Ta'ala.
So
To me,
Yeah,
it's
subhanallah.
visually, structurally, it struck me that he's telling us that I'm so merciful. And of course, merciful is a terrible, terrible, terribly insufficient translation of the Rahman, the womb, like, and he's enclosing us like a womb, basically, in those 3 sentences, in
Right.
those 3 ayats, that he's surrounded and and I was struck by the fact that he's teaching Quran to everything because the object is not mentioned.
Yeah.
And this, had I not done my teeny little bit of Arabic, that would have slipped me by. I had always, from a little child, I would have known Allama, it's from ilm, it's from knowledge, because of Urdu. But Allama and Allamahu, to understand the difference, even that was joyful to me, that I can
Yeah,
understand.
subhanallah.
And it's
Yeah.
so mind blowing that he is actually teaching it to everything and everyone in the whole cosmos. He's teaching. It's right, and it's not really mentioned in any of the tafsir. And I've seen like Maududis and Sayyid's what's his name, the Sufi one, the study Quran and all. I haven't, and the fact that the Nisyan, the rooted insan, rooted in Nisyan, is right there, surrounded by these 2 things, and the bayan that it needs, it's rooted in ban. Again, I didn't need to read it, I didn't need to look up the etymology, because from Urdu I knew 100% without ever looking at the dictionary or lanes, that it's rooted in ban, which is in between.
Yeah.
Right, because we use it in Urdu all the time, Bainul Aqwami. So in between the level, international is called Bainul Aqwami, by the way. So that's how I knew that this is in between, and that it's, you need an other. So from Ahad to Wahid, you need an other to be able to be eloquent, able to teach eloquence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
subhanallah. And that's why in the Quran, through the Quran, Allah will command us to do
Exactly.
tadabbur. And never
Alhamdulillah.
mentioned in the Quran to memorize Quran.
No.
Yeah.
So
That's
Yeah.
a status for special people that they
They can
are
actually,
like means
Subhanallah.
to preserve the Quran. But tadabbur is for everyone to
yeah.
do.
I'm
And
getting
that's
goosebumps, brother, because what you're saying
Inshallah.
is, I couldn't memorize, because I have so much to do all my day that I feel terribly, because many of the sisters really are memorizing it, but I get so lost and so immersed in the tadabbur, in the reading, and then I want to read everything, and then I want to read the Arabic etymologies,
Yeah.
and it really feels Allah is talking. Okay,
Yeah, subhanallah.
I'm crazy. It sounds
100%.
crazy to
No,
myself,
100%.
but I was like, maybe the time wasn't right earlier. Maybe I didn't have all of the knowledges that Allah wanted me to have before I approach it in this way.
I mean, there were Sahaba that they said they wouldn't look at other parts of the Quran until they, memorized and understood and internalized and were able to like act
Yeah.
upon it, before they
Yeah.
moved on to something
Yeah,
else.
the method for the Sahaba was to read 10 ayat, understand them, memorize them, implement them in their life, and then move to the next 10 ayat.
Yeah, and,
Subhanallah.
and, and these were speakers of the language, right? And
Subhanallah.
And even like with the giant scholars from the early generations, and for example, Hassan al-Basri,
Mm-hmm.
he said he has three khatms, three khatmat. So the first three types of khatmat. So the first is that he reads the Quran in like I think 10 days to recite Quran from cover to cover and do a khatma every like 10 days or like I believe it's the 10 days frame. But then he has another khatma, and that's of a tadabbur khatma, that he will finish the Quran in 1 year. And then he have a third khatma, that's he will read an ayah and try to dive deeper and deeper and deeper. And that he said that khatma is taking him his lifetime.
SubhanAllah.
So he does the recitation as Prophet ﷺ said, and he would do it in like 10 days. And there is a khatma for tadabbur, like every year he would go through the Quran with a deeper, like with the tadabbur um, methodology of reading. And then the third one, the full immersion in ayat, and that he would take it one ayah at a time, and that's for a lifetime.
Subhanallah. Subhanallah. Subhanallah.
Mhm.
So we just do 3 or 4 ayahs every week. And honestly, it feels like we could be spending way more time than 1 week on just 3 or 4 ayahs.
Yeah.
I mean, we start with one word here. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I'm a
Yeah.
big advocate of like, I don't think you
No,
need Arabic classes. Just pick a word every day or something, and dive deep. And
I want to be able to speak. I'm like
yeah,
so eager to
and
learn more. I want to
yeah,
communicate.
yeah. And I mean, that's when you get the intimate connection, the intimate kind of like you feel the tone. But I mean, either way, you
But I have
benefit.
to tell you, I had the mystical experience in Uzbekistan last year with the rudimentary Arabic that I thought I did not speak. That I went to the tomb or the maqam of Maturidi Sahib. Have you guys heard of Maturidi Sahib? He's a major theologian buried in Samarkand.
My history is very bad. No, I don't.
He's a direct descendant of Hazrat Abu Ayyub Ansari, rahmatullah alayh, and he's like, once that I'd never heard of his name before either, to be honest, until I went to his tomb, but it was closed because in Uzbekistan the timings are very weird. They don't say them, write them anywhere. They go by depending on sunset. Will they open at and the sunset, whenever their mood strikes. So when I got there, it was closed, and the two security guards said, I said, if I could just go inside the garden and if I can pray, I'll be super grateful, because there was a wall there. And the guy said, well, I don't even remember what language we were speaking, because I don't speak Uzbek or Tajik for that matter. Tajik is like old Farsi, so I could hobble through. And he said, well, here's the imam, and he's just locked it. And the imam had one of his feet inside a little car he was going to drive back. When he found out that he said, do you speak Uzbek? I said, no. He said, do you speak Russian? I said, niet. He said, do you speak Arabic? And I said, shwayan, shwayan. And for the next 3 or 4 hours, we actually only spoke in Arabic. He took
Wow.
me, he said, no, I'll open the whole entire, it was a building that he had closed. He unlocked it, and I was so moved by the gesture that I promise you, I didn't even see very carefully. I couldn't see. Probably I was clouded with tears or something. I didn't even see because it's a very particular thing. It used to be a huge graveyard because he was such a famous scholar that you know how if there's a scholar or a wali that people bury themselves, they want to be buried close to the a big peer, a big wali.
Yes.
So there used to be a huge graveyard, and especially of scholars next to him, which the USSR wiped out. They demolished it, but
Wow.
the gravestones were actually stones, like big pebbles, like irregular shaped, ovalish, kind of egg shaped kind of pebbles, with
Mm.
with the with the marking on it. And so they had removed the gravestones and put them around the grave. And as Allah is my witness, I didn't see them.
Mm.
I saw it later in photographs because my friend who was also traveling with me, she asked me, "Did you see how those stones are?" I said, Idrisa Jigar, I have no idea. I couldn't see. I didn't see. I was so moved and I was doing a Fatiha with all my heart. And I was crying. I had no, I couldn't see clearly. I did not see clearly. And obviously did not take any photograph because that would have been such a touristic thing to do. And when we were coming out, the Imam asks me, so when did I arrive? When am I leaving? And I told him the next day. And if I wanted to see any places, and I said, I really wish I could have seen the complex of Imam Bukhari. It's about 20 miles
Yeah.
away from Samarkand, but it's under construction. So be it. I would still have wanted to go there and do a Fatiha. And but without a car navigating, and if we take a taxi then they won't stay with us. We don't want to go there for just 10 minutes. We want to stay there like half an hour, just explore, soak in the atmosphere. And he said and then he asked me, what do you think about this was my first city in Uzbekistan. What do you think? And I said, it's so beautiful, but هناك كثيرة المسلمين لكن قلة الأذان. I mean, I
Mm.
don't know how I could say that. And I I don't know how I can remember what I said that. This is Duolingo, by the way, right? And
Yeah.
but of course my Urdu, Arabic and Quranic Arabic helping here. And
Yeah.
he was moved to tears himself. And he said, "You're right." Because there was no azan. There was no
Yeah.
azan. There was no masjid that we could go to and actually do namaz. Like in Turkey, something that I really love is that all 5 azans, you can walk into a mosque and do a wuzu and do a salat right there. And it just really, it's like the Quratul and as our beloved Nabi said it to be, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He
Sallallahu
said
alaihi
it is a Quratul and it really is a Quratul and. And so he said, "Okay, you know what, sister? I'll take you to Imam Bukhari." And I was like, "This is now, this is post Maghrib, and or no, it's actually not even Maghrib yet." And I said, "To my hotel," because I was so. I would have been grateful if he had taken me 5 minutes to my hotel because I was so exhausted. He said,
Yeah.
"No, I'll take you to Imam Bukhari," and I was, "You mean it?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Okay, well, in the أختي في الفندق, can we please fetch her as well? Because I would
Yeah.
hate myself if we don't take her." And
Mm.
he laughed and he said, "Yes, of course." So all because of this little Arabic brothers, right? And he picked up
Subhanallah.
my sister. We went 25 miles away, made a stop for Maghrib at a big khanka that made us cry, me cry like a baby, because it felt like Kashmir in a desert. The style, we get Islam from Central Asia. That's where how our first Muslims came.
Mm.
And the style of architecture, many of our arts and crafts come from Central Asia or Khorasan, that part of what was one big Iranian, empire.
Yeah.
But from that part, so the architecture was exactly like Kashmiri mosques, which is very different from other South Asian mosques.
Wow.
Very, very different. And so I was
Turkey
bawling
or
like a child.
Uzbekistan?
This is Samarkand, Uzbekistan.
Uh,
And so, we had this amazing. It really felt like something clicked inside me, and something like Allah is opening doors. and opening doors, opening literal doors and metaphoric doors. And I don't know whether which one is, I think the metaphoric is actually more real to me.
Non-metaphorical.
It's not metaphoric.
Yeah.
We're all running away from the metaphor word right now. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
metaphor
I think
in,
it's
yeah.
تلاقي أرواح. Do you know?
Say that again. What is arwa? The first one? Ilaki?
تلاقي أرواح.
Talaki arwa. Wow.
And it's like a meeting of spirits.
Oh, wow.
And that was
Formula
like
cat.
your purpose itself, like to go to all these sites and buried site of great spirits, right?
Great spirit.
People with great spirits, and your spirit is eager to meet them, and subhanallah, Allah gave you the means to meet this imam and his spirit, and your spirit met, and that's why everything was easy, and even the decisions and
Completely. And it was like completely spontaneous. And I was
yes,
going around alone in the city that day. My sister had not been feeling well, my fellow traveler's friend sister. And the next day, when we were going to Bukhara, you won't believe it. We couldn't go inside the complex of Imam Bukhari, though we stood outside, did to our heart's content, we did Al Fatiha. When we went to Bukhara, the first thing we did was we went to there's a Hazrat Job, so Ayub alayhi salam. He has a memorial, the well where he got his healing from. They're supposed to be in Bukhara. So we went.
subhanallah, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. So, just deeply moved. And here, somebody, a Kashmiri, born and raised in Pakistan, I'd never seen anything close to any Sahaba except for in China, of all the places where there's supposed to be a Hazrat Waqas buried in Guangzhou. But that was my only closest encounter with any Sahaba or with Hazrat Abu Ayyub Ansari. But the next day, in right opposite that fountain, that well, was a recent building, a memorial to Imam Bukhari.
Mhm.
And because he was exiled from there, he was a scholar and exiled for that, and he died in this way that um, he actually prayed. He prayed that, oh Allah, and on the night of first Shawwal, like Eid had started, but on that night after Isha prayers, because of all of these scholarly malice and he was being tortured by them in so many ways, in intellectual ways, spiritual
Yeah.
and intellectual ways, that he prayed because he was such a good scholar. He knew that we can't pray for our own death. But the only way we can do is that, oh Allah, if living is good for me, then keep me alive. If not, then take me up. And he fell down within 20 minutes of that and he died. And from his
Subhanallah.
graveside, when they buried him, so exiled, really alone and super depressed. When they buried him, thousands and thousands of people came, even though initially they had kind of rejected him. And the next morning, they discovered that all the earth from his grave, most of the earth had disappeared because it smelled so strongly of musk that people were taking handfuls of it back to their home for tabarruk.
Oh, subhanallah.
Wow.
So they again refilled the grave. The next morning, again, the same thing happened. They did the same thing. So 3 days and 3 nights, the earth would keep disappearing because it was so redolent with musk that people would take it away. And then the ulama, the awliya, they prayed, "Oh Allah, please help us. Let this subside so that we can carry on." And then it subsided a little bit. So, but we were not able to go inside the complex. Now, listen to this. In that memorial of Imam Bukhari, I again, for some reason, I was so moved that the city of his exile is remembering him. So I am also in exile. I was born in exile. I can't go to Indian occupied Kashmir. I can't go to my grandparents' graves there. I've only been there once in my life. None of my siblings have. And so there is always that pain of exile in my heart. And so I was crying. I mean, that was one of the reasons. To be honest, I don't really know why I was crying. It's in Uzbekistan, it still has a kind of a shadow USSR, not USSR, but Soviet kind of style government. You have to buy little tickets for everything, including this. It was very nominal, like $1 or 50 cents or something like that. But I was crying so hard that I couldn't even open my wallet. My sister, my friend, she was buying these tickets, and the lady who was selling us the tickets, she saw me crying uncontrollably. She patted me, and the more she patted me, the more I cried. Then she held my hand and
Yeah.
she took me, and I was like a lamb. I was just following her. In my heart, I'm thinking, oh my God, what if she's a Wahhabi and she tells me you should not cry,
Yeah.
have a control over yourself. This is not cool to cry like this. I don't know. So I was like, but I said, whatever it is, I have no control over it. And my sister also starts following me. This lady takes us downstairs in the museum where there was a, what is it called? Glass, what is it called, like if when there's a roof, there's an opening in the roof and there's glass so you can actually see the sunlight.
Yeah, like a,
Skylight, there was a skylight like structure, and it was like a chimney made of glass and going all the way up. So it wasn't
Mm.
like a regular skylight, but like a chimney made of glass. And so it came all the way from 2 stories down into this part of the museum. And there was a little table there, and on the tables there was a glass case. Within the glass case there was something with a green and golden cloth,
Mm.
and there was no caption anywhere, so no one would have known what's inside it. But the kind of cloth we use for makbaras, we place over graves,
yeah.
the
All
Quranic
right.
ayats
Yeah.
embroidered in gold or written in gold. So it was something like that. She opened the cabinet. She took off the cloth. Beneath it was a clay urn, and she said, "Put your hand inside it." And
Ooh.
again, skeptical as I am, I'm like, scholarly training to be skeptical about everything.
Yeah.
And in my mind, the thing that like it's so sad that came was like, what if there's snakes in it?
Yeah.
And there's no reason to think that, but it's really crazy that people from South Asia, I've told it to my sister,
Yeah.
we all thought the same thing. Like, I don't know why we thought it. It must be some story we ever heard. But she asked me to do that. And I'm like, I look back and I'm like hesitating. So she knows that I'm scared. So she puts in her own hands. And you know what she takes out? It's the earth from his actual cover.
Oh.
Mm.
And she
Wow.
says, take it, take as much as you want. And
Wow.
both me and my friend, sister, we take it. And see, we could not even enter the complex. Even if we had entered like regular people, we would never have been able to touch the earth of the grave.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here we are. There's no caption anywhere on that display. No one else can actually open that cabinet.
Yeah.
She gave us that earth.
And how did it smell?
It smelled like earth, like regular. Plus, I was crying. I was probably snotty, and my nose was blocked. My eyes were red. I
Who
was
was
like,
it?
Well, that's amazing. Subhanallah.
Subhanallah, right?
This
So,
is the Imam Bukhari's grave, or
this is Imam from Imam Bukhari's grave, which is actually near Samarkand,
hmm.
to Bukhara, to the memorial in Bukhara, where they keep a little bit of the
Uh,
earth's grave.
uh,
Because they wish they had not exiled him. They wish he was actually buried in Bukhara. And the fact that his great grandfather was a Zoroastrian, Farsi speaking Zoroastrian. So, all the more, I was really moved by his story.
oh wow, I didn't know any of that.
Yeah. So, yeah, anyway, I don't even know why I started telling you the story. It's about Arabic. I think the
It's an
key.
amazing story. Thank you very much for
Yeah.
sharing that.
Bless you, brother, for indulging me to hear this story. I don't tell it too often because I get embarrassed because people might think I'm crazy.
That's an
And I'm
amazing
just so
story.
glad I had a witness, and she also is a professor. So there's no way I was hallucinating. There's a very sober human being who will who will attest to everything I'm saying. But yeah,
Um,
Alhamdulillah. So we are indeed blessed. Whatever language we speak, we take one step and Allah really comes running towards us.
Yeah, subhanallah.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. And thank you for these classes and these really sweet sohbats, because it feels like a sohbat to me.
Yeah.
It is. It
Yeah.
is.
Whatever we are taking, we're talking about, we are, the core of the matter is Allah and our love for Him. Whatever we
Yeah.
talk about,
Whenever billah. It is, and
right?
I'm very grateful for it.
I'm very super grateful for it. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. And for your time. No one in this world at this point has time to hold, 4 or 5 hour long.
Yeah. It's very rare for sure.
Yeah. May you live long. If I can call you, do your in laws call you beta, which means son? Or
Yeah.
Appa, or I don't know, because you call me with so sweetly, you call me Appa. I want to be able to reciprocate. And and either I called you Johnny, which is my life, which is, it can be taken off, but we use it as a term of endearment for everyone.
Yeah. No, I'm familiar. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. My
that's
mother-in-law calls me Beta. Yeah.
so may you live long, beta, and Amar, brother, you do, the knowledge that you bring, the sweetness of I feel the sweetness of the prophet's mouth in when you speak. Bless you for that.
Oh, Jazakallah khair.
Jazakallah.
Jazakallah khair.
Jazakallah khair.
And Omar, Jazakallah khair for
No, of course.
establishing this and maintaining this and
No, alhamdulillah.
growing this.
Alhamdulillah. It's a
And
Alhamdulillah.
subhanallah.
Subhanallah. Subhanallah.
only the beginning.
We meet amazing people
Yeah.
every
Yeah.
time, and whom I'm really grateful for all you bring in, and yeah, Jazakallah khair for saying that.
Bless you.
It's
Astaghfirullah.
it's
Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. Is all I can say.
Inshallah, it's only the beginning. So we
It's
still have at least
Inshallah.
79 more names, at least. But inshallah, we have more.
inshallah, yeah.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Amar, brother, where are you based?
I'm
Also
in Chicago.
He's with me. Yeah.
Oh, mashallah, both of you are in Cairo?
Chicago.
In Chicago. Okay.
Yes.
We should get together, inshallah. My father is buried near Chicago. And I
Oh,
haven't
subhanallah.
been there, and I've been craving, I've been yearning to go back. And I hear my father saying, you've forgotten me. Come to me. Come see me.
Subhanallah.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, if you
If you
hear,
come, please let
if
us
you
know.
come,
Yeah.
yeah.
Inshallah.
Well, we have a group here that it's brothers that meet up together, and it was actually
Really?
yeah, one of the guy that started it, Shahan, he was here earlier, but he had to leave. But he was largely, and the brothers, that's largely the inspiration that I got for starting this kind of podcast show, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So yeah, inshallah, and I hope to do maybe some live sessions, for the Lisan Lab, like in person.
Inshallah.
Yeah.
That would be lovely.
That would be amazing.
Yeah,
It would be
inshallah.
absolutely amazing, inshallah. Or even to, some of our sessions are so interesting that even if I wasn't, and I've loved hearing and seeing the ones where I'm not there, the videos of those. I think if it was like in a podcast, even as we speak,
Yeah.
it would be very interesting. Might have a small niche audience,
No, inshallah.
but it's
I
Allah's
plan
work. It would work.
Yeah, no, inshallah, I plan to
Yeah.
upload everything to all like the podcast stuff. It's just it's a little bit of work, inshallah. I just need to
Yeah.
inshallah, and some more time, that's all.
Inshallah.
And whom are you based in? Am I
California.
pronouncing your name right?
But you are pronouncing my name perfectly, Homa. I'm based in Berkeley,
Cali, right? Or
California. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm based in California.
yeah. If you ever visit Chicago or you're here, please let us know.
I have. My father and mother used to be there, so I used to visit Chicago, and then arrive at O'Hare, and then drive over.
Rockford, right?
Yeah, Rockford, exactly, or in the boondocks. Even they lived even further up from Rockford, but yeah.
Berkeley is north or south California?
Berkeley is kind of middle-ish, but
middle.
north. Not it is North California. It is Northern California.
Yeah, I have some family in the Bay, so sometimes
Oh, you guys come?
I go. Yeah, I'll visit the Bay Area. Where my cousin lives. Yeah.
Oh, fabulous. Where do your cousins live?
Fremont.
Okay. Yes, Fremont is a big hub. Are these
Fremont,
marriage? It's lots of Desis and
yeah,
Afghans.
Fremont Stan, they call it.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, brothers. Thank you.
Jazakumullah khair for
Bless
your
you all.
patience and
Jazakallah khair.
endurance and your perspectives. MashaAllah. Jazakumullah khair. Until next time, inshallah.
Until next time. Allah laka.
inshallah. إلى اللقاء. جزاكم الله خير.
Jazakallah khair.
وإياكم إن شاء الله. السلام عليكم.
Assalamu alaikum.
وعليكم السلام. مع السلامة.